Barrow King, The Realms Book 1, an epic LitRPG adventure. Written by C.M. Carney. Narrated by Armen Taylor. 28. He'd been sawing into the Arbaleth's corpse for nearly 4 minutes when the cooldown on his ring ended. He paused and formed another bubble, this one closer to the other blue glow Gryph hoped were the eggs. The current bubble had about a minute left before it would collapse, sending thousands of pounds of Arbaleth corpse thundering to the lake bed, with him underneath. One last rip and tear, and he had the creature's toxin gland. He'd been incredibly careful not to cut into it. He had no idea if the toxin needed to be injected to be effective, but he was sure not planning to find out. The thing was the size of a large watermelon. Gryph wondered just how much poison he'd be able to extract from this treasure, and just what he'd be able to do with it. He cut away at the strands of flesh holding the sack in place, careful to tie off one that looked to be the poison delivery tube. With a rubbery snap that reminded Gryph of calamari, the sack came free. He looked up to see the air shield was now flickering at an alarming rate, and Gryph swam to the right into the second air shield. And a few seconds later, the first one blinked out. The blubbery flesh of the Arbaleth sagged down once again, flopping onto the spot he had just been standing. He checked the time and his current mana levels. So far, so good. You have found an Arbaleth toxin gland. This incredibly rare item can create a poison that could make enemies susceptible to thought magic and other unidentified effects. You also get the sense it could craft an item that could grant immunity to poisons and other unidentified effects. He stashed the gland in his inventory, thankful not just for the satchel's auto-organize feature, but also for its preservation feature. The last thing he wanted was a bag full of rotten, toxic flesh getting all over his stuff. Gryph swam down towards the glow of the eggs and cast Halo of Air again. A moment later, the cooldown on the ring ended, and he created another air shield bubble. This one was further down and under the beast's body. By his count, he had less than 3 minutes before the second bubble timed out and collapsed. If he wasn't finished by then, he'd be trapped and spend the last few moments of his life waiting to die by blubber smothering. He hacked into the abomination's flesh once more, and the dagger cut through a membrane with a snap. Inside, he found 3 leathery sacks that resembled deflated footballs, but for giants. Umbilicals led up to the Arbaleth's body. As he moved to cut the closest umbilical, something inside the leathery sack moved. Gryph jumped back in shock, his heart pounding madly. Maybe this isn't the best idea I've ever had. He watched for a tense few seconds as the thing inside the egg stopped moving. Then, with a deep breath, he cut the umbilical. He grabbed the egg and shoved it into his satchel, hoping that the stasis effects of the intradimensional folds would prevent the egg from doing something horrible, like hatching. Congratulations, you have completed the quest Harvest the Arbaleth. You have harvested items from the Arbaleth corpse. Reward: extremely rare crafting and alchemy ingredients. XP 5,000. Gryph took a deep, calming breath and smiled. Mission accomplished. A quick glance told him he had another minute and a half before the second bubble collapsed. He had the time, and got to work on the second egg. As he sawed through the umbilical, his mind wondered what good would come of harvesting these eggs. He sure as hell would not raise a pet arbaleth. The one had been enough of an abomination. Two could bring apocalypse. The second egg came free, and he tucked it in the satchel. He examined it with harvest. You have found an arbaleth egg. This insanely rare item of both incalculable worth and incalculable danger. You feel as if it could create a potion that will give a permanent resistance increase to thought and ethereal magics and other unidentified effects. You also get the sense it could craft an item that will protect a large area from thought and ethereal magics and other unidentified effects. It can also give birth to an arbaleth, a species that has long been a scourge on the realms. Use wisely. My word, Gryph muttered in shock. This thing was amazing and insanely dangerous. He placed the second egg into his satchel, sending a silent prayer that the stasis effect contained these seeds of destruction. The second air shield blinked, a sure sign that time was up. Gryph knew he'd have to leave the third behind, but there was no way in the 9 hells he would leave it alive. He flexed his hand on the ice dagger and pumped a full charge into it. With a powerful thrust, Gryph plunged the blade into the egg sac. The thing inside the egg screamed in his mind, and he winced in pain. He thrust again, and the noise stopped. The blinking of the air shield had grown critical, and Gryph kicked off from inside of the wall of solid air and emerged from under the massive body. A moment later, the second shield failed, and the bulbous corpse collapsed. Gryph smiled to himself, cast Halo of Air again, and began a slow, steady swim upwards. He was halfway to the surface when the fleshy body of the arbaleth shook and rumbled. A second later, something lithe and fast shot out from an orifice near the arbaleth's rear fin. It turned and darted towards Gryph. "29. Ovrim sat in meditation, his mind attempting to find ease. It was too late to help the man. All he could do was focus his own mind. The rock of the high shelf dug into him, but he did not feel it. He let his guilt and his fear and his weakness flow over him like the waves of a storm. Each breath brought relief. Each wave grew less toxic. Eventually, he found peace again. His ancient demons chased back into the dark depths of his soul. For now. He reached out for the ether and spread his thoughts through it. Then he felt the elf. Somehow the man was still alive. A shudder of shock and hope flowed through his body. Ovrim forced himself to focus. Maybe I can still help, he thought. He could feel the arbaleth's stained and rancid thoughts focused into a pinprick weapon. Ovrim molded his thoughts into a field of warmth and life and hope and settled it down on the drowning man. It wasn't much, but perhaps it would be enough. Time lost temporary meaning as he became comfort and ease. He pulled his attention away from the battle. He was of no use if he could not remain calm. The Zaidai became warmth and hope and strength flowing into the man. He was only a sprinkle of rain against a raging wildfire, but he was something. Ovrim let himself become one with the ether. He was no longer singular. He was part of the all. Heartbeats passed like centuries, breaths like ages. He was both always and never, and still he held to his task. Then a pulse of shock and anguish flashed outward, a nova of rage that exploded before collapsing unto itself and disappearing. The arbaleth was dead. Ovrim's eyes opened in shock. He stood and stared down at the water as the last ripples of battle settled to calm. Where was the man? Had he succumbed? Ovrim reached through the water and found the barest pinprick of life distorting the calm of the ether. The man was alive, but drowning. Ovrim shared his strength, hoping it was enough. For a moment, Ovrim feared it was not enough. But then, thoughts returned, and the spark became a fire. He stood, waiting to see the man emerge from the depths. Long minutes passed, and he did not surface. What was he doing? Ovrim sat again and waited. Whoever this man was, he was of an odd character. Was he friend or foe? The shock of the arbaleth's presence had so overwhelmed Ovrim that he had not considered the man's nature. Was he a source of evil or a force for good? He possessed a Godhead. How was that even possible? Was he wrong in aiding this latent god? Had his mind been so warped by his hatred and fear of the ethereal abomination that he had overlooked a greater threat? These were the thoughts that raged in Ovrim's mind as the man finally emerged from the depths. He did not look like much, near drowned and so exhausted that he collapsed to his knees the moment he climbed onto the island. He swayed back and forth as he inhaled a lungful of air. He was shaking. Fear? Adrenaline? Cold? He seemed confused, disoriented. Finally, he seemed to gain control over himself as a look of peace came over him. Then he screamed a scream few had ever heard. Ovrim knew that scream, and fear stabbed at his soul. The man gasped and then fell forward onto his face. Ovrim saw the pulsating slug-like creature as it sank spiny tendrils into the back of the man's head. "Ilurith," Ovrim said in anguish. The arbaleth larva had infected the elf's brain. Soon it would feed upon it and replace his mind with an ethereal abomination, a sorcerer in service of the arbaleth. The man was dead. Nothing could stop the metamorphosis, the process of consumption that resulted in a sentient being becoming the pure evil of the Ilurith. He would be reborn as something else, a malevolence unlike any the realms had ever seen, an Ilurith in possession of a Godhead. Before rational thought could stop him, Ovrim pulled his bow from his shoulder. He nocked an arrow and drew back, focusing both mana and stamina into his shot. The arrow burned with the blue aura of thought magic. He closed one eye, and the stamina flowed into Viper Sting, an archery perk that increased both damage and the chance to hit. "Shall you be reborn at peace?" Ovrim said, putting his heart into the traditional prayer for the soul of the dead. He let fly, and his aim was true. The arrow pierced both larva and man at the base of the neck, instantly slaying 2 minds. "30. Gryph swam as his body and mind relaxed. He had survived. He had won. Above him, he could see the dim light of the surface. He kicked his legs harder, relishing the thought of feeling fresh air on his face again, even if fresh was a matter of degree. He laughed aloud as his exhalations pushed through the halo to become bubbles of air. He imagined that when they broke the surface, the sound of his laughter would echo around the chamber like they did in the cartoons he watched as a kid. The surface was close now, and Gryph kicked harder. He was exhausted and wanted to be free of this watery prison. He pumped his arms and legs again as ease flowed into his mind. Then something punched into the back of his head with a wet thud. Waves of pain erupted in his mind, and he lost control of his body. Psychic threads of hate, anger, and hunger delved into his mind. Part of him was aware of a debuff, but it felt as if it belonged to someone else. Debuff. You have been poisoned with Arboleth larval toxin. Thought resistance reduced by 80%. Possession. Your body is no longer your own. You are now controlled by an outside influence. 5-minute cooldown. Gryph filled with terror, but his mind could find no focus. He was an observer. He felt drunk, ecstatic, without a care in the world. As he breached the surface of the water, an oily stain of incomprehensible thoughts flowed over him. He tried to focus on them, but they tasted of acid. Through the rancid spiraling, a thought came to him. This is for the best. You are becoming greater. You are becoming prime. Inky fingers of wrath oozed from the prime, grasping and tearing at Gryph's mind. Slowly, bits of him were being flayed and consumed. Gryph was becoming something else. He tried to find himself, some core of who he was to cling on to, even if it were for a few moments. But he felt his light dimming. Soon he would be prime. What was it doing to him? Fear bit into Gryph, and he could feel the alien presence rejoice. Gryph began to disappear. Alien thoughts spread through him, replacing his own. He knew that he should be terrified, but his thoughts were distant, as if he were being summoned to a permanent sleep. The prime was consuming all that he was. "What is fear?" the colonel said from the deepest recesses of his memory. His mind found some measure of calm as the memory of his father's earliest lesson came to him. The colonel despised intellectual sloth and believed in the power of books to expand the mind. He had given Finn a well-worn copy of Frank Herbert's Dune on his 10th birthday and made him memorize the famous litany against fear. He turned his internal gaze to the Prime and showed the alien entity what it meant to be a Caldwell. He rushed the Prime, fury and purpose beating the infection back into the deepest part of his mind. Somehow, he knew he couldn't exorcise it, but he could lock it away. He sealed the mental prison, and the alien presence howled in rage. It beat itself against the fortifications of Gryph's mind, slowly chipping away at their protection. A spike of pain exploded into the back of his head, and a terrible scream erupted from his throat. It was both his own voice and the Prime. His body pitched forward, but his mind departed before the body hit the ground. An arrow pierced both larva and brainstem, and the distant part of him that still existed sped down the tunnel of light. As Gryph's lifeless body hit the sand of the island, a distant voice spoke. "Thank you." 31. Gryph's mind returned with an explosion of shock and pain. He hit the ground hard, his lungs exploding. "Not again," Gryph thought as he struggled for breath. Agony throbbed through him as he assessed the damage. He was hurt, but alive. What was happening? Debuffs blinked in his vision. Debuff added, "You have died and respawned. All attributes reduced by 25% for 2 hours. Debuff added, short-term paralysis. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Died. Gryph's mind surged with panic. Respawned? What the hell is going on? He looked around and realized he was in the small cave where he'd killed the Barrow rat. He was back where he'd started. His mind struggled to remember what happened. The last thing he remembered was the Prime and the pain. He reached for his neck but could not move. Fucking debuffs, Gryph thought. Is that thing still on me? Fear threatened to drag him back into the darkness of the lake, into the maw of the Arboleth. His memory of the Prime surged back. Fear crawled into him again, and he sought a safe harbor for his mind. As if answering a prayer, a gold prompt unlike any he'd yet seen called to him. With nothing else to do while he waited for the paralysis to wear off, Gryph tapped the prompt with a mental flick. A prime Godhead is a mote of creation. It is a nexus of ultimate potential, but that potential must be earned. You have survived a legendary trial and slain a legendary beast, Arboleth. Your Godhead has evolved to Tier 1. There are 10 tiers that can only be achieved by completing legendary trials. Each tier will provide 1 divine perk point and tier-specific bonuses. Congratulations! Your Prime Godhead has evolved to Tier 1. The nascent mote of creation inside you has awakened. You now have 100% affinity for all spheres of magic. You are awarded plus 50 to health, plus 50 to stamina, plus 50 to mana, plus 50 to spirit. You are also granted plus 5 to all attributes. All skills, including those learned in the next 24 hours, are increased by 1 level. You now have access to the Divine Perk Tree, plus 1 Divine Perk points. You have chosen to worship the deity Gryph and have unlocked the incantations associated with your deity. As long as you stay true to the tenets of belief set down by Gryph, you will keep access to your incantations. Gryph, level 10. High Elf, El Adrine. Deity, Gryph. Experience, 116,310. Next level, 43,490. Stats, Health, 234. Stamina, 233. Mana, 218. Spirit, 186. Attributes, Strength, 28. Constitution, 37. Dexterity, 37. Intelligence, 30. Wisdom, 15. Gifts, Health regeneration, plus 25%. Mana regeneration, plus 25%. Night vision, 120 feet. Master of Tongues. Holy crap! The Godhead had just given him an incredible surge in power. Not only was the +5 bonus to each attribute like getting an instant 6 levels, the +50 bonus to all 4 stats was insane. And 100% affinity for every sphere of magic? His body surged with power and warmth. What the hell are incantations? Gryph wondered. He suspected that they made use of spirit, but he had no idea where or how to acquire them. Gryph turned his focus to the divine perk points. If he understood the prompts, then they were exponentially more valuable than normal perk points. He could acquire a maximum of 10, so he would have to spend them wisely. In his excitement, Gryph had forgotten about the paralysis debuff until he received the prompt telling him he was no longer paralyzed. He reached a tentative finger up to the back of his neck and found nothing. No parasitic slug, no wound, no scar, nothing. Gryph sat cross-legged and laughed out loud. He could barely contain his excitement and joy as he opened his divine perk tree. Divine Perk Tree. Tier 1. Inspire, Imbue, Assimilate, Resurrection. Tier 2. Devotion, Consecrate, Sequester, Reincarnate. Tier 3. Well, that's annoying. He'd made educated choices based upon an understanding of available factors. Without full knowledge of the downstream perks, how could he make a wise choice? Guess it is time to have faith, Gryph thought, fully understanding the irony of that statement. More frustrating was that each level required more divine perk points. Level 1 needed 1, Level 2 required 2, Level 3 required 3. That meant that even if he maxed out the Godhead, he still wouldn't be able to acquire every perk on the divine perk tree. He would have to choose wisely. Inspire. This perk enables the god to inspire his followers. Once a day, the bearer of a Godhead may inspire all of his followers. Inspire gives followers +5 to all attributes, +50 to all stats, and +25% to all regenerations for 1 hour. Followers are defined as those who worship a god by selecting them as their deity. Imbue. This perk enables the god to empower the weapon of a follower with incredible power. Once a day, the god can imbue an item, temporarily turning it into an artifact-level magical item for 24 hours. The type of artifact is determined by those that the deity has owned, used, or encountered. The bearer of the artifact must be a follower of the god. Assimilation. Once a week, a god can assimilate a skill from a defeated opponent. The skill becomes a permanent part of the god's skill set. The level gained is equal to 1/3 of the opponent's skill level. For example, if the bearer of a Godhead defeats a wizard with level 60 in fire magic, he will reach level 20 in fire magic. Resurrect. Once a week, a god can return a fallen follower to life for 4 hours. The perks were amazing. Each one was vastly more powerful than any other power he currently possessed. But which one to pick? Inspire sounded amazing, although Gryph was still seriously uncomfortable about the idea of being a god. The whole concept went against his personal philosophy of self-determination and personal responsibility. He was enough of a student of Earth's history to know how easily religious beliefs could be twisted to zealotry. Imbue also sounded badass. He wasn't sure what an artifact was, but he imagined it was a vastly powerful magic item. Would he be like the lady in the lake, gifting Excalibur to Arthur? He didn't have an Arthur at this point. He didn't even have a friend, much less a sidekick. Assimilation appealed to him. Gryph knew in this world knowledge was power. If he could take knowledge from his enemies and use it for his own purposes, he could increase his chances of saving Bryn. Resurrect made him uncomfortable. Gryph had long ago abandoned any religious beliefs, but a Catholic woman who hadn't been much of a Catholic had raised him. Despite this, he felt raising the dead skirted into the realm of blasphemy. Gryph thought about the perks for a moment. He'd always believed that true power came from the intelligent application of knowledge. Thus, gaining more knowledge would make him more powerful. Plus, he didn't currently have any followers and wasn't sure he wanted to be worshipped as a god. This made assimilation the obvious choice. He clicked onto the perk and spent his divine perk point. He expected some massive rush of energy or warmth, but he got nothing. Guess he'd just have to wait until he could use the perk. He closed out his sheets and stood. He'd played around long enough. It was time to figure out a way out of this dungeon. Gryph triggered the secret door and walked into the outer room. There he found a dusky-skinned man pointing an arrow at him. The man's cat-yellow eyes widened, and he pulled the bowstring taut. Gryph felt a tingle in his head as the man's eyes bored into him. Gryph raised his hands and stood still. The last thing he needed after his day was to be robbed by some strange elf. Gryph used Analyze on the man and got a most unusual prompt as a reward. Analyze blocked. Don't waste your time. You are not capable of analyzing me. Gryph's eyes widened. Not only was the stranger right, but the man knew he was right. His mind scrambled through the available options. Who are you? How are you still alive? What do you mean? Gryph asked, his eyes drawn to the man's bow. Realization hit Gryph like another arrow. You killed me. A moment of shock widened the strange elf's eyes before his incredible control dampened the surprise. Gryph knew he was right. You did? Did you know that I would respawn? Another flash of surprise. The man's confidence wavered. You didn't, but you did it anyway. Gryph raised his hands up higher and pumped mana into his ring. Somehow, the man knew what he was planning and released the arrow. The air shield was a split second too late, but Gryph had already initiated dodge. The arrow sliced his cheek as it zipped past his face, siphoning off a few points from his health, but otherwise doing no harm. Another arrow shot at Gryph, but this one bounced harmlessly off his shield. Gryph cast Flying Stalactite, but the man had lightning reflexes and spun out of the rock missile's path. He dropped his bow and drew a fantastic red sword. Its slight curve reminded Gryph of a katana. The man swung the sword in a series of intricate forms and plunged the tip of the sword into the air shield. The magic barrier pulsed, and Gryph could see the mana, his mana, flowing into the blade. Gryph pulled his spear and got into a defensive stance. A moment later, the shield collapsed with its characteristic pop. The sword flew at him like a cobra. He had never seen anyone move so fast. The respawn debuffs were kicking his ass. He felt like a guy trying to run a marathon the night after a bender. Gryph used parry to deflect the attack, but only just. He heard the sword clang against his spear, the blade an inch from his face. The blade had sunk halfway into the wood, despite its toughness. The man brought considerable strength to bear as he pushed, buckling Gryph's knees. Gryph dropped and spun, and the man's momentum took him past. The shaft of the spear smacked into the back of the dusky elf's calves, rewarding Gryph with a grunt of pain. Gryph spun again, standing behind the dusky-skinned man. Gryph activated both Impale and his bracers, and his spear launched itself at the man's exposed back like a bullet. The stranger arched his back in a feat of gymnastic skill that would put Olympic medalists to shame, and brought his sword into a defensive position. The spear's trajectory was altered, but the tip still found purchase in the man's side. What would have been a sure killing blow had only delivered a flesh wound. With a small grunt, the man spun again and flashed his blade at Gryph. Gryph fell back, summoning his spear back to him with the bracers. He tried parry again, but only redirected the sword from his neck to his shoulder. The razor-sharp metal found a small gap in Gryph's armor and bit into his shoulder. His health went down by 30%. Gryph grunted in pain and made a clumsy counterattack that failed to find his mark. Gryph's breathing turned ragged. His stamina was about to bottom out. He needed a new tactic. He tossed his spider silk rope and cast Animate Rope. The man stepped over the silver-white coil and brought his sword down again. The viper of living rope snapped around the man's wrist and then slithered to his neck. At Gryph's command, the rope tightened, and the man smashed the hilt against the side of his own head. He stumbled, more from shock than pain, but it gave Gryph the time to get to his feet and retrieve his spear. The yellow-eyed elf wasted no time struggling against the rope, but dropped his sword from his bound hand into his free one. Then he eased the tip against the silvery filament, and the rope went limp. Whatever spirit of air had given the rope life was banished by the mana-draining blade. The man advanced, pushing Gryph back to one of the massive mushrooms, coating him in a shimmering haze of spores. This is all too familiar, Gryph thought. His spear spun to and fro, but the elf warrior was just too damn good. Gryph's spear clattered to the floor, and he felt the tip of the red blade draw a bead of blood from his jugular. How are you still alive? The man said, his breathing even and steady. I do not know, Gryph said, raising his hands. I'm as surprised as you. Are you Ilrith? I'm Gryph. I'm a player from Earth. Are you Ilrith? The man demanded, louder, and Gryph could see the fear at the back of the man's eyes. You mean the Prime? Gryph thought. The dusky man cocked his head, and his eyes glazed over. Gryph almost made a move when he felt another mind in his head. It was this man. He could feel him inspecting the infinite corridors of his mind. The strange elf opened his eyes and focused on Gryph. He eased the tip of his blade from Gryph's throat. How are you here? How did you respawn? The man asked in amazement. I don't understand it either, Gryph said, hands still raised. It has something to do with being a player. Evidently, if I die, I respawn. The odd elf with the eyes of a demon stared at Gryph for a long moment. The man was capable and terrifying. His hands fell to his side as the man lowered his blade. I sense no deception in you. The elf inhaled, and with a flash of motion sheathed his sword. He held out a hand. I am Overim. Confused, Gryph hesitated before easing his own hand forward. The man took it in a forearm grasp, and Gryph could feel strength pulse through the man's grip. Gryph, good to meet you, I think. His knees went wobbly, and he fell to the ground. Now that the adrenaline of the fight had worn off, the full power of the debuffs came rushing back in all their nauseous glory. Overim caught him before he fell to the ground. We must be quick. The Barrow King knows where you are. He is sending Wormen to capture you. That cannot happen. What the hell is a Barrow King? A disembodied spirit of evil and hunger. It is ancient, perhaps older than the old gods themselves. He is not only the master of this dungeon, he is the dungeon. Surely you have felt him. I have, but I still do not know what he is. An ancient lich of formidable power. He was once a powerful wizard, an adept of the sphere of soul magic. Overim hesitated. Soul magic is powerful, yet seductive and dangerous. His gaze moved to the walls of the barrow. This place seethes with the residue of his horrid acts, done in the name of power and immortality. His existence is a wretched half-life, and he wants what you have. The Godhead. Overim nodded. Make no mistake, the Barrow King wants you more than he has wanted anything in his long existence. He will use every method at his disposal to get to you. If he does, the world will know misery unlike any it has seen in millennia. So, what's the plan? We need to get you out of here, but we could use some help. I know a guy. Overim nodded, and without another word, Overim marched towards the tunnel descending into the barrow. Damn, I wish Lex were here, Gryph whispered to himself. As they left the chamber, they passed the headless corpse of the Balgrath. Overim gave it a glance and spoke. Nice work. Thanks, Gryph said, his eyes moving from the corpse to the strange warrior monk. Then silence overtook the motley pair as they dipped into stealth and made their way down the tunnel. 32. The high god Aileron was under attack. Blow after blow came from multiple directions, multiple attackers doing their best to kill a god. Clangs of weapons bouncing off his plate armor thundered across the courtyard of the Dragon's Nest, the keep that was Aileron's home. His attackers were among the best of his private guard, men and women who had served him faithfully their entire lives. Ordered to give it their all, they were doing their best to kill their god. If they held back, it would mean their death. The high god Aileron had decreed it, and his decrees were holy writ. An ebony warhammer careened towards Aileron's head. Quicker than the eye could follow, he made the slightest of moves and sidestepped the skull-crushing blow. The hammer pounded into the ground, shattering the polished marble cobblestones, and the man grunted in pain as shock waves thundered up his arms. A lithe woman leapt at Aileron, spinning a double-ended spear at her god. Aileron raised his gauntleted hands. He bore no weapons, but he was hardly unarmed. A fast strike from each hand shot outwards, one disarming the woman, the other sending her flying back into the wall of the courtyard. She fell in a broken heap, and several life masters rushed to her side and cast healing spells. Aileron took the spear from the fallen woman and spun it in a blur of death. A lightning-fast whip of his arm plunged the spear into the stomach of a massive man wielding a warhammer. The spear impaled the man on a nearby wooden beam, a scream of agony burbling from his mouth before he lost consciousness. Once again, a cadre of life masters rushed up to him. Aileron sidestepped the swipe of a two-handed sword so large that most mortals were incapable of lifting it, much less wielding it effectively. The strike was close, and Aileron felt the blur of wind pass his face. He spun, and his left leg surged forward, taking the sword-bearer in the gut. As had the woman before him, this massive fellow crumpled to the ground, his grunt of pain silenced by the snapping of his spine. More life masters moved to the fallen man's side. As the battle raged, a hooded man entered the courtyard and stood at the edge of the combat arena, waiting for his master to finish his morning workout. The high god did not look up, but the hooded man knew his master sensed his presence. The hooded man was patient. In mere moments, the other three combatants lay broken and defeated. Life masters were at their sides and then helped them exit the arena. Cheers rose from the audience. The high god's training sessions were always popular entertainment for the pilgrims who had journeyed to prove their love and adoration of the high god. The high god removed his helmet and held it out to his steward. Aileron took a clean cloth from the man and wiped the few drops of sweat from his brow. The hooded man swallowed, trying to ease nervousness as his god walked towards him. "Your Eminence," the hooded man said, bowing so low his head was near parallel to the ground. "Have you found him?" the high god asked. The hooded man leaned back to his full height. He was a tall man, but his god was a full head taller than he. The hooded man brought his gaze up to his god's face. Few could perceive the hooded man's true nature, but his appearance was neither a surprise nor a shock to the high god. "No, your Eminence, none of my eyes or ears have reported seeing him, and my divinations have also turned up nothing. A small frown crossed Alaron's lips. Then it is as we suspected. Yes, the hooded man said. If I may, I suggest that we retire to a more private location. Alaron nodded and placed his hand on the hooded man's shoulder. Reality bent and blurred, and they were elsewhere. The high god, now clad in robes of burnished gold and emerald, walked to a tall window and gazed down upon the shining city. They were at the top of the tower known as the Fang, which soared several hundred yards above the courtyard of the dragon's nest. Then it is a true prime Godhead, Alaron queried, without turning his gaze from his city. It is the only explanation, Your Eminence. At first, I suspected that someone had altered one of the godheads you constructed for the Pantheon, somehow making it immune to your influence. The hooded man paused. But, Alaron said with a note of impatience, even if someone removed the domination protocols, they could not erase the beacon. It is part of the base code upon which you layered the new Godhead matrices. Despite several exhaustive searches, I could not divine his location. I was under the impression that the location of all the prime godheads had been accounted for. The hooded man cringed. That responsibility had been his, and he had been certain that the location or fate of all the prime godheads were known. Yet, somehow, he had missed one. The high god had a well-known reputation for benevolence among the peoples of Corin, but the hooded man knew better. He knew ancient paranoia still raged in the soul of his master. Even the hooded man, the most loyal of the high god's servants, knew he could be sacrificed on the altar of those ancient fears. I am sorry, Your Eminence. I have sent spies to all corners of Corin. They will find him, and I will continue to divine as well. The hooded man lowered his head as he heard Alaron turn and walk towards him. Every second ticked by in an age, and the hooded man wondered if this moment would once again be his last. Look at me, the high god said, and the hooded man raised a fear-filled gaze to his master. The high god stared at his minion with an unknowable expression. Had the hooded man still possessed a living heart, he knew it would be near bursting. Yet he did not, and so he had no biological mechanism to track time. Finding this man, this heretic, is your only purpose, the high god commanded. You will do nothing else until he is found. The hooded man knew better than to say anything when his master was in such a mood. He watched as the high god buried his rage. It did not disappear. It never disappeared. Alaron gazed down on the map and spread his hands wide. The map moved in to settle on a town near the Mirik Mountains, a mere 1,000 miles from where they now stood. This heathen, who bears the power of a god, may shield himself, but his banner NPC is here. Find him. Bring him to me. Alive." The hooded man hung his head low in humility. "I will send my best agent." "See that you do," the high god said. His powerful grip clasped the base of the hooded man's thin neck. A mere flick of the wrist would mean another death. With no warning, the high god released him and turned. "Steward, attend me," Alaron said in a measured voice, and a thin pop of air announced his steward, the same squat man who had taken his helmet in the courtyard.
"You called, Your Eminence?"
"Bring me something to kill."
"At once,"
the steward said with a bow, and disappeared. The high god turned to the hooded man. "Someone gave this man a prime Godhead." With a sudden shock of realization, the hooded man understood his master's words.
"You believe there is a traitor in our midst?"
The high god whipped his head towards the hooded man, and a slight twinge of anger burbled to the surface before Alaron buried it. He turned back towards the window and gazed to the south. "There are always traitors," the high god said. 33. Wick had found the small set of rooms on their third day in the Barrow, and it had been home ever since. An ancient cave-in blocked the entrance, but after a long day's work, the group had cleared the rubble away to find a hidden door. The rooms had contained a small armory of rusted weapons and armor and a dozen beds. Hugarn thought it was a barracks, a secret guard room from the long-ago days when the Barrow had been more a fortress than a dungeon. The 6 members of the party had found the small space cramped. Now that it was just Wick and Tifila, the place felt cavernous. Once again, the guilt wormed into him. They were all dead. Hugarn, Zelyana, Tardik, and poor, sweet Jebus, missing these last 3 days. He had no idea what he would tell Rayla if they ever got out of this hellhole. She would blame him for his cousin's death, and she would be right. His thoughts so troubled him that he did not hear Tifila come up behind him and jumped when she lightly touched his shoulder. She handed him a cup of steaming liquid. She saw his troubled thoughts painted on his face and smiled. "The potion?" he asked, bewildered. She had been crafting a potion from the ingredients Wick had collected after his encounter with the player called Gryph, a potion that would increase his stamina, constitution, and dexterity. Why would she give him this? To test it?
"Tea,"
she said with a smile that told him he could be dim, but that she found it endearing. Wick smiled grimly and nodded a salute to his own foolishness. "You're thinking about them again?" Wick nodded, embarrassed and ecstatic that she knew him so well. "Jebus is still missing. I should be out there looking for him." Tifila took his face gently in her small hands and turned him towards her. The look in her eye was pure sympathy layered in love. "Jebus is dead. We both know it." She pulled him to her as his eyes brimmed with tears. "What'll I tell Rayla?" "We will figure it out together." Tifila said, holding his face in both hands and forcing him to look her in the eye.
We will get out of here. Together.
Wick's mood lifted, if only slightly. He knew the truth of the words Tiff spoke, at least on an intellectual level. He knew in his mind that he was not at fault. Every member of their party had chosen to venture into the Barrow. Their deaths were not on his conscience. He knew that, in his mind. It was his heart that disagreed, and his heart that had always held sway over him. She held out her pinky finger to him, her smile growing warmer and brighter in a place bereft of both light and warmth. After a few seconds, he smiled and nodded. He held out the pinky finger of his right hand. She raised hers, curling it around his. Together, forever, he said. Together forever, she replied. The slight smell of sulfur filled the room, and Wick's mood went from content to on edge. A moment later, a small flash and the pop of air announced the arrival of the imp Wick referred to as Zeg, since his true name, the name used to summon him from the chthonic realm, was both incredibly difficult to pronounce and extremely taxing on the vocal cords.
Things come?
The imp sputtered in a voice that sounded like lava melting ice. What kind of things? Wick said, attempting to keep the anger from his voice. Zeg wasn't the most cooperative servant. Chthonic beings loved getting away from their hellish plane of existence, but they also despised having to serve mortals like Wick, mortals who were inferior to Zeg and his kind.
Zeg know not. Things. Walk on 2 legs. Wear clothing.
This last bit featured a forward thrust of its crotch. Only, instead of genitals, Zeg's groin was blank. Wick had often wondered, in moments when his mind went idle, how imps reproduced. Sometimes he was not a fan of his mind. Are they vermin or other?
Other, not stinky cold vermin. Warm and tall, with perky ears.
Pointy ears, Wick corrected. Pfft, was the imp's only response. Elves? Tifila asked in a curious tone. How far? Wick asked, as the mechanism that hid the door to their room clicked. Wick and Tifila both whipped their hands towards the door, hers covered in a warm halo of golden light, his in a roiling pulse of inky blue-black.
Now!
The imp responded, amused by his not-so-helpful warning. Summoned imps were required to obey the commands of their masters, but they would always look for any loophole. Wick cursed himself for speaking too vaguely when he'd laid out his commands. Wick, said a voice. You there? Wick exchanged a frantic glance with Tifila. Through the thick wall of rock, it was difficult to tell who the voice belonged to, and for a moment, hope dug into Wick's heart. Was Jebus somehow still alive? It's Gryph. You know, the one you forgot to designate as friendly? Let's not make the same mistake twice, okay, buddy? Wick's heart sank as he calmed himself. Jebus is dead, Tifila's face said. He looked to her, and her eyes showed sympathy, somehow knowing what he was thinking. He knew his cousin was dead. His hope was a paltry attempt to soothe his guilt. His mind raced. What was Gryph doing here, and how the hell had he found them? What do you want? I think we may be able to help each other. Wick glanced at Tifila in uncertainty. He had told her about his encounter with the strange player. A silent debate raged between them, and, finally, with a simple nod, she agreed to open the door. Wick moved to the door, glancing back at Tiff, who raised her arm, ready to send a life blast into any face that was not Gryph's. Wick unhitched the lock and eased the door open. Gryph stood there, looking awful and being supported by a dusky-skinned man with yellow eyes. "As I die!" Wick exclaimed in horror and moved to slam the door.
See? Things! Zeg told you they were things.
"Wait, he is a friend," Gryph said. "Please." "Tiff," Wick said without looking back. The glow on her hand morphed as she changed her casting. The glow flowed up her arm and into her eyes, where the golden energy turned her pupils into stars of pure light. She kinked her head to the side and stared at both men. "He speaks the truth," Tifla said, and then her eyes went wide. "An adjudicator!" Wick spun back to look at his beloved. "A what?" "A warrior monk that uses ether to serve order," Tifla said, gold eyes staring. "What the heck does that mean?" Wick asked, eyeballing Overm. "She is sure," Overm said. "I am an adjudicator. Or, more accurately, I was." Gryph looked between the three of them with a confused look on his face. "I've got no damn clue what the hell any of you were talking about, but we had to avoid several Worman patrols to get here. I recently died, and I feel like complete shit. So can we please come in?" "Dead? So you are a player." Gryph looked at Wick in shock and remembered the odd parting words Wick had spoken during their first encounter. "I told you I'd see you in your next life," the gnome said with a mirthless grin. "You could have warned me." "Where's the fun in that?" Tifla pushed Wick aside and held out her hands. She looked at Gryph with a gentle face, and he knew she meant for him to kneel. He did, and she took his head in her hands. Warmth spread from her fingers and deep into him. "Try to relax," Tifla said to Gryph. The voice and manner reminded Gryph of his childhood doctor back in New Hampshire. In fact, take away the purple frock of hair and the fact that she was the size of a child, she could have been Doc Verrill. He did as he was bid and felt at ease in the presence of this diminutive life mage. A glow surrounded her, and then his entire body grew warm as if he were being scanned by the loving eye of God. He calmed and felt at ease. "Sweet mother," Tifla said, her hands jerking back from Gryph. "There is something inside you. Something ancient and filled with potential." "It's called a Godhead," Gryph said. "It's why we're here." Gryph told the two gnomes the little he knew about the divine artifact. Their eyes went wide in disbelief. Fear mingled with purpose in their eyes as he finished his tale. Overm chimed in with tidbits that fleshed out the group's understanding of the dangerous artifact. "The Barrow King can sense the Godhead. I have been able to shield him from the Revenant's sight, but I fear it is only a matter of time before the Barrow King finds him." "Yet you brought Gryph here, huh? You endanger both of us?" Wick said. "There is no safe place in the Barrow," Overm countered. Wick scowled, but he said nothing further. He knew the Zaidai spoke the truth.
We need to get him out of the barrow, Tifila said. And how do you plan to do that, huh? It's not like we've been sitting idle here, Wick said.
The Barrow King controls the only way out, Overham said. Then we take the fight to him, Gryph said.
Wick opened his mouth, ready to protest, but he knew Gryph's words, however unwanted, were the truth. Maybe Jebus was the lucky one. Mention of Jebus brought the dead gnome's journal to the fore of Gryph's thoughts, and he considered giving the journal to Wick. But Gryph did not wish to add more despair. It could wait. Gryph became dizzy and nearly fell. Overham caught him, and Tifila rushed to his side. They eased him onto one of the stone slabs that doubled as a bed. Someone, likely Tifila, had persuaded a soft moss to grow across the hard stone surface, just enough to provide some comfort. You need rest.
There's no time,
Gryph said, attempting to rise. He felt Overham's strong hand holding him down.
She is correct. In this state, you will likely get us all killed. We will wait.
Adjudicator, Tifila said to Overham. How long can you shield our location from the Barrow King?
An hour, maybe 2.
It'll have to be enough. The life mage placed her hands upon Gryph's head and closed her eyes once more. There is nothing I can do about the debuffs, but I can help you sleep until they wear off. Gryph was about to protest when his mind drifted, and the other's conversation became a dull hum. Before he knew it, Gryph was fast asleep. Wick felt like a third wheel at the summer solstice and gave them space to work. I'll go keep watch, Wick said. Tifila gave him a sweet smile, and, once again, Wick fell in love with her. He geared up and exited their hideout. Report, Zeg, Wick said to the imp, growing irritated. The chthonic creature always soured his mood, as if he exuded some kind of invisible but malevolent aura.
No things about, save for this rat,
Zeg said offhanded as he smashed the squealing creature against the wall with a bone-crunching thud.
Rat is mine. No share.
With that, he crunched the still twitching rat's head off and chewed happily. Wick held his hands apart to show that he was more than fine the imp was unwilling to share his raw rat. He sat down on a boulder and tried to calm his stomach. He closed his eyes and attempted to ease his mind, to bring it to a state of nothingness. A slight tweak in the back from sleeping on hard rock made it difficult to find calm, much less the disgusting squelch of the hell beast eating vermin. Then there were the smells. His own ripeness and the sulfuric stench of the imp. He grumbled to himself as his eyes snapped open. This isn't working.
Zeg much better at meditation than tiny blue-haired midget, 'cause Zeg am smart and brilliant and very smart.
I'm at least 3 times your height, Wick said. And you meditate?
Have you ever been to Brixtrigal? Very nice, very relaxing. Easy to close eyes, listen to screams, and relax.
Wick eyed the demon with a sideways glance. He knew that his mastery over the creature was complete, but he still did not trust it even slightly. He tried to ease his mind, but images of massive pitchforked demons and tortured souls filled his mind. Wick sighed in frustration and stood, checking his equipment again. His movements were slight and nearly silent, but evidently still irritating to the imp.
Zeg, relaxing. Very, very good at relaxing. But stomp, stomp, stomp of your big, clumsy feet, very distracting.
Okay, enough relaxing. Let's go, Wick said, standing and readying a spell. Go forward a ways and tell me what you see. Our friends said they encountered several vermin patrols on their way here. We don't want to be caught off guard.
Zeg does. Zeg thinks it funny when small bluehead gets killed by stinky lizard things.
Just do what I say, Wick said. Exactly what I say. Look for things, stay silent, report back to me the moment you find something. Zeg grumbled something under his breath in his native language that could have been an insult or could have been I love you, if this species had such a concept. Their language was so ugly that every word whispered or yelled made Wick suspect the tiny beast was plotting his murder. Yet the imp obeyed and bounced down the tunnel and soon disappeared. To make the time pass, Wick pulled out his journal. He had been writing since the day they had left the village. He had dreams of publishing his tales as a great epic, like Gershom the Adventurer. Wick hoped that his tale would rival his hero's book, but he now suspected Gershom had never been on any adventures. Adventure brought only death, and death was no glorious thing. Wick became lost in his reverie, staring at the blank page that had seen no words in days. Not since they had lost Jebus. Poor, sweet Jebus, always so eager to talk into things. They'd been in the Barrow for a few weeks, and their numbers had dwindled. Hugarn had been first. Big, dumb, loyal, and brave. Poor Hugarn had saved them all from the undead horrors in the lower Barrow. Ancient wights and revenants controlled by some unseen master. The same kind of creature that had commanded the Wormen. Zelyana, the tall, regal, and feisty sea elf, had been next. She was not built for the Underrealm, and her mind and her spirit had declined within days of being sealed in the Barrow. She claimed to hear voices and see things in the corner of her eyes that were never there when a full gaze was turned on them. Unknown to the rest of the group, she had decided to end her life, instead of facing the daily horrors of the Barrow with no end in sight. Wick could still see her jump from the high ridge and into the raging waters of the river that moved through the Barrow. Tardik had felt most at home inside the Barrow, until the voice of his god faded. There was something about the Barrow that interfered with his daily prayers, and it got worse each day. Eventually, Tardik could hear his god no longer, and, desperate to return to him, he snuck away in the middle of the night and ambushed a camp of Wormen alone. The next day, when Wick found his body, it lay in the middle of a dozen of the cretinous lizard folk. He had gone out fighting. It was poor Jebus that he was most guilty about. Perhaps because he had no idea what had happened to his jovial cousin. They had been mapping a new part of the Barrow when a deadfall trap separated the two. His cousin had been calm, even joking about their situation. Even as Wick promised to find Jebus, part of him knew he would never see his kin again. Wick wiped away an unbidden tear and clutched his staff in anger. The black, gnarled wood of the staff held incredible power, but it made Tifila, a master of the nature side of life magic, nervous, even though she never said so. So lost in his own guilt was Wick that the sudden sulphurous appearance of Zeg nearly made him fall from his rocky perch.
Run, blue-haired midget. Things come. Lots of things,
Zeg said, and ran, not bothering to wait for Wick. 34. A slap to the face dragged Gryph back from the peace of nothingness. He struggled to focus, and finally the kind face of Tifila came into view. Hi, he said like a drunken man grinning at a friend.
Yes, hi. Time to get up, sweetie. Now, this should help.
Tifila cast a spell, and the sounds around Gryph came into sharp focus as the fog in his head cleared. Ovrim handed Gryph his spear and nodded, a grim smile crossing his face. It is good to see you, but the women have found us, Ovrim said. Gryph nodded and stood. Ready? Ovrim asked. Yes, Gryph said, and Ovrim opened the doorway. Outside, the sound of yelling and clashing weapons rang. The two warriors were calm and controlled. An outsider would likely believe that these two men had fought alongside each other for years, a true testament to both of their training. You have been invited to join a war party by Ovrim. Gryph agreed and was greeted by a buff. Buff added, You have been granted Adjudicator's boon. Health, stamina, and mana regeneration are increased by 25% for the duration of the battle, or until Ovrim is killed. Wick stood behind the rocky outcropping, firing volley after volley of oily black energy bolts at a large cadre of wormen. Most missed, as the lizard folk were not dumb enough to give him an easy target. Several reptilian bodies lay in the space between them, victims of his surprise attack. A trickle of blood leaked down his face. The arrows zipping over his head told Gryph that at least one had grazed his diminutive friend. Ovrim leapt over the boulder shielding Wick and spun into battle. His red and black metal blade flashed from its scabbard and sliced cleanly through the neck of the closest wormman, a look of stupid shock still on its face as the head bounced to a stop at Gryph's feet. Gryph quickly assessed the force arrayed against them. They had chosen their defensive spot well, which told Gryph that their commander was no fool. There was at least a dozen of the scaly beasts. A quick use of his analyze skill told him that they were mostly scouts and skirmishers, ranging from levels 6 to 10. Yet it was the two robed wormen in the far back, chanting and mumbling, that drew his eye. Gryph analyzed them. One was a Worman Death Priest, level 12, and the other was a Worman Thonic Mage, level 13. Gryph cast Animate Rope, and it slithered towards the mage. He had seen the horrors that Wick could summon, and he had no interest in seeing if this lizard could repeat the trick. To buy his animated minion some time, he also kicked the head at his feet. The head soared over the line of wormen and smacked the mage in the face, disrupting his casting. Gryph grinned, pleased that he still possessed his skills, despite not having seen a soccer pitch since his West Point days. Ovrim nodded in appreciation at the successful distraction and barreled into the first line of defenders, a spinning blur that made Gryph think of a whirling dervish. Green blood and screams of pain splashed across the tunnel. You okay? Gryph said to Wick as he neared his friend. I am, Wick said, grunting through the pain of the deep cut on his head. You? Your woman is a miracle worker. That she is, Wick smiled. On cue, Tifila leapt over them, flipping and landing with the grace of a cat. She brought her small, green-bladed sword point down into the hard-packed earth of the floor and shouted a word of command. A rumble surged from the point of her sword, and an array of vines exploded from the ground. They slithered and spun at the first line of worm attackers and twined around ankles and legs. They screamed in alarm at the sudden lack of movement, but barked orders from their commander brought their discipline back. Several unleashed arrows. Most missed, but Gryph took one in the arm. Debuff added. You have been poisoned. 5 points of damage a second for 10 seconds.
Their weapons are poisoned,
Gryph yelled as he finished casting Flying Stalactite. The missile of rock took the nearest worm in the eye. Gryph earned a critical hit, and the worm collapsed, the body held upright by the twining vines. Ovrim spun several more times, both inflicting and avoiding wounds. The man's dexterity must have been off the charts. Wick sent several more bolts of oily energy into the crowd of Saurians, earning many a satisfying grunt of pain.
Wick, can you summon that demon?
Gryph yelled. The gnome shook his head no and gave him a look that screamed, You don't think I thought of that already? Gryph was both relieved and disappointed. Avarnerius would have made quick work of these wormen, but Gryph had never seen a more terrifying sight in his life. The death priest finished casting, and an aura of deepest black exploded from him and roiled like incoming surf. It flowed over everyone. As it touched Gryph, he instantly felt sick. His head spun, his stomach hurled, and sweat poured from him. Debuff. You have been stricken with corpse rot, -5 to constitution, dexterity, and strength while infected. Gryph collapsed to the floor and vomited a thin stream of bile and drool. He felt as weak as he had when the flu had kept him in bed for a week as a child. A quick glance showed that the others were suffering as well. The Worman commander ordered his second line of troops, those that had avoided Tifla's vine attack, into battle. They leapt over their kin and brought sword and spear to bear on Ovrim and Gryph. Ovrim parried several attacks before a spear took him in the side, and he fell to one knee. Wick sent a volley of thonic blasts into the face of the two lizards about to slay the injured Zaidai. Both went down.
Cover Tifla!
Wick yelled as he leapt from cover to stand next to Gryph. He could hear Tifla's melodic chanting behind him. He did not know what she was casting, but he was determined to buy her the time. Several wormen rushed them, and Gryph knew in their weakened state that they would be quickly overwhelmed. Ovrim's health and stamina were dwindling fast as the front-line warrior fought off attacks from several wormen.
Close your eyes,
Gryph yelled and pushed mana into his armor. And just as a worman was raising his sword to remove his head, in one of the most difficult mental acts of his life, Gryph forced his mind to ignore the incoming shard of death and squeezed his eyes shut. He activated the chest plate, and the world exploded with light. Hisses of pain pulsed through the cavern as the blast of life energy not only blinded the subterranean creatures, but pummeled them with damage. Simultaneously, Gryph and all the members of his team were both healed and rejuvenated. It was not enough to remove any of the debuffs, but it gave them a surge of life and power. As the light faded, Gryph saw his entire team leap back into action. Wick tossed volley after volley of bolts into the blinded wormen. Ovrim spun and swirled. Most important of all, Tifla finished her casting. A wave of flowing golden light flowed from Tifla's body. As the blessing crested over Gryph, he instantly felt better and was even more thrilled to see his debuffs disappear. However, they had done their work well, and his health bar sat at barely 50%. He took a moment to down a health potion, and his health popped back up to near 80%. Not perfect, but good enough for now. The flowing wave of life magic poured over the wormen, and they howled. Their skin blistered and charred as if 10 hours of sun exposure pummeled them all at once. Several of the lead wormen, those who'd faced the brunt of the attacks, died instantly. The wave moved on, and it passed over the wormen commander, who stood unmoving as his skin crisped. His eyes bored into Gryph's as a snarl crossed his face, pulling the jagged white scar that bisected his face taut. Gryph cast flying stalactite at the beast's face. His aim was true, but at the last second, the beast raised his shield and the shard of rock stopped short. The beast grunted, and Gryph realized the staring match had been a distraction. Scarface had distracted Gryph enough to allow the chthonic mage to complete his chanting. A rift to another place opened, and Gryph's eyes went wide in fear. It was the same place that Wick had summoned the demon in their last battle against the wormen, and Gryph knew that this time there was no chance that he would be marked as a friendly. Too late to stop this casting, Gryph's rope entwined the mage. At least he'll be out of commission for a while. A massive wolf the color of cooling magma leapt from the portal and sprinted directly towards Ovidum. The adjudicator bled from a half-dozen small wounds and was unaware of the approaching hellhound. Hellhound, level 19. Hellhounds are a demon's best friend. These massive canines are the literal guard dogs of hell. Ferocious carnivores who love feasting on mortal flesh. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. The beast ran through Tiphala's field of light, grimacing as its fur singed. Gryph sprinted towards Ovidum and leapt over the quick warrior, pumping mana into his spear and activating Banish. The spear plunged into the beast's side, and both it and Gryph toppled heavily to the ground. The life energy erupting from his spear caused the hellhound to howl in pain, and it shimmered. Gryph held his breath in hope. "Please work, please work, please work," he begged. The beast shook its head as it phased in and out of this realm, and finally, with a deep growl of primal hatred, it became solid once again. "Shit," Gryph said, yanking the spear from the beast's side. Banish may have failed, but the spear strike had done massive damage and, better yet, prevented the monstrosity's rabid jaws from crushing down on Ovidum's neck. "Thanks," Ovidum said as he went back to back with Gryph. They were surrounded and cut off from their friends. Wick was tossed aside by a club swing from a skirmisher and lay pinned away from the others. Tifhala was, if possible, even worse off. While she was unhurt, she was the furthest away from the rest of them, and face to face with both the Death Priest and Scarface. In a small miracle, Gryph's rope still entangled the mage. The hellhound got back to its feet and charged Ovidum and Gryph again. Gryph snapped his right hand up and activated his ring. A bubble of solid air exploded just in time to push the bear-sized dog back, but Gryph could tell that it had caused significant damage to the shield's integrity. It could take 1, maybe 2 more hits like that. Surprisingly, Ovidum sat down in the middle of the sphere of calm and closed his eyes. Gryph was about to ask the nimble warrior what the hell he was up to when he heard a low chanting coming from the Zaidai. "Make it a good one, buddy," Gryph muttered as he sent a volley of throwing knives through the barrier, accentuated by the power of his bracers. They bit into the demon dog flesh and with a twist and a tear, Gryph summoned them back to him. The beast howled, but its health bar barely moved. It lunged at the barrier again, stealing more of the shield's dwindling power. Ovrim finished his casting. He hadn't moved, and his eyes were still closed. But Gryph knew his spell had been successful, because one of the larger Wormen skirmishers turned towards one of its fellows and swung its two-handed sword in a wide arc, separating the shocked Wormen's head before it could wonder what the hell just happened. Watching the lizard slay his fellows brought a smile to Gryph's face, and then something better. His eyes snapped over to the Chthonic mage to see that while he struggled, he was still wrapped tightly by Gryph's spider silk rope. Gryph decided that if he ever met one of the mysterious spiders, he'd have to give it some thanks. The realms are a very weird place, he thought, and he reached out to the rope and activated its compel ability. Gryph felt his thoughts meld with those of the Wormen mage and made a vow to never, ever do so again. The beast's mind was a fetid swamp of hatred and pain. This creature enjoyed torture and murder the way perpetually single women loved walks on the beach. "Send it back," Gryph commanded through the mind meld. The mage resisted, but Gryph could tell it was a strain. "Send it back," Gryph commanded again. The mage snapped his eyes onto Gryph's and grinned as it used its powerful willpower to resist him. The hellhound pummeled against the air shield again, and it shimmered with its last bit of strength. Ovrim turned his possessed Wormen against the fiery wolf and was rewarded with a significant hit. The hound collapsed and raged in pain. It turned and launched itself with vicious speed at the traitor lizard. Its jaws sunk into the Wormen's neck, and it belched a torrent of flame outward. The possessed Wormen screamed for a few seconds before the hellish flames charred its face and it collapsed. Gryph's battle to compel the mage was not going well, and he was running out of time. He changed tactics. Perhaps he could not force the mage to banish the creature, but there were other ways to tame the beast. "What is its true name?" Gryph commanded through the link. The Wormen's eyes went wide as it tried to battle the command. But this ability of the Empyrean silk rope was far harder to resist than direct mind control. A guttural and harsh sentence of horrid syllables flowed into Gryph's mind. He turned to the hellhound and began the litany of words that comprised the beast's true name. As each word erupted from Gryph's tortured throat like vomit, the beast grew more furious. It bashed its head and forelimbs against the air shield, finally reducing its power to 0. The beast prepared to leap, just as Gryph finished saying its true name. It spasmed, trying to resist, but Gryph's will was a vice grip that the foul creature could not escape. A moment later, the battle was over, and the hellhound lowered its head. "Kill," Gryph ordered, sending a mental image of the death priest and the Chthonic mage into the hellhound's brain. The 2-ton creature spun, with a grace an animal so large should not have possessed, and charged its one-time master. Gryph did not waste time watching his new pet slaughter. He and Ovrim were still surrounded by angry Wormen. Ovrim spun up and about, his blade slicing through limbs and necks with ease and grace. A Wormen landed a hit to Gryph's shoulder, but he activated parry and blocked the attack. Gryph dipped, spun, and plunged the spear up and into the Wormen's neck, scoring a critical hit and killing the beast instantly.
Ovrim, to Wick!
Gryph commanded as he spun and ran towards Tifila and her captors. He sent a quick glance towards the hellhound to see it tear off its one-time master's left arm. The mage fell, screaming, and the hellhound turned its attention to the death priest. But the other magic user had not stood idle, and a lance of black energy tore from the priest's outstretched hands and impaled the fiery canine as it lunged. Gryph's hellacious minion's own weight carried it further down into the spear of death. In a flash of red-black light, the hellhound disappeared. Gryph turned back to Tifila's captors. They had her bound, and one skirmisher tossed her up on its shoulder. Scarface pointed directly at Gryph and said, "Attack," in its putrid language. Then he turned around and disappeared into the tunnel with Tifila. The remaining 4 wormen rushed at Gryph. He sidestepped the first attack and activated his counterattack perk, dipping low and dragging the blade of his spear along the creature's hamstring. It toppled to the floor. Gryph turned and parried another blow. The worm lifted its blade to try again, but Gryph punched the shaft of the spear upwards and into the beast's face. He heard a crack of bone, and blood exploded from its nose. He ducked under another attack, his left hand holding his spear straight up. As the worm flew past, Gryph pushed some mana into his bracers and released the spear. It tore upwards like a rocket, lifting the lizard off its feet as it punctured its heart. Critical hit. The beast's momentum tore the spear from Gryph's grip, and he had to throw himself aside to avoid the final worm's attack. Gryph ducked and rolled and pulled his ice dagger as he rolled up. He was breathing heavily. The constant movement and use of his perks had seriously drained his stamina, and it was barely holding at 10%. He backed away to gain breathing room, but the worm was smarter than it looked, and, with a grin, it charged. Gryph attempted to block the burly lizard's strike, but neither his stamina nor his dagger was up to the task. He felt the rusted metal dig into his shoulder blade, and his health sunk by nearly 40% as the dagger fell from his hand. A gush of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed. The worm took a second to gloat, growling the worm equivalent of "soft weakling" down at Gryph. In pain, without a weapon, and about to be killed, Gryph let instinct take over. He pushed with all his remaining strength and launched his head upwards. It impacted the worm in the crotch, and Gryph learned a truth he never thought he'd seek. Yes, wormen do indeed have balls. He felt the soft, egg-like spheres turn to pulp against his skull, and as the worm collapsed in agony, Gryph hoped that would be the last time he experienced that sensation. Gryph got to his feet, collected his spear, and thrust the tip deep into the beast's chest. Gryph thought he saw a look of relief in the Saurian's eyes as its life ended. Gryph spun in search of enemies, but there were no wormen standing. Or so he thought, until a ragged strand of black energy whipped around him, pinning arms to body. Gryph screamed as the death tendril drained his life. Again he fell to his knees as the agony ripped into him. Then it stopped. Gryph looked up to see Wick's hand outstretched. He followed the gnome's arm to see the death priest collapse, a hole charred into its chest. He looked back at the gnome and nodded his thanks. Wick collapsed, supported by Ovrim's lean, powerful arms. Wick wept as the solemn adjudicator held him. 35. Wick was inconsolable. He wanted to rush after the Wormen to save his love, but Ovrim convinced him that none of them were in any shape to pursue them.
But she'll die!
We'll all die if we go now. We need to heal, to recover, and she'll be fine. For a while, at least, Gryph said.
How can you know that?
Wick demanded, his face red from rage and fear. If they wanted her dead, they would have killed her here. So that suggests they want her for something else. Whatever that something else is, it buys us some time. Time we desperately need. I agree, Ovrim said. Desperate fear waged a battle with logic on Wick's face. After a few moments, he found calm.
You're right.
He pulled the chain from his neck, on which hung a ring very like the one Gryph had stashed in his inventory. Wick concentrated on the ring for a moment, and then choked back tears.
She's alive. Scared, but alive.
Ovrim squeezed his shoulder, and Gryph kneeled down next to Wick with a grimace of pain. We will save her, Gryph said. Wick locked eyes with him and nodded.
Help me up,
Wick said, and Ovrim hefted the gnome to his feet. With a grimace, Gryph also got to his feet.
What a sad trio we make,
Wick jested, and a small smile crept across his face.
Let's go back to the hideout. Tifla should have something there we can use.
The mere mention of her name brought worry back to his face, and Gryph added his hand to the gnome's other shoulder. We will save her, Ovrim said, and Wick nodded. The trio entered the hideout to find Zeg digging through a chest.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Wick demanded. The imp tore its face up and glared.
Shiny want for Zeg.
Ovrim walked up and tried to grab the irritating imp, but he bounced aside and whipped Ovrim across the face with his tail. Zeg landed atop a high shelf and stuck his tongue out at them. He looked at the three warriors with worry in his eyes.
Where's Pretty Lady? Pretty Lady promised Zeg shiny.
Wick grumbled under his breath in Gnomish, and while Gryph had not heard enough of the diminutive man's native language with his Master of Tongues ability to translate the language, he was pretty sure the tirade was laced with profanity. Wick walked to a leather case and opened it, revealing row after row of potions. He searched through and found 3 red health potions and tossed one each to Ovrim and Gryph.
Potions of major health should get us all back up to snuff,
Wick said, upending his. Gryph and Ovrim did the same, and a rush of healing heat surged through Gryph's body. If a minor health potion felt like a cup of coffee, this thing was like a triple espresso.
Damn,
Gryph said in appreciation.
Told you my girl is good.
Wick walked over to the chest Zeg had been rummaging through and dug out a small mirror. He tossed it up to Zeg, and the imp squealed in delight and looked at himself from all angles. He grinned like some kind of horrid fashion model doppelganger and spun to see himself in different positions. When he checked out his own ass, Gryph checked out the scene and looked back at Wick.
Tiff always insisted we be nice to Zeg. Promised it a mirror just like hers if it helped us out.
And where was it during the fight? Ovrim asked.
He no say fight. He say look. Zeg, look. Find things. Tell short, ugly man about things.
Zeg protested. Wick sighed and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Oh, technically it is right. Damn imps are always so literal. Is it always here? Overham asked. Thankfully no, Wick said. I can summon him for up to 24 hours before he returns to the Chthonic realm. Then I need to wait another 24 hours before summoning him again. I'd estimate I have him for another half hour at most. Can he track the Wormen? Gryph asked. Given the time, yeah, since he can port pretty much anywhere he is seen. But it takes time, and that is something we don't have.
Lies. Always lies about Zeg. Lying liar, short, ugly man's pants on fire.
Zeg snapped his fingers, and Wick's pants smoked. Wick slapped the small flames away with practiced ease. I thought you said he wasn't allowed to attack you, Gryph said.
No attack. Make joke. Ha, ha, ha. Zeg funny. Hilarious. The most funny,
Zeg said, and then chortled lightly to himself as he posed in the mirror some more.
Plus, Zeg find pretty lady. You say Zeg can no find. You lie. Pfft.
All three of the men stared at Zeg. What do you mean? Gryph asked. They waited for Zeg to respond, but it just stared at them with a sleepy expression.
Oh, mean Zeg. Why you call Zeg you? You no Zeg's name, tall, pokey-eared goober?
Zeg asked quizzically. Goober? Gryph scowled, which earned a small grin from both Overham and Wick. He now understood Wick's frustration and even felt sympathy for the gnome. His affinities had sent him down the path where frequent interactions with the obnoxious imp were common. Gryph imagined Lex would love the little devil. You said you can find Tifila, Wick said, but Zeg was once more admiring his reflection. Zeg! Hello, Zeg!
Yes, find pretty lady can Zeg. But Zeg need one something.
What is that? Wick said.
Promise can have, and Zeg tell.
Gryph was no expert on demons, but he suspected that agreeing to a deal with one before knowing the terms was a bad idea. He looked from Wick to Overham and shrugged. Not sure we have much choice. Both men nodded. Fine, Zeg. You can have one something, Wick said.
Whoop!
The imp said, and jumped and danced and spun. It leapt from its perch atop the shelf, bounced off Gryph's head, and then onto Wick's back. Oi, get off! Wick said, trying to slap the imp off his shoulder, and failing. Zeg bounced and sang, and then reached down the back of Wick's shirt and tugged. A gold chain popped out, and Zeg tugged harder, choking Wick. After a moment, the chain snapped, and Zeg pulled it free. Dangling from the chain was Wick's bond ring. Wick coughed and sputtered for a minute before regaining his breath. He then ran after the imp, who bounced from shelf to bed and onto Overham's back. Give that back, Wick finally said through coughs.
You said any something. This something Zeg need.
Anything but that, Wick said with a deep anger. Gryph held him back, earning a glare of ire from the gnome. Just watch, Gryph said. Wick calmed somewhat, but he eyed Zeg like a father glaring at his daughter's prom date. Zeg closed its eyes and mumbled a chant. An oily glow pulsed from Zeg's palm and into the ring. The ring drank in the energy like a dry sponge tossed into a full sink. Wick grumbled, and Gryph couldn't blame him. This was much more than a symbol of his love for Tifila. It was an actual magical connection. Whatever the imp was doing was a violation. Then it got worse. Zeg tossed the ring into the air and caught it on its long, very slimy tongue. It then moved it around its mouth in a manner that would make a stripper blush. It even gargled the ring at one point, before finally jumping down. It grabbed Wick's hand and spit the ring onto the gnome's hand. The ring landed with a sickening slop, and mucus, spittle, and various other viscous and cloying semi-liquids bubbled on his hand. "Well, I can go the rest of my life without seeing that again," Ovrim said. "Trust me, you got off easy," Wick said as the slime slithered and burned his skin. Wick wiped the ring as best he could on a spare rag and returned it to its place under his shirt.
"Okay, Zeg and Uglies go now,"
Zeg said.
Aw, too bad, Zeg. Your 24 hours are up. Looks like it's time for you to go,
Wick said with a small look of triumph.
"No, Zeg stay."
Wait, what? It's been almost 24 hours. I thought you said you could only stay in the mortal realm for a day.
"You speaks. Zeg agreed. Don't mean true."
Wait, you don't have to stay here for 24 hours every time I call you?
Zeg shrugged and picked at his teeth with a wickedly hooked nail.
Zeg, answer me, Wick demanded.
"Zeg come, you say. Zeg go, you say. Or when Zeg bored. Zeg don't even know what hour is."
Both Gryph and Ovrim had to laugh at Wick's shocked expression.
"You and I will have a long speaks if we get out of this," Wick grumbled. "Now go and find Tifila. Then come right back. Do you understand?"
Zeg grumbled and shook its tiny, crackless butt at Wick.
"Say you understand,"
Wick repeated.
"Course understand. Zeg no dummy head. Zeg have more gooder idea. Zeg say give ugly Pokemon to Soul Wizard. Zeg want pretty lady back."
"We all do, you creepy red monkey," Gryph said.
"Zeg no monkey,"
the imp blurted in anger before sticking his tongue out at Gryph.
Wait, what is monkey?"
"Zeg, go now,"
Wick commanded in a tight voice. With one last grumble, the imp disappeared in a flash of sulfur and flame. Wick inhaled deeply and pulled the ring from under his shirt once more and cradled it gently in his palm. Worry painted his face. "We will save her," Gryph promised.
"I'm gonna hold you to that,"
Wick said, eyes red with tears and fear. He looked at Gryph, and Gryph knew that, in that moment, he would trade the world for Tifila. Would I do the same for Bryn? "That is not the way," Ovrim said. "I know you want it to be, but you know it isn't the way." Wick turned his eyes down, and shame and fear gripped him. Gryph walked up to him and pulled him close. Wick resisted for a moment before giving in. He looked up with a strength that belied his small size. "So, What's the plan? Wick asked.
We need help, Gryph said.
Yeah, and where are we going to find that? This place isn't exactly brimming with friendly faces, Wick grumbled.
I know some people, Overham stated, in a tone that suggested it was the last thing he wanted to consider. Friends? Gryph asked. Not exactly. They're called the Grey Company. I used to be a member. Used to be. Let's just say we didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
And they'll help us find Tifila,
Wick said in a voice near begging. If we pay their price. And what is their price? Gryph asked. Me. "36. Overham led them down a tunnel that hadn't seen use in years. Dust and cobwebs clung to every surface. The tunnel twisted and twined and turned back on itself. Several times they had to squeeze through thin cracks, but Overham pushed them on. Once they had to jump across a crevasse, and the floor dipped at an odd angle. While they walked, Gryph checked his prompts. You have received 15,637 XP for slaying Wormen times 10. You have received 11,666 XP for slaying Hellhound. Impressive, Gryph thought. Did you know that the Barrow was once on the surface? Overham stated, in a tone that made Gryph think of the bored tour guide from the time when the colonel took him and Bryn to see the Washington Monument. It was a tower that stood taller than the tallest trees. Then some cataclysm occurred, and the earth swallowed the tower. Eventually, a hill of grass grew over the entrance. Locals told tales of ghouls and revenants, saying the Barrow was haunted. Looks like the locals were right, Wick said. Gryph could tell the gnome was attempting to jest away his fear over Tifila. They rounded a corner, and Overham stopped. Do either of you have any affinity for thought magic? I don't, Wick said. I have 100% affinity in every sphere, Gryph said in a low voice. Wick and Overham stared at him in shock. The Godhead. You may want to keep that information on a need-to-know basis, Overham said intently. People fear power, and you could someday grow to be very powerful. Gryph's mind immediately went to Alaron, and he knew the adjudicator spoke true. Overham stepped up to Gryph. I will teach you something. He held up his hands. May I? Gryph hesitated before nodding. Overham placed his hands on Gryph's head, feeling the power of the man's grip. Close your eyes and try to ease your thoughts. Gryph closed his eyes and breathed in deeply several times, inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. Then he felt, or perhaps heard, a low hum as unseen energy built around Overham's hands. The humming increased, and then waves of warmth pumped from Overham into Gryph. Tendrils of thought whirled their way through the fog that clouded Gryph's mind, and then suddenly he knew. You have learned the spell Mind Shield, Sphere, Thought Magic, Tier, Base. Allows the caster to shield his mind
or the mind of another with the proper leveling. Mana cost 50. Casting time 2 seconds. Effectiveness. For purposes of resisting mental attacks, Mind Shield temporarily allows the user's wisdom to mimic their highest attribute. Duration 10 minutes per level. Each tier of mastery allows the caster to shield another mind. At Grandmaster level, all allies of the caster are shielded. Cooldown 10 minutes. You have learned the skill Thought Magic. Level 1. Tier Base. Skill type Active. You can now wield the power of Thought Magic. Thought Magic allows the user to tap into the power of the sentient mind. Advanced users can tap into the source itself, the organizing intelligence behind the formation of the realms and perhaps the only true God. Thought Magic makes use of spells that enables one to see others' thoughts, manipulate the minds of others, and affect the world with their thoughts. Users of Thought Magic are rare, and most do not advertise their abilities. For obvious reasons, they are mistrusted. Gryph's eyes popped open, and he nodded wryly to himself at the last comment of the prompt. Having just had his mind nearly shredded by Thought Magic, he understood the mistrust all too well. He would endeavor to learn all he could about this magic. If nothing else, it would help protect him from creatures like the Arboleth. They rounded another corner, and a break in the masonry of the wall revealed a deep shaft. Gryph stuck his head through the broken wall and looked down. An immediate sense of vertigo gripped at him, and his knees buckled. The shaft disappeared deep into the ground, much further than Gryph's night vision could pierce. The shaft was uneven and had the bulbous texture that reminded Gryph of cooled magma. Had this shaft melted? Is this where the earth swallowed the tower? "You want us to go down there?" Wick said with trepidation. "It's how I got up here," Ovrim responded, as if that helped. He ignored Gryph and Wick's exchanged glances and tugged on a metal piton set into the masonry. "You hammered these in," Gryph said. He could see the faint metal glint of several more descending into the darkness. "Yes." "There has to be another way," Wick complained again, his face blanching as he looked down the shaft of endless black. "There is. Through the Worman camp, then through the Underlake, where Gryph had so much fun, and then through the Warrens, and then through the Grove. At least Gryph killed the Arboleth for us." "Well, that doesn't sound so bad," Wick said. "The Grove sounds lovely." "It's the home of the Dark Dryad and her army of wolf spiders." "Oh, well, maybe the Death Shaft is all right then," Wick said, and once again stared down into the unknown depths. Gryph knew Wick was covering his fear with sarcasm, and knew that fear wasn't only about the chasm below them, or the Worman, or even a troop of wolf spiders, but a deep fear for his missing love. Gryph grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. "We'll find her," he said. "How can you be so sure?" Wick said, his mask falling away and his eyes pleading. "Because the Barrow King doesn't want Tifila," Gryph said. "He wants me." Gryph cast Animate Rope and ordered his rope to secure itself to the piton. Ovrim nodded as Gryph spun around and dropped. For a sickening moment, gravity tugged him down into the unknown. But then the rope held, and Gryph's feet came to the wall. "Just like old times," Gryph said. "You and I have very different old times, buddy," Wick said. Gryph gave one last glance up and thought he saw a look in Wick's eyes. A look that said, "I'll give you to him if it saves her life." Gryph reached the next piton and secured his rope to it before moving on. Ovrim picked his spots well, suggesting he had some caving experience. As Gryph descended, ancient fears built inside him. A deep, dark shaft was a scary place on Earth. In the realms, it was downright terrifying. "Is there anything in here we should be afraid of?" Gryph said in a whisper when the group had gathered on a large outcropping to rest. "A dose of healthy fear helps one survive." "Yeah, that is the worst way you could have answered that question," Wick said in a low voice, his eyes moving to and fro. "Just stick to the path, and we should be fine. But it is best if I lead." "Should be," Wick said. "I'm pretty sure I hate you." Ovrim said nothing as Gryph helped him over the edge, but Gryph could see a buildup of apprehension as the man eased himself down. Despite the thundering of his heartbeat, they traversed 3 more rope lengths before the terrain changed. This latest stop was on a small rock bridge that traversed from one side to the other, as if it were some kind of support beam. As Gryph's feet hit the bridge, Ovrim brought a finger to his lips, requesting silence. Gryph's eyes scanned the area, but the darkness was too great, and even his night vision couldn't make out any details. Gryph helped Wick down and motioned for his silence as well. The gnome didn't exactly have a track record for being quiet. Wick nodded and likewise cast an apprehensive look. Ovrim hung over the side of the bridge and pointed his hand straight down. Silent chanting resulted in a pulse of purple energy firing from his hand. It traveled about 100 yards, where it hung in the air, illuminating the area. Gryph noticed how much slimmer the shaft became, and a dread feeling of claustrophobia built up inside him. Then he saw that the walls were moving. Gryph snapped his gaze up to Ovrim, whose grim look did not ease Gryph's fears. Wick clapped a hand over his own mouth to prevent his natural outburst. A moment later, he pulled his hand away and mouthed, "What the hell?" to the other men. Ovrim eased himself down and clipped his rope to the piton stuck in the underside of the bridge. Then, as gently as a mother caressing a babe's brow, the tall warrior eased his way down. Wick went next, with Gryph bringing up the rear. About a dozen yards down, a rough horizontal line bisected the entire shaft. Gryph realized that it was a vein of silver. It shone a dull purple in the light of Ovrim's spell, and whatever horror clung to the walls seemed incapable of passing the silver barrier. Gryph pushed back a feeling of panic as he lowered himself past this barrier and into the maw of the pulsating shaft. A sickening sensation dug into his gut. Ahead of him, both Ovrim and Wick had stopped. About 2 yards below Ovrim's dangling feet, another stone causeway bisected the shaft, but this time, instead of naked stone, this bridge swarmed with roiling motion. Gryph found his eyes drawn to the inky movement. Gryph had no real-world equivalent for what he was seeing, unless crude oil somehow learned to pulse with some wretched mockery of life. Ovrim eased his satchel open and removed a flask of silver-laden liquid. He thumbed the top open and poured the contents in an even swath along the bridge. When the silver solution touched the ooze, it reacted as flesh to fire and retracted as it burned. Tendrils rushed away from the burning liquid, and the smell that reached Gryph's nose forced him to hold back a retch. Gryph analyzed the retreating blob. Behemoth Black Ooze, Level 66, H 2200, S 4044, M 0, SP 0. Black oozes are sentient aberrations born from the misuse of soul magic. They start off small, but over time they can grow to be incredibly large and deadly. They are intelligent but incredibly alien and have no sympathy for any other beings in the realms. Strengths unknown, immunities unknown, weakness unknown. Gryph's mind reeled in horror. This thing was one massive organism, and it completely surrounded them. Its total health dwarfed even the arbaleth. Below him, Gryph could hear Wick's breathing become erratic as panic invaded the gnome's mind. Ovrim's eyes snapped up at Wick, which only caused the gnome to breathe heavier. The ooze seemed to sense the noise and stretched out tendrils from the surrounding walls. First one, then another, then dozens, then hundreds. Above and below them, tentacles searched. Wick was about to lose it. Gryph quickly cast Mind Shield on Wick, hoping that it would ease his fear. After a moment, Wick got his breathing under control, but the tendrils of ooze continued to search, and they were getting closer. Ovrim reached into his bag again, but this time he threw the vial against the wall a dozen feet below the bridge. It exploded and cast a silvery wave of liquid in all directions. The ooze spasmed in pain again and pulled back from the spot of the attack. Better yet, nearly all the tentacles grasping towards the party retracted and re-emerged around the point of the attack. Ovrim dropped silently to the cleared bridge and motioned for the others to do the same. Soon all three crouched on the bridge. Ovrim pointed down, and the ball of violet light barely illuminated another bridge about 30 feet below. Ovrim tied another length of rope around the bridge and motioned for Gryph to take point to the next leg. Gryph eased himself over and climbed down. A few feet above the next landing, Gryph paused and tossed his own silver grenade onto the pulsating mass of ooze. Once again, the ooze instantly retreated, allowing Gryph to land softly. He looked up to see Wick easing himself over the edge and down the rope. Wick was barely halfway down when Gryph saw that the ooze was advancing once more. Ovrim was running out of space. He shot a quick glance down at Gryph, who nodded in understanding. "Hurry," the look said. Gryph tossed a frantic look at Wick and motioned for him to hurry. The gnome nodded and increased his pace, seeming to control his fear. Above him, Ovrim eased himself over the edge and moved down the rope by alternating tight and loose grips. Wick dropped into Gryph's waiting arms, jumped down, and pulled two of the silver grenades from his pack, eyes trained in all directions. The tendrils came close a few times, but Wick ducked under them, keeping his cool. Gryph looked back up to see Ovrim about halfway down. Despite the speed of his descent, Gryph could see that the ooze had reached the rope and was eating through it. "He will not make it," Gryph realized. He pulled his rope from his side and cast Animate Rope. The length of spider silk twined itself around his waist and then around the bridge he was standing on. Ovrim slid down the rope again, But this time, when he gripped the rope to slow his descent, the force on the acid-damaged rope proved too much, and it snapped. To his credit, Overim did not scream as he fell. Gryph moved to catch him, but Overim hit the bridge mere inches from his grasp. Overim's head smashed against the stone with a wet thud. For a moment, it seemed as if he'd be able to hold on to the stone trellis, but the impact caused him to lose consciousness. His grip went slack, and he fell over the edge. Without hesitation, Gryph leapt off the ledge. He dove at the tumbling man, arm outstretched. Just as Overim was about to pass the limit of the rope's length, Gryph grasped him by the ankle. Gryph held on with all his might, and was happy he'd tossed a few points into strength the last time he leveled. He felt his shoulder nearly dislocate and Overim's ankle snap as the rope arrested their downward spiral. Overim's eyes snapped open as the pain woke him. He nearly gasped, but refrained. They swung in a loose parabola back and forth, coming closer and closer to the spasming sides of the shaft with each motion, before their spin calmed and eased. A small grunt of pain pushed through Overim's lips, and the tendrils reached out and towards him. One entwined itself around Overim's waist, and Gryph could hear the dull sizzle as the acid ate through the warrior monk's armor. Then another reached towards Overim's face. It slid across the man's exposed skin and ate at his flesh. Tears streamed down the Zaidai's face, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth where he had bit his tongue to hold back from screaming. But soon the pain was too much, and Overim howled. The ooze reacted with hunger, and tendrils whipped out from the walls. They twined around both men, and Gryph felt himself burn. He too screamed, his health plummeting. Debuff added. Acid damage, 20 points per second. Gryph was being eaten alive and knew he had mere seconds. Then there was a pop, and another, and plumes of silver-laden water covered him. The ooze instantly retreated, and the solution counteracted the acid attack, easing Gryph's pain. He looked up to see Wick tossing a few more of the silver concoctions, clearing most of the bridge. He then pulled his silver dagger and swiped at a tendril that came close. It cleaved through the gloppy ooze with a sizzle and a hiss. 3 more tentacles met the same fate before the assault stopped.
"We need to get back up to that bridge,"
Overim yelled through gritted teeth.
"There's a tunnel we can use to escape this hellhole."
Gryph nodded and commanded his rope to pull them to safety. Wick held guard as Gryph pushed Overim up onto the bridge. Both men downed a health potion. Overim pulled a few silver potions from his back and advanced on the ooze-covered wall. He held the potions high and stared in silence at the pulsating blob. His eyes closed, as if he were attempting to communicate with the beast. After a moment's pause, Overim fell to one knee. The tendrils withdrew their attack, and the ooze in front of Overim sluiced open, revealing a tunnel.
"We have come to an agreement."
"You can't be serious. You trust this giant blob of acid snot?"
Wick said as he eyed the now smooth surface of the ooze.
"Its mind is very alien, but it understands pain as well as any other living creature. I promised it far more pain if it did not let us pass in peace."
"Will it keep its side of the bargain?" Gryph asked, eyeing the long tunnel ahead.
"I believe it will. But hold your silver solutions in your hands.
and be ready to run." Gryph reluctantly nodded and watched for a moment as Ovrim entered the tunnel. He had a flash of being stuck in the digestive tract of some massive beast and felt himself panic slightly. He breathed a few deep breaths before stepping in as well. "I fucking hate this place," Gryph muttered. The party moved slowly through the tunnel as it turned and weaved. As they walked, the ooze parted like the Red Sea as they approached and flowed back in as they walked past. "The walls are moving. The ceiling is moving. The floor is moving," Wick grumbled as he forced back another bout of claustrophobia. "Absolutely nothing about this is okay." "Quiet," Ovrim said in a calm but deadly tone. As they rounded another corner, it dawned on Gryph that without Ovrim's parley, there was no way they'd have been able to force their way through this length of tunnel. Had this been part of the plan? Ovrim turned another corner, and Gryph heard the man say, "Almost there," in a calm voice. Gryph breathed heavily and tried not to run as he rounded the bend and light from the end of the tunnel came into view. Ovrim passed through unscathed. He smiled at Gryph and nodded, pointing his attention to the ground at the tunnel's exit. Gryph saw a perfect crescent of silver embedded in the floor. As he crossed over the barrier, he craned his neck. The thin silver band crested the entire entranceway like the line of a magic circle. As his foot hit solid ground on the other side, he realized he'd been holding his breath. The exhalation was as big a relief as any he'd ever experienced. Ovrim motioned Gryph to stand behind him. "Keep those solutions ready." As Wick turned the last corner, a huge grin crossed his face, and he ran. The sudden motion caused the ooze to flutter and pulse. "Slow," Ovrim warned, but Wick would have none of it. Panic had taken him. Wick was near the end when his toe caught a ridge on the floor and he went down. The vial in his left hand skittered across the floor before bouncing up and onto the wall, where it burst. The ooze at the point of contact sizzled and disappeared, burned away under the power of the silver. Wick struggled to get to his feet as the rest of the ooze pulsed in what may have been anger. Gryph could hear a deep rumble, akin to the sound of water gurgling deep inside a network of pipes, but this was 100 times louder. Ovrim didn't hesitate and lobbed several of the silver grenades into the tunnel. This opened a path for Wick, who scrambled to his feet and ran again. This time, tendrils erupted from the sides and the roof of the tunnel, tripping Wick. Terror crossed the gnome's face as he jerked to a stop, and the noise from further down the tunnel grew to a cacophony. More tendrils lashed out, enveloping Wick. He screamed as the acid dissolved his skin. Gryph drew his ice dagger and rushed back into the tunnel, hacking and slashing at tendrils that came his way. The daggers did not slice through the thick liquid the way the silver did, but the freeze damage seemed to stop them in their tracks for a few moments. Unfortunately, he still felt the burning pain of dozens of tendrils latching onto his limbs and biting into his face. The cloying black ooze could just muster up more tentacles than he could cut. The world turned to black as the ooze sealed off the entrance, entombing them. Gryph heard Wick's low moans ahead and knew his friend was near death. If only he could get to him. Another tendril gripped him around the arm, and another around the neck. Deep, burning pain dug into Gryph. Death was coming for him. "37. Safe in the antechamber, Ovrim howled as the tunnel sealed with a plug of bulbous ooze. He tossed his last few vials of colloidal silver at the rancid beast, but only succeeded in burning the edges away. His friends were trapped, and they would soon be dead. Then, a glow began to rise deep inside the tunnel, and the ooze bubbled and boiled off like water sputtering off a newly forged sword. Rancid steam and bits of burning ooze erupted from the tunnel like overshaken champagne, and Ovrim dove aside. Inside the tunnel, the world went quiet as the ooze enveloped Gryph. He was in agony, but his outstretched arm found Wick. He found the gnome's head and cradled it in his arms. Gryph then drew every ounce of mana he could from deep inside of him. When it had built up in his mind close to bursting, Gryph fed it into his breastplate and ordered it to explode. The burning stopped instantly as the healing light ravaged the black ooze, burning it away like the desert sun to spilt water. Gryph could hear a deep rumble and a splintering of stone as the black ooze tried to force too much of itself into too small a space, desperate to get away from the scalding light. Gryph opened his eyes as the healing warmth of the light eased his pain. He looked down on Wick, who was inhaling deep, ragged breaths. He was alive, but only just. His blue hair was shorn by the deadly acid, and his skin was raw and blistered. Gryph upended a health potion into Wick's mouth, again amazed at the healing powers of the realms. A moment later, he heard Ovrim's voice. "Keep a hold of him. I got you both." Gryph gripped both arms around Wick's child-sized body and cradled him, as Ovrim's strong arms pulled them both into the light and airiness of the cavern beyond the tunnel. Wick was alive, but unconscious. As Ovrim tended to him, Gryph downed another health potion. The warmth flowed through him, eased his pain, and smoothed out the acid burns that covered much of his exposed flesh. Ovrim carried Wick and led them to another tunnel at the opposite end of the small chamber. "The ooze shouldn't be able to get past the vein of silver, but I'd rather not test that theory." "Seems rather convenient," Gryph said. "A silver vein in exactly the right place to keep that monster at bay." "It is no accident, friend. It is the will of the Barrow," Ovrim said, as if that explained anything. They moved through the tunnel and came to what appeared to be a dead end. A slab of granite blocked the way forward. Ovrim nodded to a small lever. Gryph eyed it a moment before turning it. A grinding of stone on stone rose as the slab of stone eased aside on a well-oiled track. "What do you mean, the will of the Barrow? You act as if this place is alive." "It is," Ovrim said as he slipped through the opening left in the wake of the grinding slab. He eased Wick down and checked on him again. "I don't understand. Long ago, something happened here. A battle between two powerful users of magic. I believe it was that battle that sent this tower plummeting into the depths of the earth. I think that battle not only made the Barrow, but also the Barrow King." "How can you possibly know that?" Ovrim eased Wick onto the ground and placed the gnome's pack under his head. Wick groaned in his sleep, but did not wake. My order is experts of thought magic, Ovrim said. It helps us uncover truths and better enforce the accords. I am particularly gifted in the art. Perhaps that is why they tolerated a Zaidai. The already melancholy man seemed to descend deeper into the darkness of his past for a moment, before coming back to the present. It is difficult to explain, but a powerful mind infuses the Barrow. Whatever the Barrow King once was, it is now a disembodied mind whose will can alter the very fabric of the dungeon. The Barrow King is weaker than he once was. He is hungry, and his ability to alter the Barrow is waning. Good for us. Had we fallen into its trap in his prime, we would have long ago been consumed. Consumed? Yes, I don't know how exactly, but the Barrow feeds on life. It lures prey into itself with the promise of treasure and glory, and once it has killed them, it absorbs their remains. A Venus flytrap, Gryph muttered. Ovrim gave him an odd look. There's a plant where I'm from that uses a sticky, sweet sap to lure insects into itself. Then it traps and consumes them. An apt analogy. And I'm the juiciest of flies, Gryph said. Whatever happens, my odd immortal friend, you must not let the evil in this place take you. Ovrim locked eyes with Gryph, and he knew that to prevent the Barrow King from attaining the Godhead, the Adjudicator would kill him again and again. Rest if you can. Wick will be unconscious for a few more hours. Gryph nodded and glanced around the small chamber for a place to lie down. Near the far wall was a small alcove covered in worn runes. Curiosity tugged at Gryph, and he walked to the niche. The runes were too faded to make out, but the spot had the feel of an ancient altar. There was something warm and inviting about the spot, and before he realized it, Gryph had placed his hands on the small altar. A prompt floated into his vision. Respawn point discovered. You have discovered a nexus of power that can be designated as a respawn point. Do you wish to change your respawn point to this location? Gryph jumped back in alarm. He already knew that he was functionally immortal, but having his ability to return from death so casually tossed in his face was jarring. He let his heart rate cool and then placed his hands back on the altar. Do you wish to change your respawn location to this respawn point? Gryph toggled the yes icon. At the very least, if he died again, he wouldn't have to traverse the pit of horrors where the black ooze lived. A pulse of warmth flowed from the altar through his arms and into his body. The warmth was relaxing, and Gryph found his mind eased somewhat. Congratulations, you have changed your respawn point. Gryph tried not to dwell on the casual nature the game dealt with death. His eyes drifted over to Wick and Ovrim, and he knew that neither of his companions were blessed with the same gift. They had one life, which made them more precious. He was starting to wonder if he'd selected the right divine perk. What is the point of all this? Gryph thought to himself. Bryn's face popped into his head again. She'd been terrified. So why had she entered the realms, and where was she now? Whatever part Bryn had wanted him to play, this was not it. He calmed his mind and tried to focus on the task at hand. The plan still hadn't changed. He needed to get out of the barrow. Only then could he find Bryn. For now, his greatest chance at success seemed to be with the two men next to him. It was time to spend his 2 saved perk points. He was sick of being so easily damaged. Not only did this increase his chance of dying, but it really damn hurt. Gryph opened up his light armor perk tree. Set bonus. The bonus to AC when a complete set of light armor is worn. Agile defense. It is easier to move in light armor, thus making it more likely to avoid attacks. The percent bonus to AC for light armor. Silence. The increase to stealth while a complete set of light armor is worn. Damage reduction. The reduction to damage when a full set of light armor is worn. This choice was a no-brainer. He put 1 point into agile defense and another into damage reduction. Gryph and Overim came up with a plan, and then Gryph lay down for some much-needed rest. Several hours later, Overim shook Gryph awake. He nodded towards Wick, who was sitting up and eating. Gryph stood and went over to Wick, who smiled up grimly. The gnome's skin was still raw and red, but the deep scarring of the acid had healed. His hair was a different matter. Gone were most of the long, flowing azure locks that had once graced the diminutive man's head. What remained reminded Gryph of the time 5-year-old Bryn had given my dolly a haircut, a mohawk styled by a drunk blind man. But Wick's smile remained. "You look good," Gryph said. "Lawyer," Wick said, and grasped Gryph by the forearm. "Thank you," he said. In answer, Gryph nodded. Gryph felt the strong grip on his arm. He saw the intense look in Wick's eyes and knew that the gnome was a true friend. Gryph told Wick the plan he and Overim had conceived while Wick had been resting. "Your plan is insane." "You have a better idea?" The gnome thought for a moment before nodding his head no. "Guess we go with insane." Overim helped Wick to his feet. "Time to visit some old friends." The men geared up and walked to the secret door that kept this room hidden. They took a moment to ready themselves. Once they opened the door, they would be in the province of the Grey Company. "Ready?" the yellow man asked. Wick and Gryph nodded grimly. Overim eased his hand into a small crevice, and with a small click, the door eased open, exposing stone steps carved directly into the rock. They climbed the stairs and emerged into what appeared to be an ancient storeroom. Massive stone urns that likely once held the water supply when the barrow had been a tower lined the room. After they climbed out, Overim twisted an old faucet, and 2 halves of another ancient urn moved with a low, grinding noise. Gryph admired the handiwork as the secret passageway sealed itself shut, leaving no trace that this urn was any different from the rest of its brethren.
"I was wondering when you'd show up,"
a deep voice tinged with amusement and danger said, and a group of men wielding bows and swords emerged from the shadows. 38. "Hello, Dirge," Overim said, only mildly surprised. "Long time." The man named Dirge emerged from the shadows. He was wiry, but held a deadly grace that Gryph had seen in many men, a grace that not only suggested an ability for deadly violence, but a love of it. He was nearly a head shorter than both Gryph and Overdum, with a shaggy mop of unkempt hair surrounding a dark-skinned face. Ice blue eyes pierced the distance between them like a laser. A thin scar traced down his left cheek from jaw to cheekbone. As he eyeballed the tall Zaidai, the man known as Dirge traced the scar with an idle thumb, almost as if he wasn't aware he was doing it. Gryph saw Overdum tense and knew that the warrior monk had been the one to give Dirge the scar. Gryph got ready for action, as this encounter was unlikely to go any better than the last one.
Been wondering these last few months if you were still alive?
Dirge said, as he picked at his fingernails with a wickedly sharp dagger.
But part of me knew you were still around. Part of me knew all I had to do was wait for the sign. I didn't know the sign would be such a little prick.
No squeeze, Zeg, fat hairy thing.
A heavy man emerged from the shadows, his sausage fingers clasped around Zeg's thin neck. When Zeg saw them, it grinned. In anger or joy, Gryph couldn't tell.
Stupid blue-haired midget. See what trouble get Zeg into?
Of course, Wick grumbled, gripping his staff harder. I bet you didn't even try to keep your mouth shut.
Fat hands won't crush Zeg's neck. Zeg like neck just fine. No want crushed. Zeg tell thin, ugly Scarface what want no. Zeg's neck stay no crushed.
Gryph felt the tension rise as Zeg laid out insults without care of consequence. We have somewhere we need to be, Overdum said in a steady voice, his eyes never leaving Dirge's.
At first, I wondered what would bring you back down here,
Dirge said. Then his voice changed to a mockery of Zeg's.
Pretty lady need save,
Dirge squeaked before the strain of the tone caused him to cough and clear his throat.
Damn, how do you talk like that?
Dirge said, glancing at Zeg.
Sound nothing like Zeg.
Zeg pouted. Dirge chuckled to himself at the imp's irritation, but then brought his focus to Gryph.
You are new to the neighborhood, aren't you? How are you liking the accommodations?
Gryph said nothing.
Oh, the strong, silent type. My favorite. What's your name, Sugar?
Gryph, and I have no quarrel with you. Dirge walked up to Gryph, running a thin hand along Gryph's chest, and then down his arm and along his back. It was all Gryph could do not to flinch at the man's predatory attention. This Dirge was skilled in the art of psychological warfare. He was trying to make Gryph uncomfortable. After a moment, sensing that Gryph was no easy target, Dirge gave up on the tactic.
You're the one who stirred up this hornet's nest, aren't you? The vermin and the dead have been all aflutter these last few days. That's when you arrived, isn't it? What makes you so interesting,
Nothing. I've been here for weeks, Gryph said. So, if you could point the way to the exit, I'll gladly get out of your hair. Dirge laughed, what seemed to be a genuine laugh.
Amusing and attractive.
Dirge said, taking Gryph's chin in his hand. Gryph did his best not to flinch and stared back into the man's eyes.
But I do not think so. You're new to the Barrow. Your eyes don't have that sunken desperation the rest of ours do. You still think there's a way out, don't you?
There's always a way out, Gryph said. You just have to do what is necessary to find it.
You may be right, my tall friend. And just what will you do to find it,
Gryph felt an odd twinge in his mind as Dirge stared at him. Without thinking, he cast Mind Shield. Dirge jumped as the shell snapped around Gryph's mind.
Well, that was rude,
Dirge said.
But there are other ways of seeing truths.
Dirge studied Gryph's face, twirling his knife almost casually as he did. Gryph stared back with an unflinching gaze. He'd faced more skilled interrogators in his day. After a few moments, Dirge understood he would get nothing from Gryph, and chuckled slightly.
I wouldn't trust this one, Ovi. He has the look of a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even if that means tossing you and wee Mohawk boy aside like last week's fling.
Wick glowered at the comment, even as Zeg chuckled at the insult. Dirge looked down at Wick.
This one's yours, if I'm not mistaken.
Wick said nothing.
A gnome thonic summoner. I'm sure that went over well with the family.
Wick tensed and gripped his staff tighter. Ovrim extended a hand to the gnome's shoulder, warning him with a calm grip. Dirge's hand whipped up to Ovrim's neck, and a small bead of blood pulsed from the Zidai's jugular. Gryph tensed, ready to move, but with a last motion, Ovrim warned Gryph off. A moment later, he collapsed to one knee, and then fell onto his side, muscles knotted in paralysis.
That was a long time coming,
Dirge said with a satisfied sigh. Gryph walked to his fallen friend and felt for a pulse. Ovrim's heart was beating at a normal rate, and the Zidai's eyes were alert. What did you do to him?
A little gift,
Dirge said, holding the index finger up. A thin needle protruded from a thimble-like apparatus on his right hand.
He'll be fine in a few hours.
The rogue moved his hands with a flourish, and the thimble disappeared somewhere in the folds of his clothing. Dirge kneeled down and traced a line on Ovrim's face, as if willing a matching scar to appear on the monk's face.
Did Ovi here tell you about me? We used to be the best of pals, thick as thieves, as the saying goes, which was proper because we are all of us thieves.
Dirge stood and spread his hands around his assembled men.
We were brothers in blood. It broke my heart when I learned he no longer wanted to be buddies. I tried to talk some sense into him, but he wouldn't have any of it. Even left me with a parting gift.
Dirge rubbed the scar on his cheek with the thumb of his right hand. I'm afraid he didn't mention you, Gryph said, causing the wiry man to pause. Dirge did a good job of hiding his irritation, but Gryph saw it still. Dirge smiled and turned away.
No? Too bad.
We had some good times, Ovi and I. But enough reminiscing about old times. What can I do for you, my new strapping friend?
I want an alliance. Gryph noticed that several of the men lurking around the cavern were eyeballing Ovrim in a way that suggested they didn't quite approve of Dirge or his methods. With the Grey Company.
Interesting. To what end?
I already told you. I am leaving the Barrow. Dirge laughed again.
I think he just insulted us, boys. Apparently, without the great and wonderful Gryph, we're too weak and stupid to figure a way out. Now that he's here, things will be just grand. Soon, we'll be having garden parties and singing songs and frolicking through the trees.
Forced laughter spread through the assembled men, and Gryph knew that every one of them pictured that very thing in their minds now. Dirge didn't have quite as much control over his men as he thought. I'm leaving the Barrow, but I need your help.
Okay, I like riddles and games. How?
We're gonna kill the Barrow King. A silence descended upon the room as the audacity of the idea wormed its way into every mind present. Even Dirge looked taken aback for a moment. But then, like a practiced actor getting into character, the thief smiled once more.
Good plan, with just one minor issue. You know the Barrow King is already dead, right?
Doesn't mean he cannot be killed, if the Grey Company will help. Several of the assembled men exchanged glances. It was clear to Gryph that while they still had their lives in the Barrow, they all knew that they were prisoners. For men like these, that had to be the worst torture. Dirge must have sensed the tide in the room and was desperate to return to the status quo.
It isn't so bad here. Our little corner of the Barrow is quite nice. It's easily defensible, has plenty of water, a farm, sure it's a fungus and root vegetable farm, but still fresh food. We even have our own tavern, courtesy of Runeveld over there.
Dirge indicated the burly, sausage-fingered man clutching Zeg. Runevald grinned at the praise. Zeg took that moment to kick the brute in his stomach, a motion that earned an annoyed glance from the large Ordonian. No offense to Runeveld and his fine fungus brew, but what I'm offering is a chance at life again. It won't be easy. Some of us may not survive, but at least we'll retain some control over our own lives. A pulse of anger surged through Dirge as the Egyptian sensed the tone of the room turn. He sidled up to Gryph, whispering in his ear,
"What's your game, friend?"
"No game," Gryph whispered back, staring directly down into the thief's blue eyes. "All I want is to get out. I have somewhere to be." Gryph leaned in close, lowering his voice. "And I know what happened between you and Ovrim. I know the truth." Panic surged into Dirge's eyes, and Gryph knew that Dirge's grip on the Grey Company was tenuous. After a long moment where Gryph could feel Dirge's thoughts testing his mental defenses, Dirge finally grinned.
You know, maybe you are onto something.
He turned back to his fellows and opened his eyes wide.
What say you, fellas? Feel like getting out of here?
A lukewarm cheer rose among the men, and many of them gripped their weapons, ready for action.
"I just have one condition," Dirge said, "and it is non-negotiable."
"Name it."
"This one stays behind, locked up and left."
Dirge nudged Ovrim with a toe. A small grunt came from the Zaidai's mouth, and his eyes locked onto Gryph's.
"He betrayed the code. None of us will fight alongside him."
Every man of the Grey Company nodded in agreement. Whatever this code was, it apparently held sway over these men. Gryph wished that Ovrim had told him the truth of his banishment, but if Dirge's moment of panic was any clue, then it was likely Dirge had been the one to betray this code. Gryph inhaled deeply and pretended to be deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to Dirge. "Fine by me," Gryph said in his most casual tone. Dirge smiled. Wick reacted a little worse.
"You bastard! He got us down here, and you're just going to leave him to this psycho?"
Dirge turned on the gnome.
"You want to join him? The well has enough room for two if you don't move around too much."
Wick's eyes went wide in panic. "We need him," Gryph said. "I've seen the things he can do." Dirge thought for a moment, and then waved his hand idly.
"Fine, but keep him under control, or my next sting will be for him."
Dirge nodded his head towards Ovrim, and one of the larger men hefted the fallen Zaidai onto his shoulder. Without another word, Dirge exited the room. Some of his men filed out after him. Others eyed Gryph and Wick warily, waiting for them to leave. Wick glared anger at Gryph before finally leaving. 39. Dirge led them on a circuitous path through the Barrow. Gryph knew the thief was doubling back on purpose in an attempt to prevent Gryph from gaining an accurate feel of the terrain. It would have been a smart tactic, but Gryph's map auto-updated. I wonder, does that only work for players? Eventually, they emerged into a large cavern. Gryph imagined that in the days when the Barrow had been a tower, it had once been some kind of reception hall. The ceiling was at least 30 feet above their heads. Luminescent moss covered the walls, casting a pleasant glow across the small village that dominated the chamber. The efficiency of the setup surprised Gryph. Several neat lines of tents filled the cavern. A small brook babbled from the wall and skirted the wall where it fed a small field of plants before disappearing into the far wall. It wasn't paradise, but one could do worse inside the Barrow. No wonder the Grey Company seemed somewhat content here. The men carrying Ovrim left the main group and brought the paralyzed Zaidai over to a well in the center of the chamber. They tied a rope around his chest and, none too gently, dumped him over the side, where they lowered him down. Gryph paid only the slightest attention, feeling Dirge's eyes on him. A small grin crossed Dirge's lips as he led them into a large tent, where rows of dilapidated chairs butted up against stone blocks used as tables. He hadn't been lying. They had their own pub, and while it wouldn't make any travel and leisure top 10 lists, it had a certain hominess to it. Dirge snapped and held up 3 fingers. A barman poured 2 draughts of some brackish amber liquid and placed the gourd cups on the stone bar. Dirge picked up one, and Gryph grabbed another. Wick sat unmoving, silent and fuming. Gryph knew that fear was eating at his friend. Gryph placed his hand on the gnome's shoulder. We'll find her, but we need a plan. Wick shrugged Gryph's hand off and stood. Make your plans, and make them quickly. I will go it alone if I must. Wick picked up his gourd of beer and threw it across the tent, where it smashed against another table, spilling the contents. Then he stomped out, came back in, and grabbed a wineskin full of the rancid stuff that the barman was pouring.
What the hell, you little bastard?
The barman said, but Dirge held up a hand to stop his complaints. Wick stared at Gryph with a look of anger and hate that made Gryph's veins turn to ice. Finally, the gnome turned and stomped out of the tent. Dirge laughed, and Gryph felt an intense need to punch the wiry man in the face. Instead, Gryph raised his glass to the man in salute.
"To new friends,"
Dirge said, hefting his cup high.
To getting out of here,
Gryph countered and clapped his gourd against Dirge's. The thief nodded and grinned. Both men drank, but only Gryph's face screwed up in distaste. The liquid may technically be beer, but it was unlike any brew Gryph had ever tasted. Peaty, earthy, and sour, the liquid burned as it went down. The aftertaste wasn't any better, reminding Gryph of rancid meat. Dirge laughed.
"It takes some getting used to, but it packs a punch."
Dirge indicated a table and waited for Gryph to sit.
"So, tell me about this plan of yours,"
Dirge said, taking another swig. Gryph held out his hand, palm up. First, I need to know the lay of the land. Dirge stared at Gryph's hand, and then up at him. Gryph could see the man's mind working. Knowledge was power down here, but there was no logical reason for Dirge to withhold any. After all, they were allies now. Reluctantly, Dirge placed his hand on top of Gryph's, and Gryph's mental map expanded with knowledge. Gryph took a moment to examine the map. They seemed to occupy most of the 10th level of the one-time tower. According to Dirge's information, the Barrow King occupied the lowest level, 3 levels down. The 12th level was a warren of passages and dead ends filled with red trap icons and numerous enclaves of creatures Dirge had marked as the dead. The dead?
"As in undead,"
Dirge said, questioning Gryph's blank look.
"Where the hell are you from that you haven't encountered the undead?"
I'm new to the area. Can they be killed?
Dirge eyed him suspiciously before speaking.
"Sure, same as anything else. Hit them hard, they'll eventually go down. Lower-level undead like skeletons and zombies are pretty easy. Revenants, specters, wraiths, and the more ethereal dead need silver or magic weapons. Now, the Barrow King is something different altogether. Technically, he is some kinda lich."
Dirge saw Gryph's blank expression and shrugged.
"I'm going to regret this."
"Just do your part, and we'll stay pals."
"Anyway, a lich is the spirit of a powerful magician who has stuck around after death. Kinda foolish if you ask me. Since every sentient being in the realms has an immortal soul that reincarnates after death as something new. Why get stuck on some half-life monster when you can just come back as a newborn babe?"
"Power," Gryph said. Dirge nodded in assent, as if he had never thought of it before, but knew it to be true. "What's on the next floor down?"
"Nothing really. Rats, some random monsters, but no organized force."
"Seems a little odd." Dirge eyed Gryph a moment before answering.
It was part of the deal we negotiated.
Some deal. Dirge leaned forward, anger taking hold of him.
Judge me all you like, my new friend, but all of us are still alive because of the deal. It has held for the last 2 years.
Gryph realized that timeline likely matched up with Ovrim's exile from the Grey Company. Then, why agree to my plan?
Like you said, some deal,
Dirge said, and took a sip of his beer, never once taking his eyes from Gryph. Their talk turned to the casual. Dirge told him about his home, a small town on the shores of the Gypt River, a massive waterway that stabbed through the desert lands to the west and gave rise to some of the most fertile lands in the realms.
The most advanced civilization on Corin,
Dirge boasted. Sounds lovely. Why'd you leave?
Let's say a powerful noble and I didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Gryph gave Dirge a smug look.
I may have bedded his daughter,
Dirge said, raising his gourd. Gryph nodded in understanding.
And his wives.
Gryph spit up his drink in amusement. Wives? Dirge held up 3 fingers as he took another sip from his gourd. Gryph laughed.
What can I say? I have a particular skill with alchemy, and my wares were popular with men of a certain age.
Dirge held his forearm up in an unmistakable gesture. Dirge had made magic Viagra.
This noble was a long-time customer. He even introduced me to his wives.
Dirge winked, and Gryph laughed again, a true belly laugh this time.
That wasn't the worst of it. I'm pretty sure the last straw on this camel's back was the bedding of his favorite son.
Dirge looked at Gryph, searching for judgment, but an even larger smile crossed Gryph's face. I'm starting to like you, Dirge.
Watch out for that. I'm a rogue who can't be trusted. Say, you don't happen to have a sister, do you?
Gryph choked on his beer, and while thoughts of worry turned to Bryn, he found he was enjoying himself for the first time since he'd entered the realms. Get me out of here, and maybe I'll make an introduction, Gryph said.
I think this will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Sir Elf.
Dirge hoisted his gourd in salute. Gryph did the same.
You bastards!
Came a voice swimming in the deep depths of inebriation. Both men turned to see Wick stumble into the tent. The empty wineskin dangled from his hand as he stumbled. Bleary red eyes stared out from underneath the gnome's acid-shorn frock of lightning blue hair. Gryph had to stifle a laugh. Wick looked like an angry, drunk toddler whose big sister had tried to pretty him up and failed. Dirge felt no need to hold his laugh, earning the immediate ire of the angry little man.
Frantic juf,
Wick mumbled. Gryph's gift of tongues failed to translate the gibberish, but Dirge and Gryph still took the meaning. Wick strained to focus on the wiry man, and dark purple chthonic energy pulsed and dissipated in his eyes. Dirge's demeanor instantly shifted. Gryph jumped to his feet, nearly falling over. Damn, this horrid root beer was strong. Gryph rushed up to Wick and knelt in front of him. He forced the diminutive man to turn towards him. Wick, we will find her. We will save her. Rage and doubt and fear battled on the gnome's face. And finally, the fear won. Tears poured from his eyes as the magic faded.
Promise?
Gryph held out his pinky. For a moment, Wick just stared, before finally grasping the extended finger with his own pinky. The bond sealed, Wick stumbled back out of the tent.
"Oi, sleep,"
the gnome mumbled and pushed past the flap of the tent. Gryph eased the flap open to watch as his friend weaved his way through the camp. He bumped into an old chest and then into a burly man who pushed him none too gently. Gryph felt Dirge come up next to him.
"Is he going to be a problem?"
"No," Gryph said, never taking his eyes off of Wick. His friend walked past a small cage, and a tiny three-fingered red talon lashed out and tripped the gnome. Wick stumbled and fell, face-planting onto the hard-packed dirt of the cavern floor. The imp's laughter followed.
"Fall on face, go boom!"
Zeg grumbled, and then spat on Wick. The gnome stumbled to his feet and kicked the cage. A yelp of anger piped up from inside the cage, and Wick flipped the small demon off before stumbling towards a dilapidated old rope ladder that clung to the wall of the cavern. Gryph watched with apprehension as his small, drunk friend climbed the ladder. After several anxious moments and a few close calls, the gnome made it to a small alcove carved into the rock of the cavern wall. There he plopped down and pulled a ragged set of old blankets over him. "He'll sleep it off," Gryph said. "I think I'll do the same." Gryph hoisted his gourd to Dirge, drained the last bit of rancid liquid, and walked off with a stumble. The cold eyes of Dirge followed him every step, and then an even colder grin crossed the wiry Egyptian's face. "40." Gryph felt the tiny prick, and his eyes snapped open. Dirge stood over him, grinning down on him like some maniacal circus clown. The thief wiggled his finger, taunting Gryph with the poison-filled thimble. Gryph moved his hands through the gestures to cast flying stalactite. His arm grew heavy as the power of earth magic flowed through him. The stalactite flew from his hand, but his aim was off, and it sailed past Dirge's head to impact against the wall with the thud of stone on stone. Gryph's hand flopped uselessly to his side. Dirge mounted him with ease, straddling Gryph like he was a prize-breeding stud.
"Well, that was rude,"
Dirge said, and punched Gryph in the face. The blow hurt his pride more than his body, as only a small fraction of his red health bar disappeared. The pain faded as his body became numb.
"Hello, Pally. Did you sleep well?"
Gryph attempted to tell the wiry man to screw off, but he could not speak. What came out was a pathetic moan of droll and gibberish.
"So, as you may have figured out, I've reneged on our deal. His decrepit Majesty the Barrow King has offered me a better one. My freedom from this hellhole in exchange for you."
Gryph mumbled again, and Dirge feigned shock and irritation.
"Did he just tell me to screw off?"
Dirge asked, turning to one of the burly men that stood behind him. "Sounded more like fuck off to me," said the giant goon. Dirge looked to the other man.
"What do you think?"
"No idea, but it didn't sound friendly."
No, it did not,"
Dirge said, and punched Gryph again.
"You should behave, Sir Elf. It'll go much easier for you."
Gryph grumbled more nonsense insults.
"Or we can do it the fun way."
Dirge punched him once, twice, 3 more times, each shot barely doing any damage. With each punch, the Egyptian's faux calm faded, and Gryph could see the psychotic anger the small man otherwise masked so well. Dirge leaned in and whispered into Gryph's ear.
I so wish Ovi hadn't told you about our falling out. I could have maybe worked with you, but I don't think the rest of the crew would take kindly to discovering the truth. Foolish of them, really. Do they think that we're allowed to stay here without cost? The Barrow King may be weaker than he once was, but he could still wipe us out. What's the life of one man every few months compared to the lives of all of us? Ovrim just couldn't see the wisdom of it, and he wasn't willing to make the sacrifice when it was his turn. Sure, I may have cheated a tad, rigged the game to get rid of him.
Dirge rubbed the scar on his face.
It would have been so much easier if he'd just gone quietly.
Gryph's focus locked on the debuff cooldown. Dirge was a talker. Maybe, just maybe, he'd keep blathering long enough to give Gryph a chance. Gryph mumbled and drooled, but nothing intelligible came out.
You know, I just can't understand you. It's as if somebody injected you with a paralytic. Oh, wait, that was me.
Dirge chuckled at his own jest. He punched Gryph once more and hopped up. He sauntered almost casually around the room, puffed up with the bravado and cockiness only small men can muster. He nodded to the two goons, and they tied Gryph. Gryph tried to struggle, but his body refused to respond.
We will play a little game called Truth or Slice,
he said as he pulled both daggers from their hilts and spun them artfully. He sat back on Gryph's chest and placed his blade a mere inch from Gryph's left eye.
Now, let's play. Why does the Barrow King want you so badly, huh? He insisted that I bring you to him alive.
Gryph again mumbled, something that may have been a suggestion about inserting vegetables somewhere that they weren't meant to go.
Oh, tease of teases. I so wish there was time for that,
Dirge said, and brought his knife closer to Gryph's eye.
But, unfortunately, time is not on our side. More on mine than yours, but we all have deadlines to keep. So speak.
The knife tip was so close to Gryph's eyes that he could no longer focus on it. Even paralyzed by Dirge's sting, Gryph put immense effort into remaining still. Dirge had the steadiest hands he'd ever seen, but he trusted neither the thief nor himself at this moment. Seeing that he'd made his point, Dirge pulled back a fraction of a hair. Gryph blinked, and a muffled, "I don't know," chortled from his throat.
You know what? I believe you. Too bad.
Dirge eased back, flipping his daggers around and sheathed them as gracefully as a dancer. He spun off Gryph and nodded to his two burly companions.
Gag him and toss him in a sack. It's time to go.
Gryph was gagged, hoisted up, and tossed into a rough-spun sack that could use some serious laundering. It smelled of sweat, vomit, and old blood. Gryph knew that he wasn't the first person to face the end of his days in this bag. He tried to struggle with his bonds, but his body refused to obey commands. One brute tossed him over a shoulder, and they left the tent. The brute adjusted Gryph's weight several times as they walked, seeking the most comfortable position to carry his hog-tied prisoner. The movement pushed Gryph's face up flush against a small hole in the sack's thin, scratchy surface. He could now see a small, jagged part of the world. They stopped, and Gryph could see Dirge staring upwards. It was amazing what details the human mind could extrapolate from the tiniest bits of information. The other brute nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. The upward trajectory of his shot, combined with their location, meant there could only be one target. He was aiming at the place where Wick had climbed to sleep. With a low twang, the arrow zipped, and Gryph heard the sound of the arrow impact the mound of blankets. The brute knocked and fired again, and was rewarded with another thump. Next, the group snuck towards the old well they'd tossed Ovrim down. He saw Dirge nod to the hooded guard that sat in the shadows near the well. Then he looked down with a grin and spat. The rogue nodded to the bow-carrying brute again, and 2 more quick twangs ended a life. Dirge nodded to the hooded guard, who returned the gesture. In silence, they moved through the camp and entered a tunnel that descended deeper into the Barrow.
"Hold up,"
Dirge said, and suddenly Gryph's whole world was filled with the effeminate rogue's face.
"Hello,"
he said with a winning grin of white teeth.
"Goodbye."
Dirge brought the pommel of his dagger down hard onto Gryph's head, and the world went black. 41. Gryph woke with a start. He didn't know how long he'd been out. It could have been seconds or days. His head pounded, and he fought to stay awake as the steady, even steps of the brute that carried him nearly lulled him back to sleep. From what he could see, they were walking down a wide corridor, lined with green flames that burned directly from the sconces set into the wall. He didn't see any torches, nor smell burning. This was magic. He felt the brute carrying him tense up, and then heard Dirge's voice.
"Easy."
Gryph could tell by the strain lingering under the surface of Dirge's voice that he was far from calm. Then he saw why. Spaced midway between 2 points of green light was a vertical alcove set back into the wall. Standing inside was an armored corpse, the skin of its face pulled tight across its teeth, giving it a feral grin. It held a massive 2-handed sword, point face down. The creature's black eyes snapped open and watched as the party moved past, but otherwise it did not move a muscle. Though Gryph couldn't move, his analyze skill still worked just fine. He almost wished it hadn't. Dread Knight, level 22, H 350, S 420, M 0, SP 250. Dread Knights are powerful undead revenants. In life, they were knights who served evil masters and were rewarded with an eternal half-life of the undead. They are powerful warrior priests who derive their spirit power from the masters who they worship as a god. Strengths unknown, immunities unknown, weakness unknown. The undead creature was high level and formidable, and as they drifted down the hallway, Gryph saw that it wasn't alone. He saw 4 more on his side and assumed that the same number lay ensconced on the other side of the corridor. This is a bad plan, Gryph thought. They walked a few more feet before stopping. Gryph could not see why they had stopped, but the chill of evil crept into his bones. Dirge cleared his throat, attempting to force courage into it.
"Let us pass. We are here at your master's invite."
The chill expanded and bit into Gryph's cramped muscles, and he was certain that his life would end again. Then he heard Dirge exhale. A scrape of metal on stone followed as the sound of massive doors creaking on ancient hinges came to Gryph. The party moved in, and Gryph saw the doors they passed through. They were 20 feet tall and emblazoned with scenes of death and battle. As they crossed the threshold, the creaking began again, and the doors sealed with a thud. The brute carrying him shook in fear, but he walked forward on Dirge's command. A few moments later, they stopped again and tossed Gryph to the ground. An oily hiss crept over the party, and Gryph heard Dirge say, "Easy." The brute mumbled an apology and propped Gryph up on his knees and pulled off the sack. Gryph blinked a few times to clear the fog from his mind. As his eyes focused, a horror came into his field of vision. Sitting on a throne made of bone was a specter of rancid fog and malevolent darkness. Glowing embers of green fire peered at him from behind a cowl of animated smoke. A gnarled hand that was neither bone nor flesh emerged from the ever-flowing robe that the creature didn't so much wear as exude. Without meaning to, Gryph's analyze skill jumped to the fore. Barrow King, level 67, H 1245, S 1578, M 1574, SP 0. The Barrow King is the disembodied soul of an ancient wizard. It is a legendary opponent whose skill with magic is near unparalleled. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. Fear dug deep into the core of Gryph's being. He felt tendons seize and his blood turn cold. Bones felt as if they were splintering under the gaze, and his muscles seized tight. His eyes could not focus on the foul creature, as if it was phasing in and out of existence. With an incredible effort, Gryph forced himself to break eye contact. Instantly, the phantom pain brought on by the creature's gaze abated. The Barrow King leaned forward, and a guttural grumbling flowed across the room.
"Who are you?"
said a voice of cracking stone and burning oil.
"Before we get to that," Dirge said, "I believe you owe us payment."
The specter's eyes snapped to Dirge. To his credit, the rogue barely shivered, 1 foot easing back a bare millimeter. The Barrow King's gaze bored into Dirge's soul, but the man stood his ground.
It's too bad he's proven to be an enemy,
Gryph thought, impressed with the traitorous man's courage. The Barrow King made the slightest motion, and 2 of the dread knights moved towards Gryph and Dirge. The 2 brutes tensed in uncertainty and fear, clutching weapons in suddenly slick hands. Dirge never took his eyes off the Barrow King as he pulled the dagger from its sheath and spun it lightning quick. Gryph felt the tip bite into his neck. The point pulsed with each beat of his heart.
"There's no need for that,"
Dirge said with an eerie calm.
"We can both get what we want and part as friends."
The Barrow King snapped its head in an almost insectile manner, a sure sign of anger.
"Or as temporary chums who never have to see each other again."
Another deep rumble emanated from the very stone of the throne room. Gryph looked around, as much as he was able without skewering himself. The room was massive. Along the sides were balconies that Gryph imagined, at one time when the Barrow King had still been living, had held supplicants and underlings. Now, Gryph just hoped that the ancient stone held and did not come crashing down on him. Gryph felt the tip of the knife push harder against his jugular, and his gaze snapped back to the Barrow King. The rail-thin creature's shoulders moved up and down, as if the Barrow King were breathing to calm himself. But Gryph knew this creature had not taken a breath in millennia. What kind of terrible willpower kept this creature alive? After a few tense moments, the Barrow King waved his hand in an idle backwards motion at an intricately carved stone archway to his right. A point of light came into being in the center of the arch, a singularity of all and nothing. It pulsed and then expanded, filling the archway. Gryph's heart both leapt and sank at the vision through the portal. It was a verdant valley. Sun streamed down through the branches of dappled trees, and he could hear the sing-song of birds. Gryph had not realized just how detached from nature and life he had felt since arriving in the realms. If the place beyond the singularity was real, then perhaps the realms held some good after all. Dirge yanked Gryph's head back, adjusting his blade again.
Now, call off your goons, and you'll have what you want.
The Barrow King stood, a flowing motion more serpentine than mammalian. As he flowed upwards, Gryph realized just how tall the creature was. It topped 7 feet, and it flexed its shoulders backwards, expanding before their eyes. It took a step forward on heavy booted feet, which had, until a moment ago, not existed. Dirge warned, and Gryph felt the knife pierce his skin. Blood flowed in a rivulet down Gryph's neck. The Barrow King paused and sniffed. A keening noise, akin to the desperate, hungry cry of a bird, arose from inside the Barrow King's ever-flowing shawl. Gryph sensed a craving like a junkie smelling his next fix cooking. Tense moments passed, and after a glacial age, the Barrow King waved his hand again. The dread knights backed away, clearing a path for Dirge and his buddies to move towards the portal. Dirge dragged Gryph to his feet and slowly moved towards the shimmering gateway. With each small step, he repositioned himself, always keeping Gryph between him and the Barrow King. The two brutes took up flanking positions, weapons at the ready, eyes on the dread knights. Gryph flexed his fingers, working feeling back into them. Now or never, he thought. Now, came a mental reply. Chaos erupted. "42. Back in the cave where Wick had recovered from the black ooze, Gryph laid out his plan. According to Ovrim, Dirge was the leader of the Grey Company, a group of mercenaries, thieves, and killers. Ovrim had taken up with them while searching for his one-time mentor, Zeren. Zeren was searching for a Godhead. He had found an ancient text that suggested one existed on Corin, left unclaimed. I didn't believe it. Godheads were mere legends, and, coming to Corin, violated the Accords. The Outer Realms may not interfere with this realm. So, by joining him, I sealed my fate. The Zaidai fell silent. Both Gryph and Wick gave him time. Without him, Ovrim hesitated again. I should have stopped him, but he'd become obsessed, and the quest drove him mad. Emotion surged into Ovrim. In his madness, he suspected me, claimed that I would take the Godhead from him. Even then, I didn't believe he would do it. Even then, I thought there was hope. But he was too far gone. We battled, and he defeated me. He could have killed me, but he left me wounded, dying. A farmer woman found me, and she nursed me back to health. Me, a demon from the old tales. It was then that I realized what I had to do, no matter what the cost. If this woman could risk her life for a stranger, then I must do the same for the man who raised me. I tracked him to a city a few days' ride from here, and learned that he had gone to the mountains to the west. Legend told of an ancient city, long abandoned by the Thalmir, the High Dwarves. It was said to contain a great treasure, an ancient weapon.
The Godhead? Gryph asked. Ovrim eyed Gryph.
Zeren thought it to be true. He was lost, but no fool.
Ovrim explained how he had met up with the Grey Company, convinced them of the wealth to be had. En route, they had become seduced by the Barrow.
We fought and died, and the Barrow King came for us. Then, after several days, the attacks just stopped.
Dirge? Wick asked.
Ovrim nodded. He'd somehow made a parlay. None of us asked questions, not even me. It turned out that the parlay came with a cost. Dirge had broken the code of brotherhood by offering members of the Grey Company as a sacrifice. Every 3 months, he'd select a member he felt was a rival to his power or otherwise expendable, and would take them on patrol. Invariably, the group would return with one less member, and the Barrow King would leave us be for a time. I suppose I didn't want to know how he'd done it. The men who he sacrificed are as much on my conscience as Dirge's, yet I did nothing, Ovrim said, until Dirge decided it was my turn. Dirge has a strong mind and could shield his intentions, but his 2 cohorts did not, Ovrim said. Birek, the uglier of the 2, couldn't stop thinking about what he could kill once he had his hands on my saber. That's how I knew. I felt his thoughts. I would have killed them all, but Dirge sensed my intent, and I only just escaped. I left him with a parting gift, though.
The scar? Gryph asked.
Ovrim nodded, and a thin smile curled his lips. We will use his own nature against him.
It had taken some convincing, but Zeg had finally agreed to the plan. The imp disappeared in a puff of sulfur and flame. Ovrim made an antidote to the paralytic that Dirge favored. Then they waited. When the time came, they downed the antidote, suited up, and opened the secret door. The Grey Company was waiting. Wick stumbled from the tent where Dirge and Gryph were getting chummy. Feigning anger at Gryph was easy for Wick. Despite the logic of the plan, fear bit at Wick's soul. He turned the fear to anger and feigned drunkenness. After his last confrontation with Gryph, he'd climbed up to the old guard spot and snuggled under the blankets. To all peering eyes, he was fast asleep. He waited an agonizing hour before peering out from his hiding spot. Down below, he could see the back of the hooded guard keeping watch over the well they'd tossed Ovrim down. His eyes scanned the rest of the cavern. From his perch, Wick could see the entire village. Nobody was looking his way. He had played the role of angry drunk perfectly.
Wick eased himself over the edge and dropped to the ground. He skirted by several tents with stealth born to his small size. Snores and grunts popped here and there, but he encountered no one. Soon he slithered up behind the lone guard. Ovrim had not known if this man was part of Dirge's group of traitors or not, so he had insisted that Wick keep him alive. The same poison Dirge favored coated the tip of Wick's blade. He snuck up behind the man and, like a cobra striking from the shadows, nicked the man's exposed hand.
"What the?"
was all he managed before the poison did its work and the man slumped. Wick tossed a rope into the well. A moment later, Ovrim eased himself over the lip of the well and landed as silently as a mouse next to Wick. They bound and gagged the man and eased him down into the well, making sure to hide his features. Then Ovrim took his place and Wick hid. Soon, Dirge and his minions emerged from Gryph's tent with a man-sized sack. 2 arrows sailed up to Wick's one-time hiding spot, slaying the pile of rags. Then the traitor came over to the well. Ovrim tensed, but kept his cool as Dirge looked into the well.
"Goodbye, old friend,"
Dirge said in a low voice. He nodded to his cohort, who sunk 2 arrows into the bound form at the bottom of the well. For a moment, Ovrim felt a pang of guilt, but then realized if Dirge was so casual about murder, then the guard Ovrim was masquerading as was part of Dirge's crew. Perhaps this was justice. Dirge and his crew moved out.
"It's time,"
Ovrim said. Wick emerged from the shadows. They stopped at the cage that held Zeg, and Wick nodded. The small demon grinned a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth and disappeared in a puff of rancid smoke. They dipped into sneak and followed the 3 traitors. Ovrim had no idea how Dirge had parleyed with the Barrow King, but the way to the depths of the barrow was clear of enemies. No wormen rushed them from hidden corridors, and the dead stayed dead. So far, both sides were keeping the bargain. When Gryph suggested this plan, Ovrim thought it had a slim chance at success. While he still had his doubts, he now believed they at least had a fighting chance. They kept to the shadows and always a turn or two behind Dirge and his cronies. Eventually, they came to the massive door that marked the entrance to the barrow's inner sanctum. They stopped.
"You realize that this entire plan relies on a demon of the Chthonic realm, right?"
Wick said.
"That's why Gryph called it a Hail Mary. I do not know what kind of god this Mary is, but if she helps us get through this, I'll make whatever sacrifice she desires."
Wick nodded, and then they waited. Seconds felt like hours, but soon their patience was rewarded.
Psst, you stupid ugly things. Look up. Zeg here.
Ovrim and Wick looked down the corridor, where Zeg's head hung upside down, dangling through a small square hatch.
"Thank you, Mary,"
Wick said, as the 2 men rushed to the hatch, careful not to disturb the undead sentinels in their receded alcoves. Ovrim boosted Wick. Wick held his hand down, but the warrior monk just nodded no and jumped into the small crawlspace. Wick nodded in appreciation and closed the hatch again. They moved down the thin shaft, scattering a few rats, spiders, and things with hundreds of legs. Soon they came to a grate that overlooked a balcony. Below, they could hear Dirge, and something much, much worse. Ovrim closed his eyes, and his fingers moved as if unbidden by the conscious mind. The 4 points that held the grate to the wall parted, and the grate fell forward. Wick grabbed the grating with his right hand before it could fall to the ground. The weight of the grate pulled at Wick's fingers. Gnomes weren't known for their strength, and he panicked. Overham's eyes snapped open, and a hand lashed out to grab the grate before the heavy iron could smash to the ground. Wick breathed a heavy, silent breath, and Overham gave him a sideways glance of apology. They eased the grate against the wall and clambered out. Overham pulled his bow from his back. Wick admired the intricate scrollwork that ran up and down the fine weapon. The buzz of potential inside its taut length was palpable. Wick pulled on his maker goggles and prepped himself. A wet, squelching crunch caused both men to snap their eyes down to Zeg. The tiny demon had a fat spider clasped in its hands and was tearing off its legs. Each leg pulled free with a wet tear, and then the demon stuffed it into its mouth. Then came the unpleasant crunch. Zeg was in a world of his own, thoroughly enjoying this disgusting treat. Wick nudged the imp with his knee, and Zeg nearly cried out in irritation before scowling up at Wick. Wick gave the universal "shut the hell up" look, and for once, Zeg seemed abashed. As if making up for the faux pas, the imp offered Wick a leg. Wick shook his head in disgust, earning a silent chuckle from Overham. Zeg shrugged and tossed the half-chomped spider aside. The poor creature pulled itself away on half legs. Zeg saw the spider slime on its hands and grimaced, before looking from Wick to its hands and back to Wick. Realizing what was about to happen, Wick reached out to stop the imp, but he was too late, and a melange of spider guts joined the other muck staining his clothes. Wick felt the urge to punch the imp, but knew they still needed its help to save Tifila. He could not see her, but Zeg had told them she was in a cage somewhere against the wall below the balcony on which they now stood. He could feel her through their bond and forced his will into the ring at his throat. "I'm coming, my love," he thought. Overham cast another spell, and Wick felt other minds inside his own. It wasn't like he was sharing one mind, but more like these other voices were hovering right out of his perception. He heard a calm voice in his head. "Zeg, once we attack, you go free Tifila and get her to safety," Overham said inside Wick's head.
Zeg will save pretty lady, tall demon eyes.
Wick's mind recoiled at the oily slipperiness of Zeg's mind. The imp was most assuredly not of this realm. Wick felt a schematic of the room pop into his mind, and he knew Overham's plan. They would hide on opposite ends of the balcony and would take out the dread knights closest to Gryph, giving him the time to get free. Wick nodded and moved silently to his position. Down below, he could see Gryph on his knees with Dirge's dagger at his throat. A portal to a wondrous place of green shimmered in front of them. Then there was the Barrow King. Wick's mind and soul told him to flee. Fear bubbled up inside of him at the sight of the revenant whose nature was so unnatural as to make Zeg seem like the fairest of elf maidens. Whatever the Barrow King was, he had perverted not only his nature, but his immortal soul. Wick forced his fear away. 8 dread knights lined the walls, along with the 2 standing guard at the Barrow King's feet. Shoving his fear away with a deep breath, Wick summoned chthonic energy around his hand and waited. Eons passed, until a single word pulsed into his mind. Now. 43. A flash of red-black energy exploded against the nearest Dread Knight's face, searing desiccated flesh and exploding the creature's skull. An arrow zipped down and caught another of the undead creatures in the eye. Whatever animated the beast must have still considered the brain important, because, like its fellow, it dropped to the ground, dying for a second time. Gryph's right hand moved the second the mental call had come through, and, as the blast tore the first Dread Knight's head from its shoulders, the rope binding Gryph snapped and coiled itself around Dirge's wrist. The thief yelped in surprise and attempted to thrust the dagger home, but the serpentine rope's strength was too much. The rest of the rope disentangled from Gryph and flowed around Dirge and squeezed. Gryph poured his will into the rope and activated the spider silk's compel ability. "Drop the blade," he ordered Dirge. The Egyptian's face contorted, but he held onto his blade. Ovrim was right. The man had a strong mind. "Betrayers!" the Barrow King bellowed in a voice that tore at Gryph's bones. The revenant leapt from the dais with incredible speed and raised his staff on high. As the Barrow King landed, he brought the tip smashing down onto the stone floor. A wave of raw energy exploded from the impact point, knocking everything in the room from their feet. The Barrow King spun his staff and pointed its gnarled tip at Gryph. Tendrils of inky black shot from it and flew towards Gryph. He rolled and spun, avoiding the lithe streams of smoke and darkness. He pulled his spear from his inventory and pushed mana into the tip. There was little time to load the spear before he arced the weapon down. It sliced through several tendrils near to enveloping him. Gryph spun again, slicing through another reaching tendril. Then one, and another, and then a half-dozen grasped a hold of Gryph and squeezed. The spear fell from his grasp as his body immobilized. The tendrils squeezed harder, stretching him. Gryph imagined being drawn and quartered felt like this. Debuffs added. Immobile. Health drain, 5 points per second. Mana drain, 5 points per second. Stamina drain, 5 points per second. Spirit drain, 5 points per second. Gryph screamed in pain as his life essence siphoned from him and into the Barrow King. He couldn't grab his spear, couldn't down a health potion. He couldn't move. But he didn't need to. Gryph poured mana into his chest plate and released it. The room exploded with the light of a newborn sun. The tendrils burned away under the intense glare, and Gryph could almost hear them scream in otherworldly pain. Dirge, his thugs, and every Dread Knight in the room roared in pain as the searing light bit at their eyes, blinding them. The Barrow King staggered. Gryph was surprised that the brightness did not blind him. Gryph threw his left hand out and poured mana into his bracers. His discarded spear flew to his hand just as the Barrow King drove downward with his staff. Gryph parried the blow, the power knocking him to his knees. For an ethereal spirit with no real physical form, the Barrow King packed a wallop. Gryph spun, adding mana into the spear, and slashed at the Barrow King's ankle. The tip passed right through the ethereal limb, leaving a flash of brilliant light as it did. The Barrow King's leg buckled, and he fell to one knee. It turned towards Gryph and roared. Viscous black liquid vomited towards Gryph as he once again spun and rolled out of the way. It landed in a heap, and the floor beneath it sizzled. Gryph poured more mana into his spear and struck again. this time triggering the weapon's banish ability. The Barrow King shimmered as the spear interrupted the connection to the netherworld that sustained him. Gryph used the time to regain his footing and catch his breath. Gryph pleaded with the universe for aid, but his prayers fell on deaf ears as the shimmer of light assaulting the Barrow King faded.
"Shit,"
Gryph muttered as he backed away from the shadow-cloaked revenant. With a quick glance born from intense training, Gryph surveyed the battle. Ovrim had leapt from the balcony, and his red saber was a blur of crimson energy, slicing and dicing through the desiccated limbs of several dread knights. The Zidai's grace and power amazed Gryph. 2 of the undead warriors lay dead, and a third was not long for it. Dirge and his cronies had pulled together into defensive positions. Back to back to back, they held their own. The ugly one, Birik, screamed in agony as the black ooze enveloped his leg. The same black ooze that the Barrow King had vomited at Gryph. Holy shit, Gryph thought. The black ooze has an undead vomit baby? Gryph watched in horror as the baby ooze leached itself up Birik's body, consuming him. The brute swung his sword down in panic, doing as much damage to his own leg as to the ooze. Soon he collapsed, and he was enveloped. The large man's horrific screams were muffled and then ended. The smell of dissolving flesh reached Gryph's nose, spasming him from his momentary shock. Wick was nowhere to be seen. Gryph smiled. That was part of the plan. The gnome conjurer's power did not lay in hand-to-hand combat, but in his ability to summon. A powerful ally was about to join the fray. Zeg was at the cage holding Tifila, struggling with the lock. Gryph couldn't hear what the gnome woman was saying, but he knew that her gentle voice was encouraging the imp. She made eye contact with Gryph and nodded. Gryph turned back to his own fight as the Barrow King launched a lightning-quick strike of his staff. The gnarled wood caught Gryph in the chest, and a pulse of black energy smashed him backwards. Pain erupted, and for a moment Gryph feared his heart had stopped. But soon he felt the beat, and a deep breath pushed a shard of icy pain into his chest. He had broken ribs, and his health bar had dropped by 1/4. The Barrow King swung again, and Gryph knew he couldn't take another shot like that. He thrust his right hand out and activated his ring. The bubble of solid air shimmered as the staff struck. A corona of black energy flowed around the sphere, but it held. Gryph fired flying stalactite through the shield and grinned as the spike of stone bit into the Barrow King's shoulder. The undead lord screamed and tore the shard of earth from its body, whipping it back at Gryph with incredible force. Once again, the air shield deflected the attack, but its shimmering told Gryph it would not hold much longer. Gryph double-fisted a health and mana potion and rolled back to his feet, just as the shield failed. Gryph put himself into a defensive stance and poured mana into his spear. He activated his bracers and threw the spear with all his might. The blazing missile surged towards the shadowy form of the Barrow King and thundered into his chest. The force of the blow pushed the creature back, and it fell to one knee. It shuddered as if in pain, and Gryph took a quick glance at the wraith's stats. The thing's health was still at 75%, but its mana was bottoming out. Gryph grumbled. He'd been pounding the wraith with everything he had, and he had barely made a dent to the revenant's life. The Barrow King pulled himself back up to his full size. It pulled the spear from its body and held it in a shaking hand. A pulse of power flowed down the Barrow King's arm, and Gryph's spear disintegrated into ash. Shit. Losing spears was becoming a bad habit for Gryph. Then, things got worse. The Barrow King's dead eyes filled with eldritch green energy, and it spread both arms wide. Its mouth opened far wider than it ever could have in life, and a piercing scream, like the sound of some demonic bird calling allies to arms, erupted from its throat. Around the chamber, the fallen bodies of the Dread Knights and Byrrc shook as if seething maggots were trying to burrow free. Pulsing blobs of green energy erupted from their mouths and flew into the waiting maw of the Barrow King. The Revenant's body spasmed, and all of his stats surged to 100%. The Barrow King had just used their souls as casually as Gryph would use a healing potion. He advanced on Gryph with terrible speed. "44. Disarmed and facing the onslaught of a rampaging bull, Gryph made a desperate gamble. He forced mana into his boots, and he felt every fast-twitch muscle fiber in his body flush with energy. With his speed doubled, he dodged the Barrow King's clumsy onslaught. He dove to the side, drew his ice dagger, and flipped over a sideways swipe of his enemy's staff. The power of his boots boosted his leaping ability as well, and he came down behind the Barrow King, thrusting the dagger into the base of the creature's neck, where skull met spine. Gryph was rewarded with a dry snap as the dagger buried itself into the top vertebrae. He filled the dagger with mana, and the frigid field expanded, crumbling already brittle bones. The Barrow King wailed in agony and spun to and fro, trying to dislodge Gryph, but he held fast. "Avernerios!" boomed a voice that both was and was not Wick's, and a point of crimson light appeared a dozen feet in front of the Barrow King. The point expanded into a vertical line, and then the line widened into a door to hell. This time, when Gryph saw the horrid devil rushing towards the door, he did not fret. He smiled. His momentary glee distracted him enough for the Barrow King to grab his arm in a cold, skeletal embrace. Iron-strong fingers of bone dug into Gryph's forearm, and he heard bones crack. Gryph yanked the dagger free with his other hand and tried to thrust it into the side of the ancient skull. But the Barrow King's other arm spun in its socket in a way no living arm could and grabbed his wrist. Now trapped, Gryph could only watch as the Barrow King's head twisted 180 degrees, his gaping mouth mere inches from Gryph's face. Gryph's entire world became that gaping maw of death and the horror it was about to spew forth. Wick chanted the final word of the summons, nearly tearing his mortal vocal cords to shreds. The gnome collapsed to one knee as the infernal portal tore a slice into reality. The strain of summoning Hell's lieutenant made him dizzy and weak. He willed himself to get to his feet just as the massive demon crossed the threshold into this realm. Frantic eyes searched for Tifila, and he smiled when he saw her exiting the cage. She gave Zeg a quick pat on the head, eliciting a smile and a coo from the imp. Her eyes darted up to his, and he sent the thought, "Run," through the mental link Ovrim had given them. She grinned up at him, shook her head no, and his mind filled with her voice. "No, my love, I am here with you to the end." Wick scowled, but knew there was no talking her out of it. Tifila summoned blinding white energy to her hands. She unleashed 2 life bolts at the nearest dread knight, taking the creature unawares from behind and blowing its head from its shoulders. Avernerius swung his tree-length sword of flame back and forth in slow, almost lazy arcs. Each swing decapitated or bisected the torso of a dread knight. Dirge, who had been fighting the dread knight the demon had just bisected, backflipped away from Avernerius's 3rd swing. The arc of flame just missed the thief as he thudded hard to the ground. Wick couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, he'd forgotten to name the traitor bastard as friendly.
"Whoops,"
Wick said aloud.
"A little help here?"
came Gryph's frantic mental call, pulling Wick from his temporary glee. He saw his friend being stretched by the Barrow King's misaligned limbs and saw the Revenant's head spin. Wick jumped from the balcony and slid down a support column. As he landed, he threw his arms out to the side and pulsed mana into them. 2 short swords of blazing crimson darkness appeared in his hands, and he ran towards the Barrow King's back. He leapt up, just as the cloaked shadow's shoulders hunched and buckled like a child about to vomit. Wick brought both summoned swords down on the Barrow King's shoulder. The chthonic metal sliced through shadow and bone and severed the arm. Wick landed with agile grace as Gryph brought both feet up to kick the Barrow King in the head. The wraith's head was knocked to the side as a stream of black ooze erupted from its mouth. It covered both the Barrow King's arm and Gryph's wrist. Gryph screamed in agony as his arm burned, but the Revenant's skeletal arm was immune to the acidic damage. The creature's head turned back to Gryph, ready to hurl another volley of black death. Gryph was injured, but he was a warrior born. He lifted the Barrow King's severed skeletal arm with his left hand and crammed it with tremendous force down into the Barrow King's open mouth. The arm blocked the torrent of black ooze, allowing only a trickle to bubble forth. Gryph landed on his feet and tossed several of his throwing knives at the Barrow King. They didn't do too much damage, but he recalled and tossed them again. The small blows slowly whittled at the Lich's health. Wick helped Gryph to his feet and doused the taller man's arm with the last of his silver solutions. The acid dissolved under the metal's onslaught, and Gryph's pain abated. Gryph nodded his thanks and was about to say something when the Barrow King screamed again. Gryph pushed Wick aside as several more globes of silver soul energy flowed from the defeated Dread Knights and down the Barrow King's throat. In an instant, the creature was again at 100%. Even the severed arm regrew. He snapped the new arm out, and the fallen staff flew to its hand. With a dramatic 2-handed thrust, the Barrow King smashed the staff into the floor. The massive doors at the far end of the room opened.
"He's summoning reinforcements. Send the demon!"
Gryph yelled. Wick nodded and sent a mental command to his demonic minion.
"Block the door. Kill anything that enters."
With a final backward swing, Avernerius decapitated the second of Dirge's cohorts. Alone among enemies, Dirge turned his attack to Ovrim. As if predicting his question, Ovrim's voice filled the communal channel. "I have this. Help Gryph."
"So, this is how it ends,"
Dirge said, his dagger held forth. Ovrim knew the skill with blades possessed by the leader of the Grey Company. He had seen it many times before and faced it once. The blades Dirge held were not so much tools as extensions of the wiry man's deadly intent. But Ovrim was an adjudicator, and he would dispense justice. The Zaidai settled his mind, and his body eased like water. He sent an invocation into the ether and felt spirit energy flow down his arm into his saber. While Dirge's weapons may be extensions of his body, Ovrim's weapon was an extension of his will, and it wasn't his only weapon. Ovrim lashed out with his thoughts, attempting to stun Dirge into submission. The dagger-wielding thief threw up a barrier. For an assassin, the smaller man was an adept thought mage. Dirge grinned at Ovrim. The Egyptian slashed with his left dagger, an obvious feint meant to distract Ovrim from his mental assault. Another opponent would have succumbed to the stunning mental bolt Dirge sent, but few could overcome the defenses of a fully trained adjudicator. Ovrim let the ether in, and his mind expanded. Dirge's mental attack flowed over him like river water over a stone, and Ovrim parried the dagger strike with ease. He pushed his momentum into a kick to Dirge's stomach. Pain and surprise tore across the smaller man's face before a cruel grin replaced them.
"Oh, Ovi, you've been holding back on me, darling."
"You are a traitor, Dirge, and I am here to pass judgment on you."
"You sanctimonious jackanapes! Who are you to pass judgment on me, I know all about your order and the accords and how you spit on them both."
Shock crossed Ovrim's face. Few people on Corin even suspected the Outer Realm's existence, much less the laws and powers that governed them. How had this thief learned of these things? Dirge grinned and launched a flurry of attacks. Ovrim barely avoided the poisoned whirs of death. Dirge would know that Ovrim was immune to the paralytic. He wasn't playing any longer. He was here to kill.
"You see it, don't you?" Dirge said. "You sense the death dripping from my blades. Well, let me tell you a little story,
Dirge danced left, then right, and spun, and stabbed. Ovrim blocked the attacks, but only just. His counterattack sliced through cloth, but left flesh untouched.
"Deep in the desert of my homeland lives a spider, a tiny thing so easily missed, not like the giant monstrosities that the dark forests harbor. No, the mother of death is barely the size of a thumbnail, but it bears a gift unlike any other, a poison made of the distilled essence of all spheres."
Dirge lunged again. Ovrim ducked and rolled and felt the blade zip by his ear.
"Most poisons can be countered by their antipathetic magic. Life can cure death. Death, life,"
Dirge said with a grin at his witticism.
"But the mother of death mixes all spheres in her tiny crystalline body. A single drop of mother's milk will bring the full power of every sphere to bear. No immunities can counter it. No antidote exists. You will feel as if you are on fire while you are drowning. Your breath will be torn from your lungs as your blood turns to dust."
Dirge spun and threw a dagger at Ovrim. A pulse of ether took control of Ovrim's body, tossing him aside before his mind was even aware what was happening. So attuned to the ether was Ovrim.
"Impressive," Dirge said in surprise. "Now, I won't bore you with what the rest of the spheres do, save one. Those who succumb to mother's milk lose their immortal soul. The poison eats away at the core of your being, feeding he who delivered the killing blow. This is how I knew what power the Barrow King possessed. This is how I knew what bargain to make."
The man's impossible knowledge stunned Ovidum. The Egyptians had long claimed ancient and secret knowledge, but most of the mystery schools were shams, feeding power to charlatans. Soul magic was a rare affinity with even fewer practitioners. Dirge backed Ovidum up further, and he stumbled over the desiccated corpse of a twice-killed dread knight. The warrior monk went down, and Dirge jumped, putting weight and momentum into his deadly knife. Dirge came down hard on Ovidum's sword hand, snapping his wrist. His sword fell from his hand, and he barely caught the arm, arresting the dagger's deadly intent. Normally, Ovidum was much stronger than the thief, but he was on his back, one arm immobile. Dirge had the superior position, and he leaned his entire body weight into his knife arm. Slowly, the blade came closer. Ovidum could see a milky white sheen on the blade and knew that the Egyptian had not been lying. Death was mere millimeters away and coming for him. Dirge pushed all his weight down and pushed his face near Ovidum's. In a low voice full of malice and hatred, Dirge whispered,
"Dearest mother, I offer you a gift."
Desperate, Ovidum pumped his mind full of spirit energy, and the ether took a hold of him. He could feel every mote in the room. His friends facing off against the Barrow King, the summoned demon raging against a horde of dread knights, Tifila firing life bolts in and around the giant devil, pot shots that found their target more often than not. Only Ovidum was near death. Then his mind found salvation, and he grinned.
"What are you grinning at, you madman?"
Dirge asked as the knife tip came ever closer to Ovidum's face. "I think you dropped something." Ovidum's mind grabbed into Dirge's other blade, another blade soaked in death, and called it. A flash of metal flew past Dirge and embedded itself in the wall behind Ovidum. The movement startled Dirge, but then he laughed.
"Missed!"
"Did I?" Ovidum said, as a single drop of blood welled on Dirge's cheek. The thief's eyes went wide, and he backed off of Ovidum like a man bitten. His hands trembled as his fingers came to his face. They pulled away, marred by a small dot of crimson.
"You bastard!"
Dirge began, but then his body seized. He fell back, choking and burning. Boils and pustules erupted from his skin. His eyes turned crystalline, and his skin glowed a warm yellow light. His skin sloughed off as if 10 years of decomposition had occurred in mere seconds. Dirge stopped moving, and his body turned to dust. Ovidum reached out with his mind and felt the small man's soul die. A sin of the highest order, and Ovidum was responsible. A tear rolled down Ovidum's cheek as he stood. "Forgive me, the unforgivable." Then he heard Tifila scream. 45. Once again, Gryph faced a fully powered Barrow King, this time without a weapon. Sure, he had throwing knives and a very nice dagger, but against this self-healing, soul-sucking perversion of nature, that was worse than David with his sling. He fired several volleys of flying stalactite at the spectral monster, but the Barrow King set them aside with almost casual waves of his staff. Wick got into the game, tossing several thonic bolts. One hit the Barrow King in the side, earning an angry snarl that exposed rotten teeth. The Barrow King held his staff in both hands and murmured. A shimmering semicircle of energy pulsed around him, giving off an oily haze, like a polluted puddle in a parking garage. Wick's next several bolts bounced harmlessly off the shield, and the Barrow King floated towards them.
"Behind you!"
Gryph heard Tifila yell, and he spun just in time to see a dread knight swing a broad-headed axe down at him. The heavy metal blade bit into the stone where it stuck. Gryph kicked the legs out from under the undead warrior, and it hit the ground with a sickening thunk as its head pounded onto the stone of the floor. A living creature would have lost consciousness. Being dead had advantages. The dread knight rose to its knees and wrapped long, skeletal fingers around Gryph's neck. The strength in the dead fingers was incredible, and Gryph could not breathe. He punched up into the dead beast's face. Once, twice, 3 times. The third blow took the knight's jaw off, but apart from a slight dip in health, it seemed not to faze the creature. Debuff added. Suffocation.
Well, it isn't drowning, technically,
Gryph thought as he continued to punch, each blow having less and less strength as his life faded. As his vision blurred and the colors melded, he noticed a familiar sparkle and moved to the beat of his ever-weakening punches. One last rush of adrenaline cleared his mind enough to realize the sparkle was from his ring, and in his head he laughed. With the last of his life petering away, Gryph pumped as much mana as he could into the ring of air shield. He punched again, but this time he fully sank his fist into the dread knight's mouth. Its rotten teeth bit into his knuckles as his fist punched down the creature's throat. Then he sent the command. The air shield expanded and the dread knight's head exploded. The hands around his throat stopped squeezing, and the air shield blinked.
"Oh, not this again,"
Gryph thought, and he scrambled to the left as the air shield collapsed, raining gore and rotten bits of brain down upon him. He sucked ragged gasps of air into his lungs and coughed. He lay there a few moments, trying to recover. Then he heard Tifila scream. Wick saw Gryph go down, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He now faced the Barrow King alone. His mana was near depleted, and he couldn't spare a single second to chug a potion. He fired the last few thonic bolts he could muster, and then pulled his summoned swords from their netherworld sheaths. They had a few more minutes of potency before they too would dissipate back to the thonic realm. Wick spun and ducked, using his superior agility to avoid the Barrow King's attacks, but the Revenant still cowered behind its shield. Wick reached out to summon Avernerius to help, but felt the last of the demon's health disappear. A quick glance showed that at least the demon had collapsed the tunnel. The Barrow King would get no more aid. Tifila was holding her own against one final wounded dread knight. Ovrim was battling the traitor Dirge. Wick realized he was on his own. If he didn't stop, or at least delay, the Barrow King, they were all dead. Then a crazy idea popped into his head. An idea that just might work, but one that would likely end up with him dead. He glanced once more at Tifila and poured waves of love at her. She danced and spun, pulses of white life light shredding the dread knight's health. He smiled grimly and returned his attention to the Barrow King. He got into a fighting stance and then ordered his summoned weapons to blink and disappear. The Barrow King grinned in triumph as it saw Wick's weapons disappear, and it advanced upon him. Wick took a few fearful steps back before forcing himself to stand his ground. Fear ate at his mind as he felt the outer edge of the Revenant's energy field pass over him. He felt stained by a residue of hateful evil and nearly vomited. But he was where he needed to be. The Barrow King reached out with one of his arms and grasped the small gnome by the throat. He hoisted Wick off his feet and brought him close to his face. This close, Wick could see the Barrow King was only partially physical. A human face seemed to phase in and out of existence over desiccated flesh pulled taut along the creature's skull. Wick was seeing the face of the man who had become the Barrow King, and he looked oddly common. Then the Barrow King spoke.
"You are a fool, gnome. I will feast on your soul, and its power will enable me to take the Godhead from your pathetic companion. He does not understand what power he possesses, does he?"
The Barrow King laughed. Wick summoned his short swords and drove them down and into the Barrow King's shoulders. The lich buckled, but did not let go. His hand squeezed Wick's throat tighter, forcing Wick's mouth open.
"This isn't going to plan,"
Wick thought as the Barrow King breathed death into his mouth. Wick's body seized, and he felt energy drain from him. Through his goggles, he could see that it was the same silver color as the energy he'd stolen from the Wormen. That seemed so long ago now. Wick felt his soul leave his body. Then he heard Tifila scream. It was the last sound he heard. "46. Tifila's scream tore through the room, and all eyes went to her. Then all eyes went to where her gaze fell. Gryph saw his small friend in the grasp of the Barrow King. The Revenant was feeding on his soul. Gryph summoned the last remaining bit of mana he had and fired a stalactite at the unholy nightmare. But it clattered harmlessly off the Revenant's shield. Desperate, Gryph searched for any kind of weapon.
"Gryph!"
he heard Ovrim yell. His head whipped towards the warrior monk, who stood, arm held at his side. He was too far away to do anything, but hefted his red saber and tossed it towards Gryph.
"Go!"
Ovrim yelled as the sword flew towards Gryph. Gryph sprinted, easing himself under the blade like a wide receiver running under a quarterback's pass. He caught the blade in mid-run and rushed to the barrier separating him from Wick. Gryph gripped the saber with both hands and forced the point into the shield. A surge of mana rushed into him as the elementum blade drained the shield's power. He pushed harder, and the tip forced itself deeper into the shield. More power rushed into him, and still the blade sunk deeper. Gryph saw his friend's head loll back just as the shield collapsed.
"No!"
Gryph screamed as the Barrow King let Wick's limp body fall to the floor. The noise seemed to catch the specter off guard, and Gryph jumped, forcing every bit of the stolen mana back into the blade. The Barrow King's eyes flared emerald as the tip of the sword bit deep into its neck. With a twist of the blade, Gryph severed the head from the spine, and the Barrow King went down. Its robes and body dissipated like smoke in high winds, leaving only a wretched skull. Wick's body fell to the ground as Gryph landed. He caught and cradled his friend's lifeless form. Death is nearly always silent. That's one thing they don't tell you. Perhaps it's the shock. Wick's death was silent. Tifila was the first one there, the imp perched on her shoulder, her eyes stained by tears, but she held a simple grace in her. Ovrim limped up a moment later. Neither could help Gryph as he looked from the lifeless eyes of his friend to their grief-filled ones. Tifila kneeled down and brought a gentle touch to Wick's face. She smiled through her tears. "So brave, so foolish, my love." A look of odd calm came over her face, as if she realized she'd forgotten something at home. Shock, Gryph thought. But then her other hand came to the chain at her neck, and a small smile came over her face. She held it in her palm and closed her eyes. Gryph wondered if it was a gnomish ritual and had no idea what he should do. Then her eyes snapped open.
"He is still alive,"
Tifila said. Gryph looked at Ovrim with doubt. He couldn't imagine the pain she was feeling. It had to be a state of shock. Gryph placed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked up at him, startled, as if she'd forgotten he was there. "He saved us all," Gryph said, feeling as if it was not near enough to ease her suffering. Tifila smiled.
"Yes, he did. Now it is our turn to save him."
An odd look crossed Ovrim's face as he struggled to kneel. He picked up the skull of the Barrow King and turned it towards him like Macbeth holding his father's skull. Ovrim closed his eyes and concentrated. It was a surreal moment, more at home in a London theater than the depths of this dungeon.
He's right,"
Ovrim said, his voice tinged with surprise.
"I am feeling something. Wick's soul is still here, as is the Barrow King's. There is—"
His eyes opened in shock, and he stared at Gryph.
"I am holding a realm in my hand. A small one, to be sure, but a real place nonetheless."
Gryph motioned to Ovrim, and the Zaidai handed him the skull. A prompt popped into his vision as soon as his fingers closed on the wretched sphere of bone. "You have discovered a nexus of power. You have discovered a respawn point. You have discovered a nexus of power that can be designated as a respawn point. Do you wish to change your respawn point?" "You're right," Gryph said, as an insane plan took root in his mind. "I think I can save him." 47. The group knelt around Wick's body. Now that the shock of his small friend's death had abated and his plan had formed, Gryph was calm. He could see the small rise and fall of Wick's chest as his body's autonomic functions continued, despite the lack of higher brain functions.
"This plan is insane,"
Tifila said.
"And dangerous,"
Ovrim added.
"Plan stupid,"
Zeg said.
"Zeg have better one."
The diminutive demon jumped from Tifila's shoulder and landed on Wick's chest. He grabbed Wick's cheeks in his thin hands and tugged and shook the gnome's face.
"Wakes up, smelly blue hair."
Ovrim, his arm repaired by Tifla's life magic, reached down and grabbed the imp, who got in one last kick before being pulled away.
Not helping,
Ovrim said, scolding the small creature.
There is no other way,
Gryph said.
If Ovrim is right and Wick's soul still exists in this mind-verse, then I am the only one who can get to him. Assuming your assumptions are correct, Ovrim said, you know what they say about assumptions.
They make an ass out of you and me, Gryph said. The Zaidai looked confused, but nodded.
Sure, that works.
He's saying it is too dangerous. If what you suspect is true, then you are putting not only yourself, but the Godhead at risk.
The evil that lives here cannot, must not get this kind of power. Ever,
Ovrim stated.
Zeg agree. Smoky Skull Man is real jerk, and Zeg knows jerks when Zeg sees jerks.
He'd do it for all of us.
Gryph looked from Tifla to Ovrim to Zeg. Well, most of us. A scowl crossed the imp's face.
A short, ugly man do for Zeg. Zeg knows he would.
Tifla stroked the small demon's head, and Gryph almost believed that the imp cared for Wick.
The realms are a very weird place,
Gryph thought.
Then you must do it alone,
Ovrim said, crossing his arms for extra emphasis. Gryph inhaled deeply and then grabbed both of the red-eyed man's shoulders.
I understand your fears. You seem to know more about this thing than any of us, and normally I'd defer to your judgment here. But we both know that Wick doesn't have long.
This earned a small sniffle from Tifla.
And if the Barrow King consumes him and reforms in this realm, then all of this starts again.
Gryph waved his hands about in a dramatic fashion, encompassing the bodies, both human and undead.
And if he consumes yours, he'll have the power of a god,
Ovrim countered.
Who knows what evil he could wreak with such power?
I know you don't know me. I know you cannot possibly comprehend where I come from. But I am asking you to trust me. I can do this. I've trained for this. Ovrim stared into his eyes, and Gryph could feel more than the man's eyes on him. If they survived this, he would ask the man to show him what he knew. Ask him very nice-like. Finally, the Zaidai exhaled.
Fine. We'll do it your way. But first, you need new weapons and new skills. Time to assign your points. Tifla and I will teach you what we can.
He looked down at the imp.
Zeg, see if you can find any weapons or magic items that Gryph can use.
The imp just glared at the tall warrior monk.
Please?
Zeg grinned and rushed off.
That is one weird imp,
Ovrim muttered. Over the next few minutes, Gryph learned new skills, thought spells from Ovrim. You have learned the spell Telepathic Bond, Sphere, Thought Magic, Tier, Base. Allows the caster to form a telepathic bond with one or more other beings. It is easier to establish a telepathic bond with willing participants. For unwilling participants, mana cost 100. Casting time, instantaneous. Duration, 5 minutes plus 1 per thought magic level. Cooldown, none. Water magic and spells from Tifla. You have learned the spell Water Blast, Sphere, Water Magic, Tier, Base. allows the caster to shoot a torrent of water from their hands that will impact opponents like a fire hose. Base damage, 20 points of water damage plus 2 points per level of water magic mastery. Double damage versus fire-based beings. Can cause drowning. Mana cost, 40. Casting time, instantaneous. Duration, 10 seconds plus 1 per level of water magic mastery. Cooldown, 2 minutes. You have learned the skill Water Magic. Level 1. Tier Base. Skill type Active. You are now able to wield the power of water magic. Water magic allows the user to manipulate liquids of all kinds. Water magic is primarily used for offensive and defensive purposes, but can also be used to summon or create creatures made of water. Water magic is also capable of changing one liquid into another. Spells that make use of ice and cold are the province of water magic. And, surprise of surprises, chthonic magic and spells from Zeg. The mischievous imp hadn't asked Gryph's permission. He'd just jumped onto Gryph's head and forced the knowledge into his mind. You have learned the spell Demon Scales. Sphere, chthonic magic. Tier, base. A tough and scaly demonic hide will form over the caster or target's skin, providing a +10 bonus to AC, +1 per every 3 levels of chthonic magic mastery. Mana cost, 50. Casting time, 1 minute. Duration, 10 minutes +1 per level of chthonic magic mastery. Cooldown, 2 minutes. You have learned the skill Chthonic Magic. Level 1. Tier Base. Skill type Active. You are now able to wield the power of chthonic magic. Chthonic magic allows the user to tap into the energies of the chthonic realm. Chthonic magic primarily makes use of offensive and summoning spells, but does have some potent defensive capabilities as well. Note: the use of chthonic magic is considered evil by most creatures, and those who wield it are often shunned. Gryph's mind expanded with all the new knowledge, and his training already parsed the new skills and abilities into tactics. He had just scratched the surface of what he could do in the realms. What will I be capable of when I master the Godhead? Gryph closed out all of his interfaces and returned his attention to the real world. In his absence, Zeg had been busy. A large pile of loot lay at Gryph's feet. Ovrim was already searching through it. Most of it was junk, ancient rusted weapons and armor from the Dread Knights. Ovrim handed Gryph a few potions to restock his inventory. "Is this it?" Gryph asked the imp.
Yes, nothing else. Zeg no find better shiny things.
"Zeg?" Gryph said. "What did you find?" Zeg scowled and looked away, avoiding the question.
"Zeg, my brave friend, we need your help," Tifila said in a soothing voice. "Did you find something?"
Zeg huffed and puffed and finally sighed.
Zeg find box with shiny pretty.
"Where?" Gryph asked. A moment later, they were in a small hidden room behind the Barrow King's throne. It had all the bearings of a royal treasury, and if the contents told the tale, they belonged to a king. "Whoa," Gryph said. Yeah," Ovrim agreed. "You have found the war stave of the Elven King, El Edrine War Stave. Item class, Artifact, Item category: passive, active. Base damage: 18, plus 8 artifact bonus, plus 12 adamant tip. Passive powers: Power 1, plus 20% total mana. Power 2, store 200 points of mana. Power 3, plus 3 to all attributes. Power 4, plus 20% immunity to all spheres of magic. Active powers: Power 1, penetrating strike, damage added to strike. Mana limit 20%, plus option for stored mana. Cooldown 10 minutes. Icons slotted 0 of 6. This magnificent weapon was constructed by 3 Grand Masters, an Eladrin Smith, a Nimerian Imbue Master, and a Thalmir Artificer, with a gift of ultra-rare prismatic elementum from the Ral Zanag, Orcs, to commemorate the alliance against the Dark Ascendancy. To create the War Stave of the Elven King, 4 ingots of white mithril to construct the stave itself, 1 ingot of prismatic elementum, a mix of black, blue, and white elementum, entwined throughout, 6 draughts of ether worm blood, to burn the slots for 6 icons, an ingot of adamant, to make the adamantium spear tip, and 4 blood diamonds, diamonds infused with the blood of powerful beings, in this case a willing sacrifice from the 4 racial leaders of the Alliance. "Well, this'll come in handy," Gryph said as he hoisted the war stave of the Elven King. He felt a power surge into him as he held the perfectly balanced staff. He took a few moments to familiarize himself with the weapon. The mana store ability was incredible, and Gryph filled the reservoir. If he planned well, just carrying this spear upped his mana limit by 200. Below the spear was an intricately carved metallic disc. It was 6 inches across and bore the visage of a powerful and wise dwarf. Gryph picked it up, and his mind filled with a new prompt. "You have found the Seal of the Dwarven King. Weight 2.5 pounds. Item class, artifact. Item category, passive, active. Passive powers. Power 1. This seal enables the bearer to take ownership of the ancient Thalmir city of Dar Thorim. Active powers. Unknown. You have been offered the quest, Reclaim the Dwarven City. The ancient Thalmir city of Dar Thorim was long ago sealed to prevent a powerful evil from infesting the world. Rid the city of the infestation and claim the city as your own. Difficulty, epic. Reward, control of Dar Thorim. XP, 1 million. "Holy shit," Gryph muttered. The XP award for the quest was insane. Ovrim eyed Gryph oddly, so Gryph passed the seal to him. His eyes also went wide before he passed the artifact back to Gryph. "Looks like we'll be busy if we ever get out of here." Gryph nodded and tucked the seal into his inventory. There were more pressing concerns. Gryph gripped his new spear again. Hopefully, he could take everything with him into the Barrow King's mindverse. If not, what he had planned would be near impossible. They returned to the throne room. Tifila had made a makeshift bed out of discarded cloaks and old bits of cloth and laid Wick's empty body on top of it. She was gently washing the dirt and grime from his face and eased his maker goggles from his head. She walked up to Gryph and handed the goggles to him. "Perhaps this will aid you in your quest." Gryph shook his head. They belong to your husband.
And they will help you find him. Give them back when you both return.
Gryph nodded his thanks and placed the goggles over his head, leaving them to dangle at his neck. Ovrim shook his hand and wished him luck. Even Zeg seemed genuine when he told Gryph that he
no want you go dead.
Ready as he would ever be, Gryph picked up the skull, and a prompt popped into his mind. Do you wish to change your respawn location to this respawn point? Gryph tapped the yes icon. Congratulations, you have changed your respawn point. I'm ready, Gryph said and pulled down his cowl, exposing the back of his neck. Ovrim drew his saber and walked up behind Gryph. The point settled at the base on his skull. See you soon, my friend. Tifila stood in front of him, her smile trying to hide the worry in her eyes. Behind her, Zeg sat on the throne, chewing on something that may have been a foot. Do it. With a smooth, quick motion, Ovrim pushed the tip of his saber into Gryph's spine. Death was instantaneous. 48. Gryph only felt the pain for a second before his soul left his body. Once again, he stretched thin and was pulled through a singularity. He was energy, and he was descending fast. As he approached the pinprick of light he knew to be his respawn point, he brought all of his focus to bear. If he was right, this was the critical part of his plan. The point of light expanded from a single star into a swirling cloud of interstellar gas. Within the endless nebula were 2 single points of light. Gryph focused on them. There had to be a way to tell which one was which. The first orbited near the edge of the nebula and shone an intense white. Looking upon it, Gryph felt longing and comfort. This was where his soul wanted to be, a realm of life and wonder. The other point was a dark mass of seething blue and black. It stood out not due to its brightness, but due to the hole it produced in the light of the nebula. It was a place of rage and anger, and every photon of Gryph's being spasmed away from it. This is where he would find Wick. He turned himself towards the darkness and zipped faster and faster towards it. His soul screamed at him to turn away, but his mind was the master here. The blue-black sphere was all of reality now, larger than the largest star in his own universe. It now was the universe, a universe of anger, hate, fear, and pain. Gryph doubled down and surged forward. As he got close, he eased back. This time, when he landed, he would land softly. He could not risk the painful entries he'd experienced the last 2 times. He hit the surface of the seething black star and passed through with a snap. His mind receded from the universe to the local, and once again, he was in his own body. His landing wasn't pretty, but he stayed on his feet. The surrounding energies dissipated, and he looked about. What he saw stunned him. His expectations had been that the Mindverse would be some kind of hell realm, like the one through the portal Avernerius came from. But this place was not. This place was a wonder. He was in a grassy clearing in an ancient forest that reminded him of the old woods of Europe. In the distance, snow-capped peaks kissed the sky, and mountain streams fed down into a thin alpine lake. A tower shot upwards from the far shore of the lake, piercing the morning like a beacon. He got to his feet and pulled his new spear from his inventory. This place was just too normal, too nice. Why would the Barrow King's mind create such a place? Gryph did a slow circle, keeping his weapon ready. Everywhere he looked, he saw more wondrous nature. Woodland animals hopped and grazed, birds chirped, and brooks babbled. He walked towards the tower in the distance. He wondered if this was what the Barrow had looked like all those millennia ago, when it had existed on the surface. But doubts crept into his mind. This spire was tall and elegant, a natural extension of the surroundings, as if it had grown directly from the land. It sure did not feel like the hellhole he'd spent the last several days in. He ran and sent mana into his boots, doubling his speed. Normally, he'd opt for stealth, but he had no idea how much time Wick had left. He didn't plan to waste any more. The world zipped by, and he refilled the power of his boots twice. After a time, he came to the edge of the forest and the edge of the clearing that sprouted the tower. It was hundreds of feet tall and made of shining white stone. A circular wall surrounded it, creating a massive green courtyard. An open set of gates led into the courtyard. Gryph dropped down into stealth and made his way through the gates. He saw nothing and no one. Was this the right place? Had he chosen wrong when he floated through the nebula? Had he sentenced Wick's soul to a permanent death with his error? He refused to let himself wallow down that path. If he had chosen wrong, there was nothing to be done now. He had to move ahead with faith. Wick was here. He had to be. Gryph ducked low and sprinted across the sward of green between the gate and the tower itself. If hidden snipers lurked, this would be their chance to strike. Gryph forced himself to focus, and soon his breathing relaxed. He came to the base of the tower and crouched at the left side of the heavy wooden doorway. A glance back and forth told Gryph he was still alone. Was it going to be this easy? Was the Barrow King so sure that his private realm, this pocket universe, was secure that he had no guards, no security? Still in stealth, Gryph reached his hand towards the large handle on the door. A moment before his fingers touched the metal ring, the door eased open on well-oiled hinges. Gryph jumped back startled and held his spear in a fighting stance. Almost more unnerving than the door's movement was the complete lack of noise. How could such a massive door be so silent? The door opened, and Gryph saw a humanoid figure backlit by many torch-bearing wall sconces. His hands gripped the shaft tighter, and he sent mana into the tip.
"Oh, you're here!"
said a high-pitched voice that cracked as if its owner were on the cusp of puberty.
"I've been waiting so long!"
Of all the things Gryph had expected to emerge from the tower, a 14-year-old boy had not made the list. But as the figure emerged into the light, that is exactly who greeted Gryph.
"My name is Simon,"
said a sandy-haired boy with the thin, gangly limbs that made the early teens a time of clumsy nervousness.
"Would you like to come in?"
Gryph said, standing at his full height and clutching the spear tighter. For the next several moments, man and boy just stared at each other.
"Are you slow or something?"
Simon said, in the typical tone of the irritated adolescent.
"Great. Alone all these years, and I get an idiot as my first friend."
Who are you?
Oh, good. You do talk. I'm Simon, but we already covered that, didn't we?
In an almost comical way, Gryph backed up, looked up and down the tower, and turned around in a 360-degree circle. Something just wasn't right. Simon stared at him in a way that was both curious and condescending. Finally, the kid snapped, bringing Gryph's attention and annoyance back to him.
Hello, Sir Knight. Would you like to come in?
Gryph gave the kid a look that suggested he shut up, and Simon pouted.
You're here to see him.
Him?
His Majesty, the great and powerful Utserio?
I don't know who that is. I'm here to find a friend. He was taken here against his will by an entity known as the Barrow King.
Yup, that's him. But I always thought that name sounded stupid. I mean, of all the names you could choose to go with, you choose the Barrow King? Seriously.
Kid, Gryph said, moving to grab the annoying adolescent by the arm. Time to focus. Simon lurched away from Gryph's grasp. It reminded Gryph of a childhood friend who never liked being touched. Years later, Gryph had learned that his friend had suffered abuse. Sorry, I won't touch you. I don't have a lot of time. Is he here? Simon harumphed with such drama that Gryph was surprised the kid didn't pull something. But eventually, he tossed his head back in a follow-me gesture and walked into the tower. Okay, Gryph muttered to himself and looked around one last time. He was almost certain he was being punked, but further surveillance proved fruitless. Knowing that he would regret it, Gryph stepped over the threshold and into the tower. The inside looked exactly as one would expect. A large circular room with a ceiling that reached 100 feet or more dominated the ground floor. A few doors led off the main chamber, and 2 large staircases circled upwards. Gryph felt as if he were in some ultra-modern skyscraper, something you'd see in Dubai or Singapore. Instead of technology, archaic magics adorned the place. So, he is here, your master?
He's not my master,
Simon spat.
But, yeah, His Majesty is here. Just got back too, so your timing is impeccable. He has a guest and told me not to disturb him except to bring dinner.
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, the meal, lamb, potatoes, turnips, and jellies.
Once again, Simon eyeballed Gryph as if he were talking to a moron. Have you brought it yet?
What?
Dinner, Gryph said. His voice rose in ire.
No, I was just about to. Why, you want to help?
Yes, I very much do, Gryph said.
Okay.
Simon shrugged in a way that said he didn't care either way.
Follow me.
Simon led him into one of the side doors, to a small room that was unadorned save for a circle of engraved metal in the floor. Simon stepped into the circle and waited for Gryph to do the same. With some apprehension, Gryph put one foot, then another over the circle. He could sense the power that lay in the ring.
I'd stand still if I were you,
Simon said. Gryph became rigid, like a statue, but gripped his spear. A moment later, the world folded and popped. His guts shuddered and nausea poured over him, and then the world folded again, and they were in a nearly identical room. Gryph's ears popped, and he nearly toppled. What the?
portal circle," Simon said with a grin. "Guess I could have warned you."
Simon didn't wait for Gryph to respond and exited the room. Gryph forced himself to recover. As annoying as this kid was, he couldn't risk losing him. The kid was just entering another door when Gryph exited the portal circle chamber. He clutched his spear as he lost sight of the kid and stumbled down the hall. The door led to a large kitchen. Inside was a wonderland of automation unmatched even on Earth. Food items prepared themselves, moving about in and out of ovens and pots as if unseen hands were carrying them. The smell was fantastic, and Gryph's stomach grumbled. It was then that he realized that the last real meal he had eaten had been the food Doc had brought him the day before this entire nightmare had started. Gryph resisted the urge to scarf some food. For all he knew, this Simon was the Barrow King, and the food was poisoned. That would be an ignominious way to die and lose his Godhead. Poisoned by a bratty teenager because he was hungry? Simon snapped, and the food all drifted over to a silver serving cart. A cover slipped over the food to keep it warm, and a jug of wine slid over and landed next to the food.
"Ready?"
Simon asked. "Hold on just a second. You need to answer some questions." Simon crossed his arms in the condescending way that all teens had of showing displeasure. Some things did not change, no matter what universe you were in. Simon stared at Gryph, and the stare said, "Fine, let's get this over with." "Who are you?"
"I'm
Gryph cut him off with raised palms. "I know you're Simon, but who are you, and how did you get here?" The look of irritation fell from Simon's face as he thought,
Sometimes I'm not sure anymore. It's been so long. I've served Utserio for so long I can't remember."
The memory seemed to touch something painful inside Simon, and his cocky demeanor returned.
"Why are you asking me this?"
"Because there is something off about this place."
"Yeah, it's boring."
"Yeah, it is." Gryph thought as his mind worked. "You said your Utserio just got back."
"Yup."
"From where exactly?" Simon shrugged.
"I don't know. He goes away and comes back. He usually brings a friend. I bring meals for a few days, then the friend goes away, and for a while Utserio is happy. Then he isn't, and he goes away again. He doesn't bother telling me his schedule."
Gryph was piecing together the odd logic of this realm, but he needed to ask more questions. Wick's life, his soul, might rely on the answers this brat provided. "How many meals have you served him this time?"
"This is the first."
"Good. And how many do you normally serve before he goes away again?" Simon shrugged.
"It varies."
"Well, take a guess."
"Sometimes one, sometimes a few. I never know until I bring up dinner and he's just gone."
Simon shuffled his feet in a way that told Gryph he was hurt by it but didn't want to admit it. "Okay, that's good. Now, why don't you tell me about yourself?"
"What you want to know?"
Simon said, excited for the interest but also fearful that it was some kind of trick or joke. "How did you come to be here?" Simon screwed up his face as if the memory was painful and he didn't want to remember. After a moment, he shrugged. He stayed silent. "Come on, kid. You help me. Maybe I can help you. Take you from this place." Simon's eyes snapped up, an odd mix of fear and excitement in his gaze.
I have to bring dinner,
Simon said, shunting the hope aside. Gryph held back a sigh. This kid had some serious trust issues. He walked over to the cart and pushed. "Let me help you." Simon nodded, but said nothing as they exited the kitchen into a long hallway. After a dozen steps, Simon spoke up in a small voice.
I don't remember much. It was a long time ago.
"It's okay. Just tell me what you remember."
Morrigan brought me. I think I was his manservant. Not a bad gig, all things considered.
Gryph wasn't sure why, but the name Morrigan made his skin crawl. Was it a name he'd heard Wick say? Or maybe Ovidum? He didn't know. He knew he had to ask, and hoped that the question didn't set this sullen teen down the wrong path. "Who is Morrigan?" Simon's gaze snapped up at Gryph, an incredulous look painted across his face. The boy stopped and fidgeted back and forth, as if wanting to run but fearing the consequences. "It's okay, buddy. I'm kinda new to the realms." Simon's eyes went wide in excitement.
You're from the Outer Realms? Wow.
Something like that. Regardless, I'm not up on current events. I promise, someday I'll tell you about my home.
Okay,
Simon said, and nodded in excitement.
Well, Morrigan is one of the gods. Soon he will be the High God. That's why we came here. Utserio is a very powerful wizard. He knows secrets that nobody knows, not even Morrigan. Morrigan wanted to learn, and for a while Utserio taught him. Then,
Simon stopped, as if the next part was painful. "Then?" Gryph prompted.
Then they got in a big fight.
Simon held his head, as if hit by a sudden migraine.
It's hard to remember sometimes. I think they fought. Then Morrigan went away and left me here with Utserio. I think that was a long time ago.
He stopped again, almost falling over in a faint. "Whoa, I got ya," Gryph said, lunging out to catch the kid. Simon jerked from his touch again, and Gryph released him. After a moment, Simon seemed to regain his composure and pushed the cart onwards.
You know,
Simon said, in an odd voice as if he had drifted light years away.
I'm not even sure my name is Simon.
Gryph felt tension rise in him as they got closer to the doors at the end of the hallway. Well, it's a good name.
Yeah,
the kid said as he pulled the cart to a stop and moved to open the doors. Gryph pulled mana into himself and clasped his spear. Whatever lay beyond these doors, he would be ready. "49. The doors were 15 feet tall and made of pale amber wood. Simon pushed them open with practiced ease and returned to the cart. As his gaze passed over Gryph, his eyes grew distant, almost glazed, as if he was no longer present, but just an automaton fulfilling a task. He pushed the cart into the room, and Gryph followed. "Ah, Simon," said a voice that reminded Gryph of a kindly grandfather from a candy commercial he'd seen as a child. "I was wondering where you'd gotten yourself to, lad. My guest is famished." Gryph eased around the cart, muscles tensed for action. What awaited him was both stunning and expected. An old, white-haired man sat at one end of a long dining table. You know those tables you see in movies that rich folks use, the kind that circumvent any chance at real conversation? The elderly man, who Gryph guessed had to be Utserio, the Barrow King, looked at Gryph, and a smile that was both genuine and confused crossed his face. He reminded Gryph of his own grandfather, the last several years of his life. They were not the eyes of a soul-consuming revenant.
"Why, Simon, who is your friend?"
Simon said nothing as he pushed the cart forward. Gryph eyed Simon warily. Something wasn't right here. He backed away, but kept pace with the thin boy. As they fully entered the room, Gryph got his first look at the guest Utserio was entertaining. Wick sat at the table's far end, as healthy as Gryph had ever seen him. The gnome's skin looked as if he'd spent the last few months in the sun and not the dour darkness of the barrow. The blue shock of hair was lustrous and undamaged by acid. A jovial smile split his face. It was only when Gryph saw his friend's eyes that he realized something was very, very wrong. They were the eyes of the dead, listless and lacking light. Wick's gaze fell on Gryph, and the gnome said, "Hello." Ice dug into Gryph's veins. There was something going on here that he wasn't seeing. On a whim, he pulled Wick's goggles up over his eyes and toggled the lenses to see magic. He almost jumped. The place was rife with tendrils of all colors, moving to and fro. His head began to pound, just trying to differentiate between the strands. He closed his eyes and forced his mind to focus and to calm. When he opened them again, he centered his gaze on Wick. Sure enough, a silvery tendril of magic pulsed from Wick directly to the food Simon was serving Utserio. The old man pulled a tender bit of lamb free with his fork and shoved it past trembling lips, where he chewed. Each movement of his jaw brought a pulse of light into the strand leading from Wick to Utserio. Gryph's eyes widened. He was consuming Wick's soul. Gryph spun his spear around and dipped the tip into the stream, moving from the gnome to the old man. Maybe the spear's ability to store magic would interrupt the flow. The tip punctured the flow, and energy shot up the spear and into Gryph's body. Pain exploded into every cell in Gryph's body as he flew backwards, impacting the wall and knocking the wind from him. His health bar dropped by nearly a third. He stood, wobbling back and forth on unsteady legs. The old man continued to chew, and Simon continued to set more dishes in front of him.
"Simon, this is quite delicious," Utserio said. "I'm not sure I've ever had the like. What is it?"
"It's called gnome, sir," Simon said.
"Gnome. Quite tasty. So tender and full of vitality."
Gryph shook his head, trying to clear away the cobwebs. He advanced on Simon and pushed the lad away from the serving cart. Then he tried to push the cart, get it as far away from this soul cannibal as possible. But his hands phased right through it. It was incorporeal. "I don't like to be touched," Simon said, as he stood, dusted himself off, and returned to his duties. Gryph panicked. Utserio was consuming more of Wick's soul, and it was taking a toll on his friend. His skin had turned sallow, and strands of gray had wormed their way through his hair. He rushed to his friend and tried to tear him away from the table, but his hands phased through as if Wick was not there. This close, he could hear his friend's wheezing breath. It was as if his lungs no longer inhaled enough oxygen to fuel him. Gryph turned and raised his spear. He poured mana into the spear, adding it to that stored in the weapon. The adamant tip glowed as bright as the noonday sun, and Gryph hurled it at Utserio with every ounce of strength he had. His aim was true, but the weapon passed harmlessly through the old man and hit the wall behind him. A cacophonous explosion tore outwards, smashing a massive hole in the wall. A breeze drifted into the chamber, bringing the sweet smell of spring with it. Utserio didn't seem to notice as he took another bite. This time, it was some kind of custard. More pulses of Wick's soul oozed down the tendril with each cycle of the old man's jaw. Gryph rushed to Simon and grabbed the kid by the arm, tugging him backwards before he could deliver another dish to his soul-eating master.
"Let go! I told you I don't like being touched!"
Simon screamed, struggling to pull free of Gryph's grasp. But Gryph refused to let go. Fear dug into the boy's eyes, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "How am I able to touch you, but not the others?" Gryph screamed at the frightened boy. Simon said nothing, just tried harder and harder to pull away. "How?" Gryph screamed.
"Because I have no body!"
Simon screamed, and his eyes widened in realization. Gryph knew right then that until that very moment, Simon had forgotten this terrible truth. More tears poured down his face, and a cold calm came over the boy.
"I am stuck here because Morrigan gave me to him."
Simon pointed an angry finger at Utserio.
"Gave me to him to be a sacrifice. I watched them experiment on me, slowly killing my body as they sought to understand my soul."
Simon shook as the terrors of his past came rushing back.
No. It is all my fault. It's because of me that Utserio and Morrigan understand how to feed on souls. I was the first.
Gryph knelt and shook the boy. "Listen to me, Simon. It is not your fault. They used you. They abused you."
"They murdered me,"
Simon said.
"But they did not consume my soul. They used me, to build this place."
Simon walked over to the hole in the wall that Gryph's spear had made. A small smile came to his lips.
"This was my home. Long ago. It's why I made it again. I wanted to go back home."
Gryph knelt by the boy, pain fighting against compassion at the thought of what he'd suffered. "How can I help?" Simon looked up at Gryph with sad eyes.
"I do not know if you can, but I may be able to help you."
He looked at Wick.
"And your friend."
"How?" Gryph said in a voice full of desperate need.
"You must kill me."
"50." Gryph backed away in shock. Every fiber of his being recoiled at the idea. But he was also desperate to save his friend. There was no training that could help him make this decision. I thought you said you were already dead.
Yes,
Simon said. His demeanor had changed. He was no longer a scared child, but a being who had existed for untold millennia.
My body died so long ago that I'm not even sure that this is what I looked like.
I don't understand. If you are already dead, how can I kill you?
You must kill my soul. It enables this place to exist. Without it, the Barrow King cannot survive, and he will cease to be. You must sacrifice me to kill him, while he is still weak.
No.
It is the only way to save your friend, and I no longer want to live this half-life.
Gryph paced back and forth in anguish. He could not destroy a soul, even to save one. He looked from Simon to the Barrow King, and then to Wick. Think, damn you! Gryph bashed the palm of his hand against his forehead. Something tickled at the back of his mind. Then it came to him, like a tsunami wave, and he knew what he had to do. I may have another way, but I need you to do something for me, Gryph said.
What?
Simon asked. Stop feeding this old fuck.
I'll try,
Simon said.
but he is able to compel me.
Try. That is all I can ask. Gryph turned to the Otserio, the ancient evil that had destroyed countless lives. He was already looking younger. Gryph had no idea how much longer Wick could hold out, but Gryph suspected he did not have long. Hey, old man, your days are done. Gryph built up mana and cast telepathic bond. He reached out with his mind and found the wisp that was the mind of the Barrow King. It was a tainted, oily pond of scum and sewage. Its rancid taste nearly made Gryph vomit, but he would not fail. Their minds touched, and Gryph showed the Barrow King his Godhead. The spectral creature pulsed and morphed, rushing at Gryph with a hunger unlike any it had ever felt. Gryph held fast as Utserio's mind swam into his own, burrowing to the deep recesses where the Godhead resided. Gryph pushed forward, digging deep into the foul center of the Barrow King's mind. He was gambling all and knew that if he didn't find what he sought, then all was lost. Gryph pushed through memories of atrocities, nearly drowning in their pain and the utter joy Utserio had taken in inflicting them. It was like swimming through toxic mud. He burned and was suffocating under the wretched onslaught, but he kept swimming. He knew what he sought was there. He kept moving. He was getting close. He could feel it like a blind man felt heat. He dove deeper, and the world became blacker. It was down here, the knowledge he needed, the knowledge the Barrow King had guarded for millennia. Then he saw it, a mote of silver light puncturing the black crud. He swam deeper and deeper and reached it. At his touch, the world exploded in silver, and he stood in some kind of laboratory. He looked down and saw hands clad in an arcane robe. He looked up and saw a reflection looking back at him from a mirror of burnished silver. He was Utserio. A younger Utserio for sure, but the man all the same. There was another man with his back turned from Gryph. He was sharpening implements.
"We are close, my friend,"
the man said, and the voice was familiar, like something from a distant dream or an often-heard radio commercial. But the man did not turn around, and Gryph discovered he had no control over the body he now inhabited. He was living a memory. He felt himself look down, and there, tied to some kind of operating slab, was the boy Simon. A gag stoppered the terrified boy's mouth. Some skin on his torso had been flayed and burned, and sliced flesh dotted other parts of his small, quivering body. As Utserio moved to his side, the boy shivered and shook his head in a desperate no. Tears poured from his eyes. Gryph could feel what Utserio had felt that day, and it made his blood turn to ice. The man felt nothing that could be deemed a decent human emotion. No pity, no shame, no hesitation, just anxious excitement. Gryph felt himself smile down on the boy, and he lightly pet his forehead. "Everything will be all right," he lied. "Soon it will all be over." "Would you like a turn?" the familiar voice asked. "Why not, Morrigan?" Utserio said. "After all, this will be my crowning achievement." He lightly stroked Simon's head, and the fear exploded in the boy's eyes. Utserio looked up at the man holding out a scalpel like a device of torture, and Gryph knew why the voice was so familiar. "Alistair Bashard," Gryph said in horrified wonder. Yes, it will be. Morrigan, the man those of Earth knew as Alistair Bashard, the god worshipped by millions across Corin as the High God Alaron, said, "Yes, I will remember this day forever." Then Gryph felt this body that he could not control torture Simon until the boy's body died. As a small part of his own soul died, Gryph reached out with assimilation. He had defeated the Barrow King in the realms. Now it was time to claim his prize. Gryph dug into the mind he shared with Utserio and grabbed the pulsing silver beacon. His mind exploded with knowledge. It was as if 1,000 hands made of acid, rotting death, plague, and pestilence dug into his mind and forced the knowledge to stick. You have learned the skill Soul Magic. Levels 1 to 25. Tier, Base, Skill Type, Active. You can now wield the power of Soul Magic. Soul Magic is the rarest and potentially the most powerful of all the spheres of magic. Soul Magic taps into the essence of the immortal soul for a wide range of abilities. Note, Soul Magic, while powerful, is also easy to abuse. Gryph would have vomited had he been in his own body, and the fact that neither Utserio nor Morrigan did told Gryph everything he needed to know about these two men. "Congratulations, Master," Morrigan said, as he eased himself as fluid as a snake around the slab where Simon's body lay, to face Utserio. "You are truly the greatest mage alive." Gryph felt a smug smile form on Utserio's face as he drank in the praise. Then Morrigan moved with incredible speed, and Gryph felt a dagger puncture through the underside of his neck and up into his brain. Utserio died. Armed with the knowledge he'd come for, Gryph pulled from the Barrow King's dying mind and swam towards the surface. Compared to the vileness of the last scene, the acidic sewage he now swam through felt like a dip in a pool on a hot day. He slogged and swam, all the while desperate for release from the terrible despair and pain he felt. Simon's pain. He saw light above and emerged from the recesses of Utserio's foul mind and back to the lighter realm of his own mind. When a piercing agony, worse than Morrigan's dagger, exploded in his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force the feeling to abate. Then, suddenly, it did. Gryph opened his eyes, and he was somewhere else. It was dark, and he was running. A gunshot rang out behind him, and he dodged to the right, rushing around a corner. Ahead, in the distance, he could see an illuminated tower. He recognized the memory that Utserio had dredged, one that he had desperately tried to bury. He was in Seoul, the place where he'd been left for dead. More gunshots rang out as he sprinted, and one caught him in the leg. He tumbled to the ground as a gasp of pain spat from his mouth. He got up and hobbled. He took a quick turn into an alley and moved as fast as he could. But it wasn't fast enough. Another shot took him in the back, high near the shoulder blade, and he went down, tumbling over. He tried to scramble back behind a rot-filled dumpster, but the man with the gun caught up with him. Gryph held his hands out, but he did not plead. The man grinned, raised his pistol, and took aim. "Hold!" came a voice that could not possibly be there. The man lowered his gun to his side. A dark shadow moved up behind him and gently eased the gunman aside. The man came into a halo of light from an overhead bulb, and Gryph gasped. "Hello, son." "Colonel," Gryph heard his former self, the man named Finn, say. "Still can't call me Dad? You were always the Colonel, and never my father." The Colonel took off his hat and passed it to the gunman. His aged face was determined, and Finn could see a future he would never live in the man's eyes. "I wish this wasn't necessary," the Colonel said. "I suppose we always knew this was how things would end up," Gryph said. "I suppose we did," the Colonel said as he pointed a gun and fired. The muzzle flash tore Gryph back to the tower. He looked down on Utserio, who now grinned at him with full awareness. The man was no longer old nor decrepit, but as young and vital as he was in the torture room with Morrigan and Simon. Gryph's eyes snapped over to Wick, slumped over and aged near beyond recognition. He didn't move. "No!" Gryph screamed, and his mind summoned up his newfound knowledge. He poured the power of his own soul into his hands and launched himself at the Barrow King. He was unsure what he wanted to do, but he knew he had to. "Your own father betrayed you, left you for dead, forced you into hiding. Oh, the torture you must have gone through, the need to know why, an answer you never received." Utserio laughed at him. "Well, I know what you won't admit. He
shot you, tried to kill you because you were a failure. You failed then, and you will fail now. I will take the gift you have brought me, and then I will take all of Corin." Utserio flashed at Gryph and sunk a spectral hand into his chest. He felt fingers twine and dig and branch into him, seeking to extract the Godhead, the gift, the curse, the burden he bore. "And what's more, I will find Bryn." Utserio cocked his head to the side. "Your sister." "You bastard," Gryph said through gritted teeth and a burst of spittle. Gryph arched his head back in pain as the revenant dug into his body. He felt small bits, strands of the Godhead, being ripped from their roots deep in his mind, his body, and his soul. The Barrow King was dragging them back to him like a fisherman pulling nets from the sea. Gryph could feel their paths and see them enter the mind of Utserio. Then he knew what he had to do. He focused his will and flashed up the tendrils, burrowing deeper and deeper. As he passed a threshold between his mind and the mind of his enemy, deep inside the foul mind of the Barrow King, he found the one point of light and pushed towards it. The pain in his chest and in his mind grew to blinding, and Gryph collapsed to his knees. With one final burst of effort, he reached out gently with both hands and curled them around the glowing cocoon like a father with a newborn babe. Inside, curled in a fetal position, was a small, glowing figure. This was Wick's soul. Black tendrils of oily darkness fired from the surrounding nothingness and burrowed into Gryph's body, worming their way towards the soul he protected. The pain was excruciating, and Gryph knew he would soon succumb. There was a way to survive. He could consume the soul he held and use its power. But that was an eternal death for Wick, and there was no coming back from such an act. Gryph closed his eyes and curled his body around Wick's soul. "I am sorry. I am so sorry I have failed." A brightness built up, one that burned through the paltry defenses of Gryph's eyelids, yet the light did not bring pain, but hope. Deep in the darkest of pits, Gryph discovered something that neither Morrigan nor Utserio could ever know. A soul given freely is far more powerful than one consumed. Wick's soul enveloped Gryph, and the light expanded, burning away the stain of darkness. Gryph stood and launched himself upwards and outwards. He reached superluminal speed. The Barrow King grinned as his extraction of the Godhead neared completion. Soon he would be all-powerful. "I am coming for you, Morrigan," the Barrow King said, and he began the maniacal chortle of the truly insane. The sound was like stone crushing flesh, horrid and unnatural. Then it suddenly choked off as a blazing light flowed from Utserio's mouth. He released Gryph's body and brought his hands to his throat. The blazing light was choking him, and it was growing brighter. Utserio would have screamed if he had been able, but the light prevented him. It grew and pulsed, and then exploded from the mage's mouth.
twined and spun into the air above him, and then flashed downward and into the center of Gryph's forehead. Gryph's eyes snapped open, and they burned like two rising stars. Gryph stood and eased the Barrow King's clawed hand from his chest. Utserio swung his other hand, but his strength was failing, and Gryph caught it and snapped the wrist with ease. The tendrils disintegrated, and the Godhead settled back into him. The Barrow King struggled, long bereft of life and with no stolen soul to sustain his long-dead spirit. The Barrow King's true form was exposed, a desiccated corpse dry as tinder. The Barrow King's mouth opened in a final silent scream, and then his body disintegrated to dust and fell silent as the grave to the floor. Gryph towed the pile of ash at his feet.
"He is truly dead,"
said a voice that was both Wick and Gryph. Gryph turned and walked to the slumped body of his friend. He gently took the gnome's head in his hands and opened his eyes. Gryph's hands glowed as he transferred Wick's soul back to his body. The glow faded, and Gryph fell to his knees, weakened beyond any weariness he had ever felt. He considered taking a nap right there, but then he felt small hands turn his face upwards. Wick, young and vibrant and grinning like a dick, was looking down on him.
"Laying down on the job?"
Wick asked. Gryph said nothing. He just laughed. He laughed like he had not laughed since entering the realms. He laughed like he had not laughed since he was young. A vision of Bryn and he laughing so hard that breath would not come infused his mind, his soul. A deep rumble built in the tower, dragging Gryph from his reverie.
"What is happening?"
"This place is going,"
Simon said. Gryph turned to see the small, ancient boy standing. A look of sad resignation painted his face. Gryph walked up to him and knelt, taking his shoulders lightly in his hands. For once, the boy did not flinch from his touch.
"What do you mean?"
"It may have been my memories and my soul that powered this place, but it was his will that kept it together. Now it will fall, and I will fall with it." "There has to be a way out,"
Wick said, coming up to stand behind Gryph. Simon lowered his gaze to the floor as tears welled up in his eyes.
"For you, maybe. You both have bodies waiting for you. Mine has long since turned to dust. There is nowhere for me to go. When this place dies—"
Simon looked out the gaping hole in the side of the tower, drawing Gryph and Wick's gazes along with him. The world was disappearing. The edges of the mountains and the forests were disappearing like the edges of a Polaroid photo tossed into flames.
"I will die with it."
Gryph's mind flailed. "I will not let this be."
"There is nothing to be done,"
Simon said, looking up at Gryph.
"But I thank you. At least I am free."
The white nothingness encroached further, eating at the fabric of the tower itself. Gryph's mind floundered. There had to be a way. He felt Wick's gentle touch on his shoulder, and he knew his friend was telling him they had to go. Simon walked over to the pile of dust that had once been Utserio and towed it with his left foot.
At least he has nowhere to go either.
Gryph's eyes widened. But he does. Simon and Wick both looked at Gryph. Or, more accurately, you do, Simon. Simon's face went grim as millennia of lies and mistrust flashed through his mind. It was as if the boy was angry at Hope. Gryph could not blame him. He'd been betrayed and abused in a way that was inconceivable. "Can you trust me?" Gryph said, hand extended. Simon hesitated as the whiteness ate away at the world behind him. It had taken the walls and was now eating at the floors. Wick's grip on Gryph's shoulder intensified, but Gryph ignored his friend. "Please," Gryph said. His eyes locked with Simon's, and time stretched. Finally, a small smile curled the boy's lips, and he ran forward, taking Gryph's outstretched hand. Gryph closed his eyes as the whiteness became the world. "51. Gryph awoke with a start. His body was sore and his mouth parched. He coughed and hacked as a set of hands helped ease him up. His eyes opened to see a haze of motion and shapes. He blinked and muttered, and finally the world came into focus. Ovrim held him and smiled down. "You okay?" I feel like total shit." "You look like it," Ovrim said with a grin. He helped Gryph up into a sitting position. "Wick?" Ovrim grinned and moved aside. A few paces away, Tifila was forcing a health potion down Wick's throat. As expected, the gnome was grumbling at all the fuss. I'm fine, he said, pushing her away. Tifila smacked him lightly across the face, and his eyes darted up in indignation. "That's for being the stupid hero," Tifila said. She smacked him again. "And that's for almost leaving me alone." She drew her hand back again, and Wick flinched. Instead of another smack, the pretty gnome eased down and kissed Wick on the lips. "And this is for coming back to me." "Always," Wick said. Zeg jumped down from his perch on the back of the Barrow King's throne and landed lightly on Tifila's shoulder. He curled his tail around her neck and nuzzled her. Tifila smiled up at the imp and scratched it behind the ear. "Great, you're still here," Wick said with a frown. Zeg smacked Wick across the face.
"That for being stupid hero!"
Wick's shock was such that he didn't see the imp's second smack either.
"That for leaving Zeg!"
the imp said. Zeg then leaned in.
"And this?"
Wick grabbed the imp by the neck.
"You kiss me, and I'll send you back to the Tonic realm permanently."
Zeg frowned and crossed its arms in a teen girl pout.
"Zeg only joking. Stinky blue hair wishes Zeg won't kiss him."
He jumped back up on Tifila's shoulder. Gryph exchanged grins with Ovrim before looking down on Wick. He extended a hand, helping the gnome to his feet. Wick gave him an abashed smile of thanks. Gryph gave him a nod that said all the gnome needed to hear.
"So, it's over?"
Tifila asked, clutching to her man. "It's over," Gryph said with a nod. "Going to explain what happened in there?" Ovrim asked.
"Over a very large beer when we get out of this hellhole," Wick said.
Behind them,
A clatter of bone said otherwise, as the Barrow King's skull shook. A white glow grew from the depths of its empty eye sockets and flared. The skull floated upwards and gazed down on the group. Ovrim was the first to move, swinging his crimson saber towards the skull. Right before it impacted, Gryph's spear parried the blow. Ovrim looked at Gryph in shock. "Wait," Gryph said. He also held a hand out to Tifila, who had pushed Wick behind her and emblazoned her hands with white life magic. Wick lightly grabbed Tifila's wrist and eased her palm down. Both companions stared at them as if they had gone mad, but they held their attacks. Satisfied that he had bought some time, Gryph turned his attention back to the skull.
"Whoa, this is really weird,"
the skull said in Simon's voice. The skull hovered off-kilter as Simon adjusted to his new existence. After a few moments, it balanced, and a spectral essence flowed from the skull, and Simon made an ethereal body in the image of his long-dead physical one. "You okay, kid?" Gryph asked. Before Gryph could answer, a rumble shook the barrow. It was centered on Simon.
What is happening to me?"
Simon's skull began to glow and burn from inside, and the undead kid began to scream. Gryph ran to him, shielding his eyes as he approached, but something stopped him, and then began to push him back. Ovrim, Wick, and Tifila all prepped weapons and spells, but then a wave of energy exploded from Simon's skull. "Is the Barrow King back?" Gryph thought in alarm. The wave knocked them all to the ground and flowed through the solid rock of the chamber and up into the barrow. The wave disappeared, and the group got back to their feet. Once again, Gryph held up a hand, halting their attack. "Kid, what was that?" Gryph asked.
"Whoa!"
Simon said, and looked from his hands up to Gryph, and smiled. "You okay, kid?"
"I think so. This is a little weird. Feels like my old body, but much, much more. I can feel—"
He looked around, but his eyes seemed to be looking past the stone walls of the chamber.
"This entire place." "You can feel the barrow?"
Wick asked.
"I am the barrow,"
Simon said. Then his mouth turned into a frown. "What?" Gryph asked, nervousness creeping into him.
"This place needs a serious redesign and better tenants."
Gryph and Wick grinned and laughed. Ovrim and Tifila exchanged confused glances, but both eased back on their attacks. "Somebody please explain what is going on," Ovrim said. Wick took his friends aside and explained. Gryph held his palm out to Simon, who placed his spectral hand up against it. Warmth flowed into Gryph's body. Simon smiled, and then wandered off, exploring his new home, his new body. Gryph walked away from his friends and sat against the wall. Prompt alerts had been flashing at the corner of his vision since he had woken up. He brought them into focus. "You have earned 120,000 XP for slaying the Barrow King. You have earned 45,000 XP for slaying Dread Knight times 10. You have earned 55,000 XP for slaying Thieves of the Grey Company times 3. You have earned 150,000 XP for completing the quest Cleanse the Barrow. You have earned 50,000 XP for completing the secret quest Simon's Second Chance. You have reached level 11, 12, 13, and 14. You have 24, 20 base plus 4 bonus, unused attribute points. You have 4 unused perk points. You have reached level 13 in Air Magic. You have reached level 6 in Earth Magic. You have reached level 5 in Thought Magic. You have reached level 25 in Soul Magic. You have reached level 11 in Staves Spears. You have reached level 8 in Thrown Weapons. You have reached level 12 in Light Armor. You have reached level 10 in Dodge. You have reached level 8 in Stealth. You have reached level 15 in Analyze. You have reached level 11 in Perception. Gryph's mind was at peace for the first time since he'd arrived in the realms. He was still worried about Bryn, but he knew that, at this moment, there was nothing he could do for her. You need to take care of yourself before you can tend to others, he heard the voice of his long-dead mother say. To reward himself, he opened his character sheet and did some shopping. He still had the 5 points he'd saved from the last time he'd upped his attributes. He'd been so engrossed in battle, he hadn't even considered using the game hack. Well, that meant more to spend now. He decided to put 5 points into Strength, Constitution, Dexterity, and Intelligence. The last 4 he dumped into Wisdom. Now that his spirit was available, he figured it was time to up the stat. He didn't know what an incantation was, but he hoped to find out soon enough. There was one last prompt blinking in the corner of his vision. He knew it was the Godhead. And while part of him was excited to see what amazing things the prompt would reveal, another part of him was terrified by the divine artifact. He took a deep breath and clicked the prompt. Congratulations! Due to your completion of the legendary quest Cleanse the Barrow, in which you slew a legendary adversary, the Barrow King, your Godhead has evolved to Tier 2. The mote of creation inside you has increased in power. You are awarded plus 75 to health, plus 75 to stamina, plus 75 to mana, and plus 75 to spirit. You are also granted plus 5 to all attributes. All skills, including those learned in the next 24 hours, are increased by 2 levels, plus 1 divine perk points. Once again, Gryph was stunned. He was growing in power quickly, and he suspected that it would not go unnoticed. He decided to hold his divine perk point in reserve alongside his regular perk points. He needed to consult with Ovrim about the best way to proceed. The Zaidai seemed to be the most knowledgeable of the strange artifact that had bonded to him. Gryph inhaled and closed out his interface. He took a quick peek at his skill sheet. Magic skills, level, tier, 100% affinity in all spheres. Fire, 0, base. Air, 15, base. Water, 3, base. Earth, 6, base. Chthonic, 3, base. Empyrean, 0, base. Chaos, 4, base. Order, 0, base. Life, 3, base. Death, 0, base. Thought 7 base. Ether 0 base. Soul 27 apprentice. Martial skills level tier. Unarmed 7 base. Small blades 7 base. Staves, spears 13 base. Thrown weapons 10 base. Stealth 10 base. Light armor 14 base. Dodge 12 base. Knowledge skills tier. Alchemy 7 base. Harvest 7 base. Analyze 17 base. Perception 13 base. Lockpicking 7 base. Traps 7 base. Perk points 4. Divine perk points 1. Gryph was wowed by the 100% affinity in every magic. That could sure come in handy. Now he just needed to find people willing to teach him. He suspected that magical knowledge was an incredibly valuable coin in the realms, and he doubted everyone would be as free with the knowledge as his companions in the Barrow had been. The need to survive made people do odd things. Gryph opened his character sheet. Gryph, level 14, High Elf, El Edrine. Deity, none. Experience, 452,303. Next level, 182,697. Stats: Health, 347. Stamina, 342. Mana, 325. Spirit, 280. Secondary stats: Morale. Attributes: Strength, 38. Constitution, 47. Dexterity, 47. Intelligence, 40. Wisdom, 24. Attribute points, 5. Gifts: Health regeneration, plus 25%. Mana regeneration, plus 25%. Night vision, 120 feet. Master of tongues, identify. Wick's tale ended by the time Gryph finished inspecting his interface. Ovrim walked up to Simon and chatted with him. Wick and Tifila were inseparable. Even Zeg seemed chipper as it gnawed on one of the Barrow King's arm bones. Gryph had to smile at the motley crew of companions he'd assembled around him. Is this what life in the realms will be like? He thought. If so, I could do worse. Not long after, Simon activated the archway, opening a portal to the outside world. Gryph was worried that the expenditure of energy would drain the spectral team too much, but Simon said he had some ideas about how to sustain himself and fix up the Barrow. That's something Utserio never discovered, never could discover, Simon said. A willing soul is far more powerful than a consumed one. Give me a few weeks and you won't even recognize this place. Gryph promised to return when he was able and walked through the shimmering portal. The sensation was much more pleasant than the last several portals he'd walked through, and soon he felt a cool spring breeze blowing on his face. He stood in a grass clearing in the middle of an ancient forest. Beyond the trees were tall mountains. Birds chirped and flew in lazy circles. Insects buzzed. Life was everywhere. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The smell of fresh air brought tears to his eyes. Somewhere nearby, he could hear a babbling brook. "I will say one thing, Dinkwick Flintspanner. You sure know how to show a girl a good time," Tifila said. She hugged Wick fiercely as the gnome's body tightened before his head snapped back at his taller friends. "So," Gryph began, a smile splitting his face. "Don't say it," Wick grumbled. Gryph stifled the laugh but kept quiet. "Your name is Dinkwick?" Overham asked. Gryph erupted in laughter, to the horror of Wick. "It's a family name," Wick said, head hung low. "It's a good name," Overham said, with no sense of irony or humor. "A strong name. A warrior's name." Gryph couldn't help himself as he laughed out loud. Tifila smiled, and Zeg barked what may have been a laugh. Overham looked confused. "Am I missing something?" Overham asked. Even Wick had to smile at that one. "You really aren't from around here, are ya?" "I am confused," Overham said again. "I'll explain it over those beers," Gryph said, clasping the tall Zaidai by the shoulder. The group walked down a small trail, laughing and smiling. Then the world shifted, and Gryph was somewhere else. "52. One moment, Gryph was in a forest walking next to Overham, and the next, he stood on a massive balcony overlooking a wondrous blue ocean. Gryph spun in a panic, moving to draw his spear, but he had no access to his inventory. In fact, he was no longer dressed in his armor, but wore a flowing robe of white and gold. The patio was massive. Columns held a half-moon roof above the back part of the massive outdoor space. Arrayed in a matching half-moon pattern were 13 stone chairs. The space was familiar, and Gryph remembered the Chamber of the Pantheon from his entry to the realms. It wasn't identical, but the similarity was too close to ignore. "Welcome," a voice that was both sure and serpentine said. Gryph spun to see a tall man clad in a hooded robe that shrouded his features. On instinct, Gryph prepared flying stalactite, but the magic sputtered like an engine stalling. "My apologies, Your Eminence, but magic does not work here," the hooded man said with a slight bow of apology. "And as you have already discovered, weapons are also prohibited." "Where am I?" Gryph asked, his fists clenching and his body relaxing into a defensive pose. He may have no magic and no weapons, but he was hardly unarmed. "This is the Agora, Your Eminence, the meeting place of the gods." The hooded man walked past him. Gryph asked, reaching a hand to grab the tall hooded figure. His hand pushed through the man as if he were a ghost or a hologram. The hooded man looked at Gryph. "No harm may be dealt or received while in the Agora." "Why am I here?" Gryph asked. "Because you are a god, and a quorum has been called." Gryph's eyes went to the 13 stone chairs. The central throne was larger than the 12 that ringed it, 6 to a side. "Called by whom?" By me, came a powerful and familiar voice. I felt it was time that we met face to face, so you could meet your brothers and sisters.
Gryph turned, not at all surprised to see the high god Aileron standing behind him. He wore the same simple robes as Gryph, but he was no less imposing than he had been in his golden armor. He stood, arms clasped behind his back, with a beatific smile that would have been at home on the Pope's face. Gryph attempted to use Analyze on the high god, but got nothing but his grandiose titles. The High God Aileron, Arche of the Pantheon, Prime of the Realms, Father to all.
The others will join us shortly, but I felt it proper that you and I had a chat.
The way he said chat suggested that casual conversations were beneath him. Aileron turned to look down upon the wondrous city. Gryph recognized Aileron's attempt to put him at ease by exposing his back.
He knows that I cannot hurt him,
Gryph thought. Gryph walked up next to the man and took in the city below. It was a stunning view. If the most wondrous of magical cities existed on Italy's Amalfi Coast, it would still pale compared to the wonder of this place.
The shining city,
Aileron said.
My home.
It is amazing, Gryph said.
Thank you. I have worked very hard over many long years to build it and make it my home.
He turned his gaze to Gryph.
And I am very protective of what is mine.
As you should be. Aileron smiled and gave a small bow.
But how rude of me. I have not introduced myself. I am the High God Aileron, Arche of the Pantheon, the ruler of this realm. But I suspect you already knew that.
Gryph nodded.
And you are?
Aileron asked. Gryph stared at Aileron, mulling over the dangers of letting him know his name.
I am
Gryph.
Just Gryph.
I have yet to acquire any fancy titles, Gryph said with definite snark.
Well, you have just arrived,
Aileron said, a verbal jab back at Gryph. Still getting my feet wet, as they say.
And performing quite admirably. Your Godhead has already evolved.
Gryph tensed. How could he know that? Well, my father instilled a strong work ethic in me.
As all fathers should. If it is acceptable, I will dispense with the small talk.
Gryph nodded.
You are an enigma, Gryph. You are not supposed to be here, and you are not supposed to possess what you possess. I do not know who you are or where you come from, but I dislike unknowns.
On that, we can agree, Gryph said.
Excellent. You are a civilized man. I believe that we can come to an accord.
What is it that you want?
Straight and direct. I appreciate that.
Aileron turned away and walked, hands clasped behind his back. Gryph knew it was another ploy, designed to make Gryph feel comfortable.
It was failing. Gryph tensed. I ask that you join me. I ask that you join the Pantheon. I ask for your fealty, Alaron said, turning his potent gaze on Gryph. In exchange, I will teach you, help you achieve your ultimate potential. He truly doesn't know who I am, Gryph realized. If he did, then he'd use Bryn to threaten me, which means my presence is no threat to Bryn. Yet, waves of relief surged through Gryph. To hide this joy, Gryph smiled a wry smile. I've always been more of a solo kind of guy. Alaron's expression soured as a deep anger surged from the depths of his being. Gryph got the smallest of peeks at the High God's true nature before it was buried. That presents a problem. I brought the Pantheon here to restore justice and order to a world long infected by corruption and evil. I have built a better realm for all who reside here, and I will let no power threaten my world. Gryph's mind flashed back to the ancient scene he'd experienced in the Barrow. I know you, Morrigan, Gryph thought. I know what you truly are. I'm just a man trying to get by in a strange world, Gryph said. I have no plans to throw a wrench into your gears. Alaron smiled. Ah, so you are a player then. I suspected as much. Shit, Gryph thought. I need to watch what I say. Damn colloquialisms. What else have I given away? Tell me, how do you still have access? Or are you trapped? Do you have loved ones who miss you? I could send you back. Like I said, I've always been a solo kind of guy. Too easy, I suppose, Alaron said with a smile. Well, Gryph, I suppose if you behave, I can let you stay. He gazed into Gryph's eyes. It is time to meet your brethren. 12 other figures materialized on the stone chairs arrayed in front of Gryph. As they coalesced, Alaron took his seat on the central throne. Welcome, gods of the Pantheon, the hooded man intoned. Gryph took an involuntary step back as he saw the deities before him. He saw Alaron smile. Gryph's eyes scanned the arrayed gods. Several were female. He had already met Helleracon and Zakoth, but neither showed any sign that they recognized him. Just recordings after all, Gryph thought in relief. His eyes scanned the other goddesses, and his eyes settled on one, a few spots to the left of Alaron. She was tall and regal, with a warm face that did not look like Bryn, but it felt like her. Gryph used Analyze on her. Ferancia, the messenger goddess, goddess of the travelers and guests. Ferancia noticed his attention and leaned forward in her chair and grinned at Gryph. The small uptick of the mouth that Gryph had seen 1,000 times on his sister when they were kids. This is Bryn. Gryph almost stepped forward, almost outed Bryn, But then his instincts took control. An amateur move if there had ever been one. He buried his fears and turned back to Alaron. I have offered him a place here, but he is reluctant. Alaron leaned forward ever so slightly. I wanted him to meet you, so that he understood exactly how things work here. The threat was obvious. If Gryph stepped out of line, Alaron would bring the full power of the Pantheon down upon him. Gryph wouldn't be fighting one god, but 13, including, it seemed, his own sister. What say you, Gryph? I ask you one last time. Will you join us? Alaron boomed. All eyes were on Gryph, and he flashed back to his childhood. The time as a teen, when he'd stolen a car and gone on a joyride. The cops had not scared him. They were nothing compared to the Colonel. As Alaron's gaze drilled into him, Gryph realized that the Colonel was nothing compared to this god. Fear ate at him, but he pushed it down and stared back at Alaron. Alaron's gaze and body knew Gryph's answer before the words came from his mouth. Had the Agora allowed for it, Gryph knew he'd be dead this very moment. I appreciate the High God's most gracious offer, but I believe I will make my own way in this realm. To his credit, Alaron held in his rage. With no further ceremony, Alaron stood. Then this quorum is at an end. Alaron flicked his hand in a petulant and dismissive manner, and suddenly Gryph was back in the glade with his friends. He stumbled, and Overham caught him. You okay? Wick asked, seeing the fear in Gryph's eyes. I'm in a world of shit, Gryph said. This has been Barrow King, The Realms, Book 1, an epic LitRPG adventure. Written by C.M. Carney. Narrated by Armen Taylor. Copyright 2018 by C.M. Carney. Production copyright 2018 by C.M. Carney. Thank you for listening.